I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Salts and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Cod fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. There were three drunken maidens come from the Isle of Wight. They drank from Monday morning or stopped till Saturday night. When Saturday night was come, me lads, they wouldn't then go out. But these three drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. And in come Punch and Sally with her cheeks as red as bloom. Move up, me jolly sisters, and give young Sally some room. Or I'll be your equal before that I go out. So these four drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. There was woodcock and pheasant and partridge and hare, and every sort of dainties, no scarcity was there. There was 40 quarts of beer, me boys, but still they wouldn't go out. For these four drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. Then in there come the landlord asking for his fee, and a 40-pound bill, me lads, those girls were forced to pay. They had £10 apiece, me boys, but still they wouldn't go out. For these four drunken maidens, they pushed the jog about. Where are your feathered hats, your mantles rich and fine? They've all been swallowed up in tankards of good wine. And where are your maidenheads, you maidens brisk and gay? We left them in the alehouse and drank them clear away.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn, fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit, sin auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes, and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled, sin auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stoup, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht, for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht, for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne.
As I was going over Kilgary Mountain, I met with Colonel Farrell and his money he was counting. First I drew my pistol and produced my rapier, saying, stand and deliver, for I am a bold deceiver. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. The gold and silver coins, they did make a pretty penny, so I took the money home and I gave it to my Jenny. She bowed and she sighed, she never would deceive me, but the devil's in the women, for they never can go easy. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Next morning I arose between the hours of 6 and 7. The guards were standing o'er me and their numbers are uneven. So I flew to my pistols, but again I was mistaken. She'd filled them up with water and the prisoner I was taken. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. They took me to the jailhouse and summons me in writing for robbing Colonel Farrell down on Kilgary Mountain. But they couldn't take my fists, so I knocked down the sentry and bid upon farewell to the captain and the gentry. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Now some take delight in a fishing and a bowling, and others take delight in a carriage fine and rolling. But I take delight in the juice of the barley, and courting pretty maidens in the morning bright and early. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar.
The keeper did a hunting go, under his cloak he carried a bow, oh, for to shoot at a merry little doe among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy,
Master,
sing ye well,
very well.
hey down,
Ho down,
derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down,
Tim a ho down down,
hey down,
ho down,
derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the first doe he shot at he missed, the second doe he trimmed he kissed, the third doe went where nobody wist among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy,
Master,
sing ye well,
very well.
hey down,
Ho down,
derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down,
Tim a ho down down,
hey down,
ho down,
derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the fourth though she did cross the plain, the keeper fetched her back again. Where she is now she may remain among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy,
Master,
sing ye well,
very well.
hey down,
Ho down,
derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down,
Tim a ho down down,
hey down,
ho down,
derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, the fifth though she did cross the brook, the keeper fetched her back to the scrook. Where she is now you must go and look among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy,
Master,
sing ye well,
very well.
hey down,
Ho down,
derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down,
Tim a ho down down,
hey down,
ho down,
derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, sixth though she ran over the plain, he with his hounds did turn her again. There he did hunt in a merry merry vein among the leaves so green. Oh, Jackie boy,
Master,
sing ye well,
very well.
hey down,
Ho down,
derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh, Tim a hey down down,
Tim a ho down down,
hey down,
ho down,
derry derry down among the leaves so green. Oh.
I've been a wild rover for many a year, and I've spent all my money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with gold and great store. I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never. Out into an alehouse I used to frequent, though the landlady money was spent. I asked her for credit, she answered me nay. Such custom is yours I can get any day, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never. Put me hand in me pocket, well, that sovereign's prize, and the landlady's eyes opened wide with delight. I've beer and I've whiskey, wine to the best, and the words that I spoke you are only in jest, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never. Oft times before, I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more. In South Australia I was born. Heave away, haul away. South Australia round Cape Horn. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away. Haul away, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. As I walked out one morning fair, heave away, haul away. There I met Miss Nancy Blair. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away. Haul away, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. I shook her up, I shook her down. Heave away, haul away. Shook her round and round the town. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away. Haul away, you'll hear me sing. We're bound for South Australia. There ain't but one thing grieves my mind. Heave away, haul away. To leave Miss Nancy Blair behind. We're bound for South Australia. Haul away, you rolling kings. Heave away, haul away. Haul away, you'll hear me sing. We're bound.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
A very good afternoon to everyone joining us here for a day that could be either really, really, really long or maybe really, really, really short. It is Tiebreaker Day here for DreamLeague Season 25, and that means we have a three-way tie that could potentially go on for a very, very long time. I'm joining here ODPixel, Jenkins, Gunnar, gentlemen. I know we want to talk about tiebreakers, but I think I want to talk about the patch first. Some more. This day two. We learned so much yesterday.
We did.
And, well, did we? I think we did.
I don't know if we did.
Did you not?
No, I bought 2 Battle Furies and offlane PA and I lost.
We lost. Together.
The poor lad on the team was not very happy. It was unranked.
Did you go for the...
He was like, this guy's griefing. I wasn't griefing. It's good now, because with the dagger talent...
You went the dagger fast.
Yeah. Eventually, if you're able to get like 5 Battle Furies, because the daggers that explode out of the target, they cleave as well.
Yeah.
So you got these daggers going... like a chain react. It would be amazing, but I didn't get further than 2.
I tried it in a lobby.
Yeah.
And
it's good.
It's not.
Why? Why is it not?
It's a 50% damage dagger, and you have to, like, if you cast 3 daggers, that's 6 seconds each dagger. That's 18.
No, you get the talent.
That's 18
the talent.
seconds.
Or are you taking into account the talent?
Seconds.
There's minus 1.5 seconds stifling dagger cooldown.
Still, it takes like 10 seconds to get all these daggers, and then you just get a triple dagger for 50%. That's 1.5x of a dagger for killing a guy if they're in range, and it's random.
No, but you get the 25 talent. The triple
It doesn't
stifling.
throw 3 daggers, though.
What do you mean? It's literally triple stifling.
No, I mean, but when you kill the guy, it doesn't throw 3 daggers when it comes out.
It throws as many daggers as you put in him.
Yeah, but the triple dagger only goes on other guys. So you'd have to kill all 3 of them.
Exactly, then you kill all of them, and then they all...
But then they're already dead.
Well, the person behind him is even deader.
It's you're getting 1 guy for killing 3 people, dude. Listen, I'm a PA enjoyer too. This is dog shit. I wish it was... Just make it 100% dagger.
We learned. There's a lot of things we learned. We learned that
nothing.
this is not the build.
Information.
Dude, imagine though.
Okay.
Imagine the triple daggers, right? And then the enemy team is doing Roshan. And then you load them all up with daggers, you wipe the enemy team, and then Roshan just insta-dies to the 10,000 damage.
That one random scenario. Gunnar, please.
It's gonna work. It's not gonna work, guys.
What's
Don't
the
do
main
it.
thing you learned yesterday, then?
Dragon Knight's still broken.
It is crazy.
You want to put it on the fixed list, Jenkins?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll get the fixed list out here.
Yeah, we had a patch wish list, and some of the wishes came through yesterday. It was It was very nice. A lot of them actually. But because we had a wish list, we now also need a fixed list. Because let's be real, some of the things they're just a little too good. They're a little overtuned. What's up?
You think I should go upstairs or here?
No, you can,
fine.
we can see it.
It's okay.
That's good. Yeah. We can get a few.
No, the camera is following you now.
We have the technology.
Okay, what was it you said, Shiva?
Dragon Knight needs to be hit with the hammer a little bit.
Yeah, I think he needs to be hit with quite a few hammers.
Yeah. Triple hammer.
He gained win rate after the
He
patch.
dude, is it
He gained
10%, right?
10% win rate.
He currently on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, the Fire Dragon aspect has 68% win
That's
rate.
mad. That's mad.
68% win rate.
Okay,
and this is on a hero that was already broken.
I'm
You
gonna
can
say
imagine the
DK
balance people were looking at.
Nerf.
We have to
Maybe
nerf
they
it.
weren't.
Yeah.
Owen,
Yeah.
can we both agree?
Which one?
PA buff. Let's get a PA facet buff on those daggers.
No, I don't
No.
know. We're not putting PA and buff in the same sentence.
Guys,
after
PA is
last
fine
patch.
being
Yeah,
PA.
just PA with
Decent hero.
We don't want PA buff.
Can I? Okay, I feel like Lich got a little bit over nerfed.
No, nobody cares about Lich. Nerf him more. Nerf Lich more.
What? No.
It's okay to move heroes out and just be bad.
Okay.
I think heroes are allowed to be bad.
I feel like Marcy is also too strong. What are the other like big winners of the patch win rate wise?
Darkseer is number 2 right now on the
Well,
win
there you
rate.
go.
That was surprising.
No, but that's fine. He can have his moment.
I mean, we don't see Darkseer in the Glory Lights
Let him
that
have his
often
moment
anymore.
Let him have his moment.
Yeah,
I
he can
actually
have a
don't.
week
I
or
don't think
so.
anything's like completely egregious other than DK right now.
Just DK.
Mostly DK.
Just DK.
Just
Russell,
DK.
can you write DK again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you rate Davion actually from the anime? That one's good.
Very good.
Thanks, Shane.
Thank you.
I don't think there's anything that's actually completely egregious. I'm
Really?
gonna sit down. No, I think Dazzle's good, but I don't think it's OP. It's just new and different and interesting. It's good.
Yeah.
I think we probably need to wait a week, right, for everything to settle.
Yeah.
Usually stuff isn't discovered the first day or two. Most of the stuff that gets discovered the first day or two are kind of either unintended interactions or they get nerfed really quickly.
Or
So-
maybe it's gimmicky because everybody is
They don't know what's
trying out
happening.
random
Yep.
stuff and the quality of games is a little lower.
I
Anyway,
think
apart from DK.
I think you should tell the audience what your take was.
What was my take?
That it's like you said, it's the map that matters the most.
Oh, yeah. I think the map is the big change, realistically. Most of the heroes are pretty much the same. They're slightly stronger, slightly weaker, besides hopefully Dragonite. But the map is really big, and I think especially the big jungles, there's a whole meta about controlling the big jungles and farming safely, and there's a lot of dodging, but now I think it's way easier to fight and catch heroes. So I think that is actually going to change the meta. When people understand how to play the map, it's going to change the heroes more than the hero changes themselves.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I think when a patch comes out, there's a lot of people that like overcompensate. They're like, these neutral item changes are going to change everything. To me, it feels like just more of the same. You know, it's like a little overwhelming because there's like 2 things to choose now, but then also like a little cooler because I get to choose the things that I actually want. But it's about the same. The heroes feel about the same. There's like different facets, but it's still the same identity of a lot of the heroes, so that's not changing. And then the heroes that were bad are still bad for I played Troll, and you still
bad.
You still run in.
I mean,
and with your ult.
You tried to go for the ultra attack speed.
Oh, did you actually
build,
do that,
right?
Bill? Did you buy some
I
moonshots?
tried, yeah.
It's hard to buy attack speed because you need to buy so many other items to actually play the game.
Yeah.
You can't get the attack
Just
speed.
buy the moonshot.
I feel like it feels refreshing when the hero gets changed or items get changed. It's more just like, oh, it's a bit different. So you can try new things. But again, end of the day, the map is the thing that really makes Dota what it is.
Yeah.
Whether it's objectives now with Roshan getting changed, Tormentors getting changed. Now there's difference between these XP rune fights. I don't know what's going to happen with them, if they're still contesting or not. And I think that's the really big change. And that stuff is always really hard to digest.
Yeah.
I would say it took almost a year for the last map changes to get really kind
Evolved.
of figured out. Yeah, like 6 months to even get strategies for it.
I mean, we had like the Mighty Mines and the whatever. You know, there were strats made around that, but also pretty late compared to when they were introduced. That being said, it also means that, people, obviously teams are trying to practice a lot. I'm sure there's a lot of scrims going on as well. But teams won't show their true strategies until it really matters. And today, for 3 teams, it really, really matters. We can take a look at why we're here. because Group A has a tie that needs to be solved. There's 3 teams, but only... Oh, Group B has a tie that needs to be solved. This is Group A. It's already done.
Group A sorted.
Yeah, Group A sorted.
This is
Sorry, my
sorted.
bad.
These teams are going in, and
Tundra,
those bottom
Bedboom,
4...
Falcons, Heroic, yay!
They're going home.
Shopify, Mooding,
Oh,
Extreme
poor
Pandas, out.
Shopify.
They had
Sad.
such a great start.
It was such a good
They had
start.
such a great start.
They really did.
We, as a region, needed that. Bulba has disappointed again.
But there is hope. This was a lot better than what we saw previously.
It was a lot better,
It's
yeah.
an upwards trajectory anyway. We can take a look at Group B.
Oh.
That's
North
where
America,
it really is fun.
Same as always.
Rip and pepperonis, disappointing.
Look at that. 3 teams, 1 slot. Scary. Spooky even.
Chimera, good for them.
Yeah.
That's good.
9-5.
Yeah.
Good record.
Not bad. Paravision, expected, definitely.
Yep.
Spirit, also kind of expected, maybe not to this level of performance.
Not 12-2, I would
Yeah,
say.
exactly.
But-
Top 4, but they crushed it.
But
right?
you know, this is what they do. You disrespect the double TI winning
then
Spirit.
bang.
They show you, yeah, they're one of the best teams of all time. Yakult, I think they're pretty happy to, maybe not to be in the tiebreaker, but to have the performance they've had in the last few tournaments. Like, this is honestly by far the strongest Chinese team looking to compete at a tier 1 level with Europe, which is very hard to do right now. Europe and Eastern Europe.
Yeah, and when you pointed out earlier before broadcast that for 2 teams especially, this is extra important.
Yeah, because in terms of just what screen time really in the EPT situation, 2 of these didn't make it to Rally.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get knocked out at this point, you're not going to get a chance to kind of prove yourself at Rally, and that's going to put you in a pretty rough situation, right, in terms of trying to get straight into the next Dream League down the line.
You need to go for qualifiers again, and those are pretty brutal.
So it's a big kind of gap in your calendar as a team for 2. Which 2 teams was it again?
It was Yakult and Gaiman.
Gaiman and Yakult.
Yeah.
So if they lose here, they're going to be kind of, we're going to miss them from the EPT for the rest of this event and for Rally. So quite some time. And potentially Dream League Season 26 as well if they don't get to that. So you got to win today.
You got to win today. And Gunnar, you're going to be commentating potentially 3 games today, and we'll see what happens if there's another.
Because it could be infinite.
Round. It could be almost infinite. I'm sure there's some rules in place to make it not be infinite. But do you have any bold predictions? Because all teams win 7-7. Do you have a favorite?
If Liquid, I think.
Yeah.
I would just go with Liquid.
Okay.
The safe option. You feel like they're going to do the same Liquid thing, like
they usually struggle in
group
group stages, so I feel like it's just par for the course to be in tiebreakers and then make it through in the tiebreakers. But then there's also, I guess, the Dream League curse.
Yeah.
Which is kind of backfiring that. But if I had to pick, it would be Liquid.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out. Gentlemen, you can head over to your castle. Is there something you still want to say, Jenkins?
No, Owen wanted to say what team he's going to predict.
Sure. Well, I would actually go to Yakult Brothers on this one.
So would I. Lock that shit in, brother.
I think Gaiman and Liquid, they've had shaky moments, as we know, in recent tournaments, and I think out of those 3 teams, I think they're going to be the ones that are kind of shaking the most.
Okay.
Yakult Brothers are going to be like, whatever, let's do this. Gaiman and Liquid are like, we got to focus
God
up.
on a new patch. Shout outs to God.
Well, we're going to see if Omega can deliver on the new patch, because it's time to dive into our first game of this 3-way tie. Yeah, first up, we are going to have Team Liquid taking on Yakult Brothers. And then after that, we're going to have the winner of that best of 1 go up against Gaming Gladiators. And depending on that, because obviously by that time we could have already have the tie solved, because someone only has to win 2 games. But after that, we are going to play the 3rd game and potentially go more around. But we're starting with Yakult versus Liquid. For that, we have changed locations and we have added Lacoste here to the desk. How are you doing, Lacoste?
Doing great. I think this patch, even though I was probably one of the few ones that enjoyed the previous patch as well, because it took us a really long time for us to figure out what's happening. But yeah, should be an interesting one.
Should be a great one, and it's going to be even greater with things that are going to be happening in the game. And Purge is going to talk to us about what could potentially be happening in the game.
That's exactly right, Shiver. I did a little bit of detective research, and I found what heroes these pro players had been playing in their pub games in anticipation of this day. Because, yesterday, whatever, maybe you haven't played that many pubs, you don't have that much time, the patch comes out while you're sleeping. But now, they had a whole day to play their games, and I wanted to take a look at that. So I looked at Yakult Brothers, and I looked at Team Liquid to see what heroes that they were trying out And frankly, I didn't see that much weird stuff. It was a lot of like making sure these heroes still feel the same is what I felt. But there is one team that played a lot more than the other ones. Yakult played a lot of matches as a whole. Ame played 13 games. Emo played 14. Zeal played 15. Boboko played 7. Tianming played 7. You think Team Liquid played that many pub games? Nah, they won a TI. They're resting a little bit.
They don't need to. But
Still.
how many did they compare?
Well, let's see. Saberlight played a lot. He played 10. Insania played 10. Nisha 6. Boxy.
There is no way Mickey played 0 games. I refuse to believe that.
You're exactly right, Shiver. And you know what I did?
You went deeper.
I called the fucking police. He's going to jail. I reported him. I called the cops and I said, this guy's got a Smurf somewhere. We don't know where it is, but we know he's doing something illegal.
Because there's no way.
Yeah, we just didn't find it yet on Dota 2 Pro Tracker.
Exactly.
There
but
is
it's somewhere.
0 games.
It was really convenient too, because he's a Swedish citizen, so I went to the nearest precinct right when I woke up. They told me to leave, but I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep finding it.
Did you tell them that he's smurfing?
Yeah.
Well, how'd they not take that very seriously?
I don't know, man. They just do different things differently here in this country than what I'm used to these days.
I mean, Mickey is Swedish, so maybe he's got
he has connections.
Protected a little bit. Yeah, connections.
Yeah, but yeah, everyone kind of just trying out heroes that they thought were normal. A lot of Marcy's were tried, but a lot of them lost. Like a lot of these players lost on Marcy. Ame played like 3 games of PL, but that was probably just, you know, the item that was too good. Some Sven, some Monkey. But yeah, I was very impressive for Yakult. They played like, I'm going to play 8 different heroes that are either in the meta or slightly out of the meta. We'll try like 2 new heroes. They just want to make sure that their normal strats, their normal understanding is good. And I feel like that literally could matter in one of these drafts, because it could be like, we want to pick this hero. Is it still good? And it can be like yes or no. And I feel like Liquid is not going to have that much information. In fact, when we played in-houses yesterday, Blitz picked Dragonite and everyone made fun of him for it. And he's like, what? Is it good? And we're like, huh? How do you not know, man?
It was mind-boggling. He's like, oh yeah, I realized this hero was good when I was able to 1v3 you guys. And I'm like, that's when you realize?
Well, he's not the analyst. They have an analyst.
He is the drafter.
Yeah, but he's not his analyst is going to come to him and go, look, dude, the Dragonite winner, I went up by 10%. It was already 50.
Or the second analyst
Or they
comes.
just say, they just say ban him.
Coach.
Potentially, I mean, he was, I believe, banned in their series they played, so maybe he just didn't think about it. That is a thing that could have happened. We'll see, though. I mean, it will be very interesting to see where the teams are going to go with it. I'm also very curious to see how the teams will play on the new map, because especially with more experience, and for your Yakult brothers then a little bit more than Liquid, I feel like some movements will just be more natural for them because they've had more time on the map.
Yeah, they're also Team Liquid on the water map. I think the flow of this team is going to be much greater compared to Yakult's brothers. Even though Yakult's brother, this is some yogurt, right? So their flow should also be...
It's drinkable yogurt. It's very light
drinkable,
yogurt.
Yeah, just a slight edge to Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Are you okay, Jenkins?
Just take a second to process all of that, dude. It's just like I had an aneurysm. That's good.
It's all good. There's one thing about these teams that I find very interesting. It has nothing to do with the fluidity of their names.
Viscosity, if you will.
Viscosity, whatever. It has to do with, this is a tie. Both teams are 7-7. We have, though, the purest tie you can think of between these two teams. Because, of course, they're coming from the same group, so they face the same opponents. They have the exact same record against the exact same teams. They both were the only team to have taken a game off of Spirit. Spirit is 12-2. The 2 losses are with the 2 teams that we have right here. It's like exactly across the board.
So what I'm hearing here is that this should be like a very balanced matchup. Unfortunately, it's a best of 1.
And on a completely new patch as well. Because these stats are from an old patch.
These stats are mostly from an old patch, not all of them, because yesterday there was a series for both teams where Liquid series against Boom, that's their most recent one they drew, whereas the Yakult Bros actually tied Spirit on the new patch with 1-1.
That's a lot harder to do.
I was going to say more impressive for Yakult.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you asked Owen, who do you think is going to take these tiebreakers? And I'm going to go with him as well. I'm going to join him.
The Yakult Bros.
Yeah, I think because they can cook. You have Emo on the team, who's super aggressive player. This guy, like, if we go back in the days when the dude was playing a Storm Spirit with a Blink Dagger, a double Divine Rapier Rush with Ember Spirit, Ame, previous Dream League, he's the one forcing the Juggernaut.
He's not gonna need.
He's not like he played Juggernaut yesterday. Didn't work out for them, but he
tried.
He's gonna be playing new stuff. He's not too afraid to experiment, and that's what I like about Ami. Because if he has an idea, a lot of the times you would see these pro players being slightly slower to adapting to a new patch because they're gonna be playing the same old heroes. Throw in a couple of new heroes here and there, but Ami, he's gonna go full ham in this one.
He gets bored.
Yeah,
so,
he does.
This is great on a new patch because there's plenty of fun stuff to do. You said he's been playing Sven.
He did play one Sven game. He played a Kez game. He did a little bit, but he played
Kez.
so
You
many
can't
games.
play Kez yet.
Kez is garbage.
I know, but I'm just saying he played so many pub games, despite still being in tournament. He's like, I'm gonna just slip in a little Kez to see how he is. You know,
just a little tasty treat for
like
Ame.
14
You gotta
games.
practice it for when it does reach competitive.
Right.
You know.
Right. In the middle of a tournament. Kez,
It happens.
Ame, the Sven has like a 5% win rate increase. I've seen a ton of people spamming it, so this is a good one. For his facet where you gain the extra damage, they removed the. I think they removed
the negative part.
They removed all the negatives from like the facets. Like they also on the Doom one, they removed the Doom dealing less DPS. You know, the 666 one.
That probably just shouldn't have been like that.
Yeah,
Sounds like a
it's
bug
like-
to me, but
It's like boring, but now so they remove it. That means like Sven is now busted because he just does a shitload of damage.
they changed the scaling of how much damage he does per strength though base.
Yeah.
So it's not as extreme late game, but because his early time, it's a shift. I didn't do
It's
the
like
math
so
on
now
it, but
it's about the same in terms of the ult, but now in the early game when he's not ulted, he's doing more.
Yeah, and most importantly, his armor got increased by 1.
that's
Wow.
That
That
genuinely has
no
a big impact.
damage.
true. He has like 2 armor, 2 something armor at level 1, so it actually matters a lot. More regen.
It's not a meme.
It is
Usually
also
it is.
a meme.
So these type of changes, when you see one like move speed increased by 5, wow, like, literally this is my best hero right now. Strength gain 0.1 per
For
level.
some heroes, 5 would actually make a difference.
Medusa. When she slows health.
Oh, for that goddamn facet.
I don't know if we're gonna be seeing that one. Maybe against certain matchups, but still Manta style or
Yeah, I tried
something else would be
I tried
just
that
better.
facet yesterday.
S and Y.
And
How did it work out?
It was terrible. Somebody in my Twitch chat said that you can no longer be slowed, but the trade-off is that you're permanently slowed. And I was like, this is exactly how it feels. I got a swift blink. I blinked, and I'm like, why am I not going faster? Like
you have to use the river. That's why.
I was using the river. And I don't get that either, because she's a snake. She's not a fish. So why is she going faster in the river?
Snakes can sometimes go faster in the river, and especially because it's shallow water,
Yeah,
so
the
they just
trouts.
move more freely because it's
Trouts when they're jumping upstream.
A trout is not a snake.
Half a snake, like
Snakes and fish are sort of
they're
similar.
long.
Yeah, they're really long. I think we have the
like a
draft
tube
though.
of
We do have the draft. Let's focus our attention on that because we talked about, Dragon Knight still being very strong, or maybe extra strong right now. So we're expecting it banned, and it is banned. But I'm curious what the teams think about the other heroes and which other heroes they think is too strong to be let through. Beastmaster is still high up. There's Storm Spirit as well as Monkey King, Tiny, and Magnus. Thoughts?
Storm Spirits. That's
I mean, everybody tried it in their pubs, so I'm not surprised. It's still good, basically.
I think the offlaners are gonna be strong. The ones that are building into Vanguard / Halberd, like a Darkseer, maybe Centaur as well. Anything that can tank up early on is gonna be good because this item feels really nice right now. Gives you insane amount of regen, good stats. It's being built from the crown. It is dispellable, but overall it feels like a really nice item, especially on the Darkseer.
it's dispellable now.
It is dispellable.
Oh, okay.
The Halberd?
Interesting.
Yeah, it
Yes.
has been for a while. That's kind of why people stopped buying it, but the fact that it has a good build-up now actually makes it
I thought it was
semi-viable.
because you couldn't use it through the BKB anymore.
Well, that was there, but there was a period where you could halberd them right before they BKB'd and it wouldn't get dispelled. It felt so good
Yeah,
because
that
you
was
counter
the
the BKB.
best. That
Then
was
they
the-
finally removed that because it was a little bit too good. And then it just was languishing in bad item territory.
Bristle it still seems very good.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people playing this here. Even
And they're
though
playing
the-
it on green facet nowadays.
Yeah, because the spell lifesteal it has been nerfed from the bristle.
So
Back.
you can't spell lifesteal from reflect damage now. Is it only the quills that proc from
Yes.
your back?
Yes.
So if you buy Ags, you could still hypothetically Bloodstone lifesteal, correct? 'Cause I did see some people playing Bristleback buying Bloodstone with Ags. So like it could be like more. Obviously, it was way better in the previous case.
But then the AoE is also nerfed on the Bloodstone, and I think that was a pretty big
That
deal
was a
for
big
him.
one, yeah.
So I mean, the green facet was like good already, and they also didn't nerf the items that you would build with the green facet, and now with the halberd change as well, maybe this is like a halberd hero if you play it green and on the offlane.
I mentioned it. Emo Ember Spirit, double Divine Rapier. It's coming out.
Can someone make sense of this Tiny ban to me? I thought Tiny got like dumpster nerfed in a lot of ways.
I thought so too, but then I checked the numbers again because you are not dealing more damage with the Avalanche Toss combo.
Yeah.
Toss damage has been nerfed; it's down to 20%, but the damage numbers have been increased. Same goes for Avalanche as well. Avalanche is 400 damage now.
So it's like in some ways using the skills does more damage if you use them average or bad.
If you're
so
using it badly, it's good. But also the one that is surprising to me is that Kanda, which has been the core item on Tiny for quite some time now, has been, and this is not a Tiny item anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what they're going to be building into.
I think the 1 or 2 games where I looked at I didn't watch the games, but I looked. Yeah, it was just like Yasha, Blink, just like raw damage.
Tiny's win rate, it did go up, by the way, by 2%.
I'm really surprised.
It honestly, well, when I look at it, like the thing is, when you tossed the unit up, they wouldn't take the crash landing extra bonus damage. So if you're comboing a single guy, they're taking way more damage. You're taking double avalanche damage.
They're probably taking the same damage.
Well, no, you wouldn't deal the.
You used to do more damage with avalanche while you avatoss them. But now each individual skill does like.
Oh, this no. Okay, it no longer deals.
Anymore.
It no longer deals bonus damage to toss unit. That's interesting.
So it's probably like you said, if you toss a guy in there, they don't get the crash landing damage. So it's in some cases it's slightly more damage. In other cases it's about the same.
So this kind of makes the carry Tiny a little better because the way that you would want to play that is you avalanche. And then you slowly toss after. You wouldn't go for the double.
Yeah, you don't want the combo because you want those extra
because you
hits
want the hits and the timing. So yeah, this means the long chain stun combo is better. That is interesting that the win rate shoots up because of that.
Yeah.
There's also a chance that they just forgot to change the numbers, and it just still does do the double damage.
Maybe
that has happened.
That has happened before with Tiny.
I tried the Slark stacking where you get minus armor, and it literally says. Oh no, actually it doesn't stack. It's really bad. It's like -2 armor or something like that.
But it's better. The facet is still better than it was before.
Yeah,
because it's just like extra minus armor.
Yeah.
Did you not talk about playing Oracle against Dazzle really good? They banned out Oracle.
Oracle against Dazzle. Yeah, it felt quite good. Just because the poison touch has a much longer cooldown now because you can't lower it with weave. So if you just dispel the one guy that's on, then Dazzle's like, oh. I guess I'll just heal and grave people now. You know, it's a bit of a counter.
Man, it's so easy to just keep hitting because you're literally invulnerable.
Yeah.
To keep chaining the poison touch.
It's a Team Liquid hero anyway.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, Oracle is. That is for sure. Especially in combination with the Bristleback.
What do we want to see from position 4? The one hero that stands out to me a lot is Shadow Shaman. I think this hero feels really good with the chicken fingers.
It's good.
It's very good for trading because in the lane you do like if you're trading on the side with the enemy support, you are getting the extra hit because you're gonna hex him, even though it's only 1 second, but you get an extra hit plus the nuke as well. That's 2 hits plus a nuke during the hex. Feels really good.
That's cool.
I think Huerta is still good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the heroes that Boxy played. He played a few games, but it was all like
cool.
Traditional. A couple of people tried this too.
Core Mirana maybe?
Do you think it's gonna be core?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, this hero is, I would say, in a very good spot right now because you can go for the support build and you can also now you get to actually choose. This is something that I want to see on every single hero, but it's going to take us some time to balance it out. Where your one facet is actually good, also the talent tree as well. Mirana feels really nice to play. Boxy did play it yesterday, where he did go for the Starstorm facet, so it gives you 100% on the Starstorm damage. Feels really good.
Yeah, that seemed like the better one.
Yeah, I think it's a 60% chance with that facet.
With the Starstorm one?
Yeah.
But this is like the best trading you can imagine in lane, honestly, with that facet. This hero is crazy. Also,
I didn't know it did blind.
She was made into an agility hero, and while she was a universal hero, you finally got like this extra damage in the laning phase that Mirana always wanted because she's always had this crazy attack range, right?
Yeah.
And so it's this weird thing where like they made her universal, and so therefore her damage got way higher, and then they put her back to agility, and now her damage is just still high. When in like Dota's history, her damage has not been high.
It's not like Snoop Dogg high, but it's like
it's not.
It's like in the middle. It feels good to play with.
Right. It's like Dr. Dre high. It's like only when you're producing.
Mars. Recent changes to him. The other facet, not the Bloodsport facet, the victory one, has been buffed, so you're getting 50% of the damage as well on your allies who are inside of the arena. During the kill, you can't really enter the arena to get it. You need to be inside when the kill happens. I want to see which one he's going to go for. It's going to be good against Bristleback because you're going to be turning Bristle with the spear, so that's great, and also against Mirana so that she can't leap away.
Cinderin played this yesterday and actually learned that you don't need to hit spears on Mars for it to be a good hero. So you can...
Arena is the key.
The arena is the key. Yeah, it's all about that arena, keeping that vision out.
Yeah, it was kind of annoying. I was playing Dazzle against it, and I'd have to like ulti my guy into the circle just so I could see in there to try to save people.
What was changed on Rubik?
They changed his mana facet, the one where the mana you spend on stolen spells, it got increased a lot. So
Hell yeah! Lock that shit in, brother.
The big man is back on campus.
I was thinking about Pudge earlier because I saw like, oh, they're gonna do like Frostbite into like a root into an air combo, but then it made me think of that like slight chains into Pudge hook.
Yeah.
They've got two really good ways to like set up and kill Ember Spirit in this game.
Yeah, this is
it's an insane
combo.
hero. It is such a strong core hero right now. It's not a support anymore because you don't have the Flare's hook anymore. You don't have the shard to save people. You don't have that extra cast range. But you're going to be playing as a core. Rot deals insane amount of damage. I'm still waiting for some Mask of Madness, some Basher to come out.
There was one player that did Mask of Madness in this team on that hero, and they lost really badly. It's not.
I think
Mask can't be good.
I think Echo Saver. Because you can get the harpoon later, and that's
okay.
Really solid, and you're like double slowing them into the rot.
I think Aghanim Scepter on core Pudge is not going to be like the core item.
I don't think you go for it
I don't think you need it.
I
think you want to have more tankiness, and you want to have because you're losing more HP with Aghanim Scepter, and you don't need it to get that extra damage from the rot.
But what about the farm speed? Like you're going to kill creeps faster. You're going to do generic damage in the team fight. If your Flesh Heap blocks most of it, if you just get a little magic resistance, you don't take rot damage.
The problem is you need to have the Flesh Heap up every time to farm creeps, and if you have the Aghanim Scepter, and if you don't have Ags, you don't need to have the Flesh Heap up all the time to farm. So it kind of like evens out in that way, because then you're not killing yourself. Like that's the problem, is it kills you.
What are you getting for AoE damage then? Because by all means, like your right click should be good, but if you're not going to buy.
I think you're getting Echo Saber S and Y.
Is that enough attack speed? And you have to rot to get increased damage anyways. I feel like there's holes in your guys' plan.
And if Mickey is the one playing the Pudge, do we know if he has practiced enough? We do not, because he's hiding.
I feel like I've seen him play Pudge before. He seems like one of those carries that's like, I like playing Pudge.
Yeah. But how much did he, try out different
That's what I'm looking into,
That's
Shiver,
why they
and when I
picked
find
Crystal
out...
Maiden, so he can't miss the hook,
Yes.
and Mickey's going to look...
Honestly, CM Pudge is like, it's very hard to theory craft a stronger lane than this. It's very frustrating to play against. You almost need to like cut the wave, but even if you do that, you get Frostbit and he hooks you into tower. That can even be a very difficult. It's like guaranteed kill combo. I'm curious how your Cult Brothers deals with this.
Do you think that Crystal Maiden is going for the guard facet, or the one
For the
that
new
gives
one. For the new one that gives her more spell damage.
Yeah,
That
but
gives
it
her-
costs so much mana.
It does, but she also gets, like, at least later, she gets on level 10 some intelligence instead. That's the new talent.
I don't know if you need your CM to do damage in this game. I feel like just get the guard facet for trading and lane against Rubik.
Especially because Pudge is going to be there in there anyways.
That's also true. I think your guys are right. I forgot about the fast, but it actually does.
It's not a lot of raw, but it could matter here.
Oh, we got the mid Slardar.
Against Ember Spirit.
Yeah, that's really
Because you're going to be sitting in the river. This is something that Extreme Gaming has been using before. With XM, he was the one who kind of liked to play the mid Slardar. Now it does feel even better because the numbers are up and there's more rivers. So in theory, this hero should be good. Most definitely going to be beating Ember Spirit in the mid lane. And I don't know if you can flex it. I don't think that...
If he gets that facet that gives you armor when you lower their armor, it's actually quite good against you Cult Brothers. Against like Elder Titan, Mars, Ember Spirit. That's a lot of physical damage from those guys.
Something's fishy going on in this draft.
Yeah, Slark coming out too.
We're only missing one fish.
I think he did
Tidehunter.
And we would have all of them. Yeah, Tidehunter. Exactly.
And Naga Siren.
So there's a lot more fish.
She's an eel.
This is a smart pick though, because if you look at all the cores on Team Liquid, they're all really tanky strength hero type heroes. He's gonna be happy to slap them. Mage Slayer could be good depending on what build Mickey goes, but I'm imagining they're gonna get a lot of mana and stats drained, and Ame's gonna have a relatively good time.
There's a lot of pressure on Ame here. I feel like up until this last pick, I was thinking Liquid's this is like a 90-20 draft Lacoste.
90-20, yeah.
I think this was really
It was 90-15 for me.
It was.
This Slark kind of salvages the draft. I thought that they were going to be in a lot of trouble. I was thinking maybe Ursa, the stacking damage against the cores that they did have, but Slark also works out. So I think this one's going to be interesting.
Slark?
Yeah, I'm really happy. I think Slark's going to be able to do some good stuff.
What do you make of this, Gunner?
I had the benefit of playing with some very good Slark players yesterday in Party Q.
That is true.
That was a support Slark, and I don't think that counts.
And we won. No, did we?
That one I don't think.
No, we did not win. No, but anyway, it's Slark. Yeah, it's fun. I'm happy to see Arme play it. I still think the heroes. I mean, it didn't really get buffed or that much or at all. Really, I don't know. It's not good. I don't know. I'm doubtful. I'm a little concerned. But if anyone's gonna make it happen, Arme would do it.
Yeah.
All right, zoom in on Gunner, please.
Purge wouldn't say it. I was trying to get him to say it. All right, you do the honors first. Zoom in on Gunner.
I don't know. Good question.
I would like to know. Mickey Pudge.
Oof.
Is it oof good? Is it oof good?
That's a good oof. That sounded like a bad.
Gunner, stop talking. Stop talking. You're reacting.
One question.
Purge, go ahead.
Slark against 3 tanky boys. Just okay. I think he thinks it's
Great,
a 90-20 also.
Thanks, Gunner.
That's good.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. This is a best of one. I just want to emphasize that because if you lose here, your fate is in the hands of hoping that there will be another iteration of a 3-way tie, it's coming later down the line.
It's like you're playing a best of 3 against multiple teams. It's like this cool format that we invented.
Basically, you need to win 2 games if you want to move through. Let's see who gets the first one on board as we're heading to game number 1. Yakult and Liquid.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to find out who's going to be having a chance of making it through these brutal tiebreakers here, the 3-way tiebreaker here at DreamLeague Season 25 Group Stage 1. We're going to start off with Yakult versus Liquid, and I'm excited to see this. We've got 2 teams. One of them's gone very much for... Whoa, there we go, Mickey. He's gone for the hook. See if he's going to be able to get anything with this, though. I mean, Yakult, they're not afraid of fighting back. And Arme... getting some stacks built up here against Sable. Like, yeah, they got the hook, but they didn't get anything else there. So nobody to die as of yet. But yeah, what's going to win? Sort of the new age Pudge carry? Well, obviously we did see it in the past. But in terms of like
new age
strength and buff, the rotten core is what's elevating this hero to another level in the carry position. Is that going to be able to beat kind of the old age Slark? You know, Arme, he's a Slark enjoyer. He really wants to make this hero work. It didn't have anything crazy done in this patch. So I feel like it's probably still going to be the same situation as it was last patch. It was a bit of a bad one.
Yeah, I don't even think Slark in the past was that good versus Pudge, just because the Pudge Axe gives health regen reduction. So
yeah, you just kind of die.
You kind of die when you go at him. Yeah, so you have to go Mage Slayer, which I think he's probably going to queue up and go.
Okay.
But it's a good Mage Slayer game versus Bristle and Pudge.
Sure.
To credit Ame, but I don't know. I'm usually not too big of a fan of Slark, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people believe in the Slark. But let's see what he's got in store for us, Arme. Looking at the other lanes, so we're getting this exciting action from Nisha in the mid, bringing the Slardar in. I think a lot of people felt with this patch and the map changing everything, a lot of reasons for Slardar stonks to be rising, and to the point where, you know, obviously in the past we have seen it be tried on previous patches, sometimes in the mid lane. This could be a pretty good patch to bring back this mid lane Slardar.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how he uses the extra rivers. If he actually uses them to gank or how much fighting. Because there's a lot more fighting in water. And the starter innate is he gets basically just stronger in water. He gets armor, he gets movement speed, he gets damage, HP, like anything you could ask for, he kind of gets. And I don't know. It was one of those things that was kind of a meme that it wouldn't really be used ever, except for chasing people with the ult. That was the only benefit. But now there's a lot of map case usage for it. And this matchup in particular, we've seen Slardar Ember a lot. And it usually goes in the favor of Slardar pretty heavily. I would say around the like level 3 timing is when Slardar card starts winning the lane. So curious to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, early levels so far, Emo doing pretty nicely here with the harassment. I mean,
oh no!
Oh my goodness, he's just straight up dead. Nisha completely not respecting Emo's damage output there. As I mean, that was easy for Emo.
Yeah.
There's nothing else to be said about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Well, the level 2 did hit that 3 timing.
Same time though, top lane. McKay and Insania able to strike and get themselves a kill against Baboka. So a little bit of fortune for Liquid on that safe lane. And of course, you can see on the CS so far, Mick is having a great time. We'll get to see what exactly happened here. It was just a beautiful hook, yeah. Max range there, the setup from Insania. Easy one for Mickey. Back in the action in the mid. CS is still very good on sort of both side lane carries right now. You know, the pressure, it's a little more that's being applied to Arme down bottom, but he's not falling too far behind. The CS situation in the mid, obviously that's where the concern is. Oh, not again.
No, he's okay.
Okay. I mean, okay is a relative term.
It feels
It's,
bad when
7-0.
Yeah.
It's a tough start for Nisha.
Ember, as a hero, most of the time when you're drafting versus it, and you counterpick it, you specifically want your mid to kind of crush him because he's this weak laner that is so strong when he gets free lanes. And many times in the past, whether I'm the one playing mid or it's someone else, and you'll see a counterpick matchup happening, and the guy who counterpicks loses, and just everything just feels really awkward. Because this whole game plan of they picked Slaughter specifically to win mid, and now he's dying, and so there's a lot of things that change.
There's some sort of like big brain idea in the whole scope of the game, but you would say a lot of it did kind of rely on Nisha coming out on top of the matchup mid.
Yeah. So definitely, I think Slaughter is a stronger hero than he's been in the past. So he's going to be able to have more impact. It's just basically a question of now is Ember going to have too free of a game? Liquid's heroes aren't the best at dealing with Ember. It's basically only Frostbite, I would say, as a way to counter him. Or, you know, maybe hit a hook, maybe hit an arrow. But these are kind of question marks.
On top. Well, they tried to make the effort there onto Zeal. Didn't quite have enough damage for him. Baboka is going to slap back pretty hard at the two of them. He's got telekinesis at the same time. Bottom lane, Saberlight. Gonna go for Tian Ming. Does he want to dive the tower? No, can't go for it. Ame's going to turn and try and fight back. Can't do it on his own, though. The Boxy and Saberlight will be allowed to walk. Ame will return to hitting the creeps and continue to do a very good job of that. As I say, you know, both safe lane carries getting pretty free farm right now. Not too much pressure being put on by either off lane setups there. Zeal, he missed. Might have died anyway. I don't know if it would have pushed Mickey back far enough to stop him from rotting him down. But, as it goes, another kill for Liquid on that top lane bottom.
Too and a hook.
It's the Ame and Tian Ming able to get themselves some action and a permanent stack for Ame. There's the setup. I mean, they're making it look pretty easy with this 1-2 combo. Works out again. Killing spree for Mickey. Mickey trying to block off Zeal so Zeal can't chase down and threaten. Mickey's CM back up. Bottom lane, Tianming. Dead to box. These side lanes starting to really kick off with the action. Things have calmed down a little bit in the mid lane. And the recovery from Nisha still a bit of a road to go down. 28-7 on Emo against Nisha's 19 for 5. Still over a full wave ahead.
Yeah, and Orbic Corrosion is kind of making a comeback for Ember, which I like. It got changed a bit in the patch. Now it gives agility and I think it's just slow now. It used to be it did a little damage if they removed that. And so he's back to this very oppressive. He wins the lane, maxes slight, Orbic Corrosions you. So Nisha's going to have a hard time getting his level 6 and fighting the 6 rune specifically.
Sure.
And that's a big timing for Ember.
And what is the build for Slardar in the mid lane? What are you rushing? Are you getting some sort of right-click, you know, attack speed enabling item, or are you just focusing on that blink timing?
I think in this game, probably a blink.
Top lane Mickey. He's getting dove under the tower. Nobody's here to help him. He's just dead. Same time in the mid, they're going to try for Emo. Okay. I mean, he's going to get a walk back to say, I guess they didn't want to try and continue to punch him because they knew he had Mango. So he'd be able to Mango and jump out.
I thought they would have just tried to force the Mango.
Yeah, why'd they stop hitting him? Are we missing something there? Because I imagine the only reason they'd stop hitting him because they're like, he's going to Mango and jump out. But you're right. Why not make him Mango and jump out? I don't know. Maybe they
weren't going to kill him. For the record, Ember was fine. It would have had to be a big mess up for him to die. I think it would be like 3 more hits from Nisha without him pressing any spells.
That's fair, that's fair. And it was around what the time the power rune had spawned. So he was like, I just want to get my power rune. I don't want to mess around with this in case I lose the power rune to someone else. Top lane, Tianming.
Emo's here.
This time he'll die for the dive. But indeed, with the backup of Emo, Yakult might be able to find more Liquid, though they are bringing in the numbers. Oh, that is a beautiful arrow there from Boxy into the crush from Nisha. There we go. They'll finally be able to shut down Emo as they have the control off the back of, very, very nice arrow angle hit there by Boxy on the Mirana. Space for Ame, though, with all this focus being drifted up towards the top lane. And we'll start to see what direction he wants to go with his build, which indeed, at the moment, as you say, does look to be that Mage Slayer rush. See what, I mean, he might change his mind on that because he's just got a lot of money, right? He's having a very easy time here. So there are definitely opportunities for him to go various ways. That's the one thing about Slark. Maybe because Slark isn't that great. It doesn't always seem like there's a cookie cutter build for him, right? There's a lot of ways you can go with Slark.
You can go, there's Ags builds, there's Shadow Blade, Diffusal, Mage Slayer.
Midas.
He's
got 30. You don't think there's not a world where he's thinking about cooking up a Midas?
It's a cornucopia.
That Midas,
100%.
He's close to that Midas recipe gold.
Look, he's going to go to the enemy secret shop.
Okay.
He's going to buy the cornucopia.
Okay. He's a sensible man. There we go.
Yep. No double Battle Fury.
Unfortunately, not today. Hey, it got buffed. It's a little cheaper.
Did it?
Well, the damage is like less right on the numbers, but
Sure.
you can get
You
it
get it
sooner.
faster.
You get
Okay.
it, and the cleave's a little less, but you get it sooner.
Yep.
Anyway, how's Emo doing? Talking about Battle Furies. I remember back in the day on the Ember, but it's not happening nowadays.
I miss physical Ember.
You know
so
what I mean?
much.
A nice
I do.
Battle Fury and a Daedalus.
You get the rapier.
Chef's kiss.
6th item.
Yep. Oh, Boxy. He has got Nisha by his side as well, and Emo's going to have to run away from this one. Doesn't want to get caught out here. Same time as we're getting back up top. Zeal is nearly hitting the level 6 here on the Ember, but already, with 2 braces, phase boots on Mickey. The Pudge is kind of hard to gank, right? Mickey, if they want to try and do something about him, Yakko, I mean, I don't even know. They have to bring up like the Ember and the ET, have the arena set up, and then maybe they can try and go on the Pudge. Outside of that, it's not easy to try and tackle Mickey in this laning stage, especially when he has the rest of his team wrapping around this tier 1. Look at the punish steal. Mickey opens up with the Dismember.
He's 2 creeps from 6.
He's trying to push it back with the God's Rebuke, but he's very dead. Instania, he'll be the one to borrow the kill. And they'll push on towards the tower. Fortification comes out.
Alright, so something interesting Mickey's doing with the Pudge. So yesterday we saw Pure. He went, I think, pretty standard Pudge build at the start.
Oh, we're getting the Mask of Madness, right?
He's going Mask of Madness.
This is the correct build. I mean, this is, I feel like when you read the patch notes, this is what first comes to mind.
So
right?
what? You like Raw E
and then
Mask of Madness.
Exactly.
And you just right click.
And you hit super hard. They can't run away because they're under the rot. They're getting slowed. Like this, when you read what Rotten Core does and gives you, just to refresh you boys and girls at home, this increasing attack damage each second that you're keeping the rot on, up to a maximum of like 80% at max level rot.
We're trying to get Nisha the body blocks.
There's some good blocks from Tian Ming.
Wait, there's an arena.
It's not going to be enough though. Zeal? Yeah, he's still not 6 yet. He needs like that 1 or 2 more creeps here on Zeal.
Boxy.
I think down to the low ground. Arme's going to go for this. Jumps down. Spear won't be enough damage to kill Boxy, and now Arme's in a bit of a dangerous spot. Gets caught by the crush. They have to stomp to hold back Mickey. Now the arena's up. Level 6 has been hit, and it hit at a perfect time to allow them to get Nisha and Mickey. I mean, that is a little bit messy, but the fact that he hits 6 when he does steal, it makes the fight beautiful for Yakko. They might even get a third. They've got their lift up from Baboka, pounce forward from Arme. Big kills, big fight from Yakko round the mid off the back of Zeal, hitting the 6.
What a wild fight. They start on Emo. He barely kind of dodges the arrow at the start. And then you see everyone TP, try to kill Nisha. Then they're like, oh, wait, our Mars doesn't have 6.
When does he get the 6, actually? Let's have a look again.
He gets it right now, I think, off his last creep.
Who's the MVP is going to be whoever nuked the creeps. You know what I mean?
Arme, unintentionally?
It was, Dark Pact. There you go, Arme. Doing it for the boys there, getting those creeps killed, getting Zeal is 6, getting that arena up, trapping them in. No chance for the rest of Liquid to save them.
Yeah, great turnaround.
Yeah, solid team fight from Yakko. And keeping Arme, of course, involved in the action. He's already got 4 permanent agility with his stacks. And the farm is fantastic. I don't remember the last time I saw a Slark this far ahead at 11 minutes into a game. This has got to be the best start a Slark's had in an official in quite some time here.
Yeah, almost at 6,000 net worth. And it is, when he's ahead, it's a really good Slark game. Versus Pudge and Bristle, if you have an item advantage and you're not scared of their AoE damage, which is what this item advantage does for you, then it's an amazing Slark game. It's more of when the game is pretty close or the Slark slightly behind that the Pudge, the Bristlebag matter way more in terms of the AoE damage. And speaking of that, Saberlight is going for Ags.
Okay.
Which I don't know, because you specifically can't buy Bloodstone on Bristleback anymore.
Sure, so it's like, what is the build beyond the Agonies now?
Is it just a, I guess it's just a casual Ags for the damage that it provides? It just feels, I know in the past, people would almost go even the Voodoo Mask before they finish their Ags or right after they finish their Ags. Specifically, the patch changed a lot of spell lifesteal interactions or just lifesteal interactions. And
so wait, so just to point out for the viewers.
Yeah.
But if you get the Ags and use the active of the Bristle,
you're
still spell
yes.
lifestealing, right? You're just not getting the spell lifesteal from the passive effect.
So effectively, anything that's a reflect, so Blade Mail or Bristleback, the passive procs of Quills, I think Lotus Orb, stuff like that. Anything that's kind of considered a reflection.
Yeah, it's classified. So it's like kind of a new term, right, that they're using in the game, right? Reflection damage.
Yes. That is unable to be spell lifestealed.
Yeah.
So I think we're probably not really going to see Bloodstone on Bristol anymore. Collapse actually did it yesterday.
He still bought the
And he
Bloodstone.
won.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, for sure, right? You're still going to get the benefit, but just not quite as crazy as it was before. Top lane. Get the jump in onto Mickey. They'll kill off the Pudge. We'll see if Arme can start cleaning up more.
Good
It's a
stomp.
good sleep. And the splitter coming in for Tian Ming. Oh, it's beautiful stuff there from the ET. Double kill for Arme. And again, Yako. These guys here with these team fights they keep looking for. I mean, it's a Slark's dream. Arme's turning up. He's 3-0-4. Like they're making this game beautiful for him. You see the smiles on Yakult's here. There's a team that they're vibing right now.
Yeah.
And Liquid, I think they're going to start panicking.
You definitely get very stressed out when you're fighting into a Slark in the early game.
And he's doing this well.
Because again, Slark is not really a teamfight hero. He wants to be on the sidelines or picking off with 1 or 2 bonus heroes. And you're taking 5v5 fights with Bristleback and Pudge early game, which are both supposed to be good in these 5v5 fights, and just losing them. And I think it's just Cole has way better teamfight. They're fighting into an arena, fighting into an Elder Titan. Even an Ember when he's this far ahead is pretty much a team fighter. And I think Liquid probably needs to wait for a big timing before they start continuing to do these fights.
I mean, it already feels like Arme is getting very far ahead of anyone else in this game. If one more team fight occurs like this and he comes out on top, again, just picking up kills and not getting punished, it will get to the point where the Slark is absolutely out of control.
Yes. When the Slark gets Ags, he's going to be strong. I feel like Ags plus Sanji and Yasha is the big, almost GG timing. That enough HP, even if you stun him, he's going to have the status resistance and ability to jump around the fight. Bristol won't kill him or survive, especially with the fact you don't get the spell lifesteal from these passive quills. You basically have this one timing in the fight where you press your Ags, and I think that might be it. So we'll see. I think Nisha's going for... He's not going to go for the Blink. He's going for Echo Saber. I'm just not seeing any good timings.
Like where's the playmaking from Liquid? Because we saw it in the lane, right? It was the whole kind of frostbite into hook, but outside of the laning stage, you're not really going to get yourselves the situation to execute that and have some sort of crazy impact, especially when the problem right now is that it's 5 members of Yakult running at you.
I'm so happy Tian Ming. He actually stood in the health regen after the Tormentor. I think that's the first player from replay I've watched that stood in that healing from Tormentor.
Yeah. Well, 2% of your max HP every second for 15 seconds after you kill the Tormentor if you stay in that area.
It lets you kind of stay on the map after doing it, especially now that it's a 15-minute Tormentor instead of 20.
Yep.
It's a really big objective now. There's only one on the map at a time. Starts spawning at 15 minutes, and then I believe it also gives everyone 200 gold in addition to the shard, or 250 gold. So instead of being this 1,400 gold swing, it's about over a 2,000 gold swing.
Trying for the setup in the mid, but that lone creep there was enough to block the arrow coming in. Aghanim's is online from Arme. As I say, this is going to be the quickest time we've seen on a Slark in a while. The hook's going to miss from Mickey. Yeah, 16 minutes in, Mage Slayer Aghanim's on Slark. You don't see that in this current day and age, but we're seeing it here today. Arme going to try and start the fight. They'll catch him with the Dismember. I've got the ult coming out from Insania. Heavy damage bringing him low, but the Shadow Dance from Arme is healing him up. Splitter comes in onto Insania. Arme turns towards the CM. They'll bring down the CM. Now they look towards Mickey. The second pounce comes in. Mickey's in trouble. He'll get out the side, but Ima's ready to chase forward with the Remnant. They picked up the 2 of them. Nisha looks for Baboka, but Arme's ready to turn back in. They'll push back Nisha with the God's Rebuke. Jump forward from Emo. They kill off the Slardar. Now Emo and Zeal, they're ready to chase over for Saberlight as well. Sleight of Fist chains into the Spear. They clean up all 5 of them. As Yakult today, their teamfight prowess, it's unstoppable.
They hit all their timings, they hit all their spells. Ame even got, I think, full duration arrow in the middle of the fight, just stood there, took barely any damage.
They couldn't kill him.
Yeah.
He's that far ahead. This is the Slark of your nightmares that you'll remember, boys and girls, from that pub
This
game
is why people
where there was this hero that you could just never kill.
Yeah.
And this is one of the reasons why, while Slark, he's had a bit of a bad time in terms of how good he's been in competitive games, and it's because if they even just fine-tune him, give him that little bit of a buff, this hero can be ridiculous. And Arme showing us what, as I said, is not easy to pull off. He's had a beautiful start, and now thanks to the way that the team, it's just the teamwork, right? The way they're getting him involved in the action, making these moves across the map, it's accelerating this Slark play to the next level, and to a point where, how do Liquid stop this Slark?
It's really hard. And also, speaking of teamwork, I want to point out Zeal's item build.
Yep.
So he went for Vlad's first item.
Yep.
And now he's going for a Deso, which I think is super, super cool because they're already team fighting constantly. They have 3 melee cores that are going to go in and using the spell lifesteal.
Oh, look at this in the mid. They get the setup on towards Nisha. Nisha's going to try and stand his ground. The splitter's going to come out. The telekinesis back into the splitter there. They take him out. Emo's able to jump away with the remnant. Tianming and Baboka, they're falling very low. The frostbite's there is actually enough to kill Tianming, though. He's going to, okay, does die, but it will cost Instania's life to stick around, and Arme is able to clean up Boxy at the side as well, as these trades just continue to get worse and worse for Liquid. Yako balling out of control.
Oh, no. Arme bot.
What's he going for next?
TPing. Sabret's kind of just stuck in no man's land.
Oh,
they missed the chance. He's toast.
He is.
Another frostbite follow-up.
Another essence shift stack for Arme.
It's so hard. You want to play mid because it matters so much for the map control to play mid, but you can't play mid versus Ember Spirit when he's this far ahead.
Yeah, they're just getting dismantled.
It feels awkward how they play the map.
And look at this Arme. He might just find himself another one. And at this point, Mickey, what's he got?
He's got a sentry.
He has. He's got detection at the ready. Mickey can't hide from this. Another one for Arme. Unstoppable on the Slark. And it really is at this point, right? If you're Liquid, if you're any of Liquid's heroes, Liquid's players, you're looking at this Slark, and nobody feels good about playing into this Slark right now. Got the setup here onto Emo. Do they have the damage? They do. Liquid able to find a chance to take Emo down. Meanwhile, they're on the top lane. 19 minutes in, they are losing their tier 2 tower. Indeed, that Deso on top of the Vlad's now online for Zeal.
The scary thing for Liquid right now is, so because of the format, if they lose this first game to Yakult, and then Yakult wins the second game,
it's over.
They could be out with this one loss, right? It's not a best of 3. You don't get 2 chances. Their second chance of losing this game is to force another round of tiebreakers. Like, that's your best bet if you're losing a game. And usually most formats it's a best of 3, so you kind of get this, 2 chances to win. Everything's fine and dandy. So there's honestly a lot of pressure. You can't lose any game. So,
no. Every game is absolutely that important in this best of 1 3-way tiebreaker. And so far, Yako, they are looking on fire today. Saberlight, they'll drop the arena for him. Arme, and he's got the Dark Pack, immediately removing off the arrow connection. They get the kill, and he's ready to try and turn over towards Mickey. Mickey, not going to get clipped by the dust. They might still find him. Yeah, Emo gets him with the slight chains. Mickey dead again. Oh, it's getting messy. It's getting messy. Liquid, what do they do?
I think they need to play more pickoffs on the side lanes. I think a Blink Dagger as well for either Mickey or for Nisha, just to kind of start the fights in some way. Maybe you get a dash into a stun into an arrow follow-up.
Nisha, they got him. Chains are there, into the stomp, Tianming, and they're ready to just play around with him.
The river though, movement speed.
Not gonna save him. Another one for Yako. At this point, they're just making it look easy, Gun.
It is easy
Liquid
now.
with this lineup, at this deficit, 21 minutes in, being down 13k, they just can't help but look rather helpless, right? Like, what do they do? What hero can do anything in this position, in this situation?
I'm not really sure. I think... So Saberlight has his Ags, which... It's still Ags as strong as ever. So the damage from Bristleback is the exact same as it always was. You have all these quills, they stack, they do the same damage. The biggest thing is you just can't sustain yourself with lifesteal off of it in the fights. But there's worlds that they get a good fight. I think it's probably an arrow at this point. Just a crazy hook on the high ground from Mickey or an arrow from Boxy.
No, there's the blink on Nisha.
Okay. I think it's correct. This Roche could be the turning point.
It's a chance for Liquid here.
Yeah. Yakult brothers, their Roshan is not that fast. It's actually going to give time for Liquid to go. And if they get a good stun into arrow on a core.
Well, let's have a look what Liquid try. Nisha. Where's he going to make the jump? Mickey's going to start walking in to get the slight change onto the 2 of them. Arme jumps straight over towards Mickey. The splitter coming in. It's beautiful. No. Down the 3 of them. Mickey getting focused by Arme. He's gone. They lose Boxy as well. Yako forcing Liquid away. They tried to make a play around the blink pickup of Nisha. But they're just too far behind Gunner. They just jump into their own death. Insania lucky to get out. Zeal will have a bit of mercy for him, let him live. But the other 4 are all dead. Aegis picked up. And Liquid, I think they know it at this point. Highly likely they're just going to have to be hoping for the best. The second game in this 3-way tiebreaker does not go the way of Yakults, because turning this game around, it's looking more and more impossible by the minute.
I'm trying to think, if you're in Liquid's head, what do you want to do at this point?
I don't know. Look at the net worth, right?
Look at the Rubik's net worth.
Yeah, he's higher than all the cores of Liquid. And that can happen in a game, but I feel like rarely it's 23 minutes in, and none of the cores on Liquid are having a game.
Usually you want one, you know, the comeback is you've got one guy.
You got one guy.
You got
they don't even have one
mid.
guy.
Their guy is a Pudge, who has Maskman as Glimmer. Which is, you know, I don't think it's bad. I think this build is fine. It's just, you know, you have to look at Mickey and say, you got to carry this game by yourself. You have to right-click this Slark, who can't be right-clicked, or AoE him down versus a Mage Slayer. So, just the matchup is bad, and the Slark pick's working out really well.
It really is. I mean,
Panel was a fan of it. Ame played it beautifully.
I was skeptical because Slark's a Slark, and again, I feel like a lot of this is down to the player and the team. You know, this hero is not broken. It's not OP. But Ame, this game, and as I said, just the way that the team has managed to enable him, it's been perfect. It's been absolutely perfect.
Boxy.
This is just top-class stuff from Yakult. They are completely dismantling Liquid in a game, as we told, it's a very important game, and Liquid just looking completely lost.
The new Abyssal Blade is bought by Ame. I don't really know how to feel about this item. So it's basically, instead of Vanguard, it's now Assange.
Okay.
But you don't get the
status
resistance, because that's only Assange and Yasha specific.
So you're getting the slow resist. Obviously, for Slark, I guess you're getting this boost in...
I think it's just more damage.
The health regen and...
yeah.
And with the lifesteal, amp's nice because when he's playing around with the Vlad so he is getting lifesteal, so that's going to be boosted up.
There's the Abyssal on the Nisha.
Has he got any way out of this Nisha?
He's sure.
He's
fast,
speedy.
Though.
You know, he's speedy, but the pounce... not going to miss it. Doesn't miss.
He was going upstream.
Oh, that's true.
If he was going downstream, that's a little more movement speed.
Maybe. The river working against him there.
I wonder if anyone actually thinks about that in the game, because I know they talked about the mighty mines, the wishing well on last. But did you ever actually go somewhere thinking about that?
No,
I never did personally.
I feel some carry players did though. Like when you're playing like a TB or something, you were farming around the regen area.
Yeah. I know
at least it felt good. It wasn't like I'm gonna stay here and only farm this part of the map, but it was like you would be aware of it when you're in those kind of couple of camps. Godlike on Ame.
9-0-11.
I mean, this is coming into a 3-way tiebreaker. If you're Yakult, this has got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah.
You're like, guys, we just got to win 2 best of ones today, and then bam, first best of 1 against Liquid, and you're doing this.
It also feels good. I would say going to the second game. For me, I would always rather be the team that plays the first series, because going into the second game, you're playing, for Gaming Gladiators perspective, they're playing versus the Cult Brothers who are warmed up. They just come off a win. They're looking to close it out. So, Gaming could have a rough situation just like Liquid if Cult wants to play it that way. And Shadowblade now. Okay, Ame just wants to kill everyone. He doesn't even care about ending the game.
All right, Liquid, what do they got? Anything big coming up soon on their items?
Maybe a buyback from Nisha soon. He's fine. Okay.
He's lucky to live there. Very lucky to live.
Honestly, probably the Shivas from Nisha is the biggest timing. So Shivas does the HP damage reduction, or HP like healing, lifesteal reduction, which will matter a lot for Slark, I would say. So maybe make it against the Shivas, and he's able to survive Slark's ult initiation and kill him after. That it's kind of the only timing. Other than that, you're asking for 3,000 more gold for Nisha's Ags, which is not really a realistic ask in a game like this. She was about 800 gold away. It's just hard.
Yeah, it's very hard.
So sometimes in games like this, you're super behind. It's not so much what you have to do to win, but you have to play till the enemy makes mistakes.
Yeah.
And the simplest way for that is high ground.
And it really just feels like Yakult, they haven't made any mistakes in this game. This has really been up there with one of their best performances, just as a team. Like they're looking on top of the world.
I also need to credit Liquid. They're dying in silence, right, and pushing out. But often it's better to do a bit of the splitting, pushing out lanes, actually farming. Because if you end up in this situation where you're stuck in your base the whole time, you'll never get gold. And they would be probably behind the same gold, if not more, but they would have less gold as a team. So it's always trying to find the balance between, hey guys, we have to shove all 3 lanes, farm jungle, and not get caught. It's just sometimes very hard based on the draft. I would say heroes like Nyx Assassin, super good at catching like rats, right? These little guys are scurrying in the tree line, cutting every way they can. In this game, Yakult has Ame, which is even scary because not only is it almost as good as catching as the Nyx, but it's a core who's doing it.
Splitter coming in. They've got the arena in. They've trapped Mickey. There's no way to get him out. Mickey's just dead.
No Shivas yet.
They might be ready to dive here. There's Emo charging in, has the chains opening. Ame gets in on top of the bristle. The spear to turn him around. Saberlight's gone. We'll see how much more of this Liquid want to endure. They might try and hold on, of course, as I say, with the importance of these best of ones, but down 27k, 28k, getting completely annihilated. They've had enough. GG is called. Yakult. What a best of one for them. They take the first victory here in a 3-way tiebreaker for them now. All they've got to do is win one more BO1 against Gaming, and then they'll be the ones moving on. Liquid, on the other hand, they're going to be hoping and praying that Gaming are able to take a game off Yakult. Because, yeah, looking this different here between these two teams, you got to remember both of these teams, right? They're here because they're all at the same level on the results from Group 1.
They're all 7 and 7.
7 and 7. But we just saw a massive disparity between what they were able to execute here today, right, in this first series, right? It was even close, Gun. This was it was almost like a pub stomp.
I think, honestly, after Nisha died mid, everything after that point in the game was downhill. There was a couple kills. I think Mickey and Insane did top. They did pretty well with the
but at the end,
trades.
Sure, but at the end of the day, it's like whoop-de-doo, you hit Frostbite hook. That's kind of what they brought to the play, brought to the show. Sure. That was it. And then there was nothing from them. They just got destroyed.
I think their draft just ended up not really working out the way they were expecting it to.
Sure.
And for Yakult Brothers, it worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
They pick Ember, gets counterpicked mid, still solo kills his lane. Slark, counterpick his lane, complete free farm, gets to run around the map. Mars, I think Zeal had a bit of a rough one, but he still came back, had that arena. He just like hit 6 in this middle team fight, gets like a 2-man arena, kills the court. I think ever since that one mid fight, the game was all Yakult Brothers.
No, it really was. It really was an absolute highlight reel from them throughout the entirety of this one. They take the first best of one here at the 3-way tiebreaker, and Ame on his Slark. He'll be doing that again. I said I don't think a lot of carries can do it, but Ame, he can. Brings the Slark out, 14-0-11.
That was not even close. That was devastation, as Jenkins would say. And Yakult Brothers, they get the honor of playing again in a little bit. You only 2 wins to move forward here in this tiebreaker, and Team Liquid, they just have to sit at the sidelines and really hope that there will be a tie once again after this. But this was not it from Liquid. But I do want to start with the positives, because I do think Lacoste, we did see Yakult Brothers just absolutely dominate.
They did, and I think this moment here is what turns the whole game around. 10 minutes in, they bring 5 heroes. Immediately, they get level 6 on Mars. They land a really good arena. They kill multiple heroes. And I also gotta give credit to Tianming. This guy has been owning ever since he kind of joined the scene. He's been so stable. I was talking about in the green room that he looks like Whitemon from Tundra. These 2 guys are just insanely talented for position 5.
honestly, shout-outs to Ame as well. You know, Tianming, of course, supporting Ame, giving him the... he looked very excited at the end of that game.
He did, yeah.
He the absolute slow blink into not caring about winning.
He already knew he won earlier. Like, he already celebrated by...
Maybe that's why.
The moment the Slark was picked, at least his position 5 can be excited about winning the game. It's enough excitement for the both of them. But yeah, I mean, on the previous patch, I think we'd look at a Slark game like that and be like, oh, it's the perfect Slark game, but this is the bait. This is what like makes Ame like pick me Slark, and then it's just over. But in this game, like it seems like Slark is just a decent hero on this patch.
It definitely looks like it. And also the itemization coming out from him. He did go for Mage Slayer, same goes for Ember Spirit. So you had 2 Mage Slayers against Bristleback, against Pudge, removing some of that spell damage, which did work out really nicely. This is the item when you're playing against Bristleback still, and maybe some questionable item choices, facets coming out from Team Liquid.
Which ones?
Can we start with the elephant in the room then? Or rather, the Pudge in the room?
Mask of Madness into Glimmer Cape?
I
don't know.
Production computer, can we get a Mask of Madness on the screen right now, please?
No, we cannot. We do not have that technology.
I think that...
Imagine Mask of Madness on full screen right now.
Imagine that. And the thing is, on Pudge, this silences you. This
lowers your armor.
You're already really low armor against a Slark. He's lucky that he didn't go the minus armor facet on Slark, because that would have been even more minus armor.
It would have been a disaster. But yeah, also, I think Bristleback should be played on green facet most of the time.
Too.
Maybe they thought Pudge...
Can you, because obviously he went for Warpath.
He
it's the
did.
one where you can't see your allies, but your Warpath is better. What's the green facet?
The green facet is the one where you're shooting goose instead of the quill sprays, and also allows you to hit an earlier timing compared to the red facet, where you're going for smaller items. You're building into Blade Mail, you're building into Shard, Glimmer Cape if necessary, SNY, Lotus, or whatever it's necessary, and you're being much more active on the map. But I also want to talk about Mars, because this is the kind of first time I'm seeing it. It's the new thing in the patch where he did go for Vlad's, amplifying damage and the lifesteal of his teammates, and he also did go for the Victory Feast facet, which is a bit of a new one. This is the one that got buffed yesterday, so you are getting, let me just check the numbers, 30% max HP heal, 20% attack damage. Allies do receive 50% of those bonuses, and it lasts for 20 seconds. So Slark's getting more heal, Slark's getting more damage, plus the Vlad's on top of that, which lasts for 20 seconds with the stacks, and he's going in just cleaning up afterwards.
Yeah, it also seems like it made the game way more straightforward for them to play. They could just run around arena, and every time they took a fight, they won the fight, because Liquid wasn't able to fight like that, and then buildings fall and Liquid lose. That's just basically how it went. To get those fights, though, I'm sure some good vision was needed. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Shiver. And for the Kadea award of the game, it doesn't always have to be an inanimate, kind of freaky object that gives you vision. Sometimes it's a hero that has 1800 night vision, and that's Slark. This guy is very good at finding and hunting his enemies. Look at this one. Nighttime, running through the river in his natural fish habitat, and he finds this fat sack of meat ready to steal his attributes that Pudge has also been getting. Look at this damage. It's incredible. Mickey can't do anything. At any point, he can turn an ulti, but the Dark Pack's just going to remove it. Ame can do whatever he wants. Unstoppable. 3,000 net worth over any other hero. And look how frontliney he's ready to be constantly. He's like, oh, there's a fight? Send me in. They can't do anything against me. They can throw some stuns. They can do a little damage, but he's getting healed. He's regenning. He just hard counters this Pudge. And he was essentially the ward of the game just because of his high net worth, his spotting of his opponents, his frontlining. He gave his team all the frontlining and vision that they needed, and that's why he was the ward of the game.
Ame played an amazing Slark, and I do think that a large portion of his Slark play was because it was him playing the Slark, but I have a suggestion for a change anyway in case it needs to be nerfed. Because why not? That vision that we just heard about, what if he only gets the bonus nighttime vision when he's in the water?
You know, I think that Slark has been dog shit for long enough.
Way too long. We gotta give him some time.
Yeah, but you want to buff the rivers, so then it's like
give him even more.
Give him more vision.
No.
Okay, well then let's do nothing about it. I think.
Let's not change it.
Yeah, I think. Well, Slark can have some time in the sun. In like a month from now, I'm down to nerf this hero into the ground. Maybe a week. We'll see how frustrated I get. I'm an offlaner, so it's less frustrating for me than as a support because they go for you guys first.
They do.
So
yeah, but we can. Wait, they changed it around a couple times. We can force stuff out of the pounds again, right? So
I don't think so.
You can pike, but you can't force.
You can only pike. This is why people go pike against Slark now.
But I buy Glimmer Cape now anyway, so it's fine.
But you're playing against Slark.
Sentries.
He has his own sentries.
Because he's dewarding. Yeah. He did
You're screwed, Cheever.
No, wait. I play in an MMR bracket where Slarks do not carry detection. We're fine.
They even bought the gem for this professional e-gamer Slark in this game, huh?
They did.
They bought him a gem?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a greedy support because...
No, yeah, because whoever buys the gem gets the D1 money.
That's a
good. Buy a gem for your core that does not die. We're going to find out what's going to happen because Liquid now on the sidelines, your cool pros, they're going to play the next game. The next opponent is Gaming Gladiators, and if they win that one, then they are through to the next stage of DreamLeague Season 25. Let's see what happens after this.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
As I was a-walking down Paradise Street, to me way, hey, close and down, a pretty young dam that I can't hardly meet. Give me some time to blow and down, please, blow and down, to me way, hey, close and down, blowing I find the Liverpool town. Give me some time. Such a loving talk, I'll come on roving with you, fair maid. The roving, it's roving in my mind. I'll come on roving with you, fair maid. Oh, didn't I tell her stories true, Mark? Well, what I do say? Oh, didn't I tell her stories true? And didn't I tell her walkers too? Come on roving with you, fair maid. The roving, it's roving in my mind. What do we do with the drunken
mother, she at the age of 83 took sick into her bed and her died. And after she was dead, why the will of course was read by a lawyer as we all sat by her side. To me brother it was found she'd left £100, likewise to me sisters I declare. But when it came to me, the lawyer says, I see she's only left you her old armchair. How they tittered, how they chaffed, how me brothers and me sisters laughed when they heard the lawyer declare Granny's only left you her old armchair.
All my life, I've just been trying to do the right thing. Just trying to be there for people, to help them when they need it. You know, open doors. I know they can open the doors, but I'm still there.
Whoa, my back is killing me. Jeez.
I just want to be there for people, to make their lives a little bit easier, just so that their day goes a little bit better.
Never mind. It feels fine for some reason. It's better.
And it doesn't always get appreciated.
Delectable, actually.
But I'm still there.
I feel great.
Whatever way I can. Sometimes it might seem basic. I know that they could get their own things, but I'm just there happy to help.
Yo, watch me sink this. Kobe!
I just want to help.
That was a good shot, bro.
Made it. So good.
So good, bro.
Teach them things, even if it's overly simplistic and obvious to 85% of people.
There's no toilet paper.
You know, that other 15%, they need my help. I want to be there for those people.
Leave it open.
That's the kind of energy that I want to bring. And you know, sometimes...
This is actually the place in the United States where 4 states do touch each other. Bruno had some issues with that. Thanks, Purge.
Sometimes I say thank you.
I forgot about that one. That was very wholesome.
That was
Kev.
nostalgic.
It was
That was
very
good.
nostalgic.
Fun to see you on the toilet again.
With long hair. Such
Yeah.
long hair.
Yeah, those were the days.
How long ago was that?
I don't. That wasn't that long ago, actually.
It was
Less than
2
a
years?
year. No.
No,
No way.
Guys,
It's not 2 years ago.
don't think it
I
was 2
saw
years.
which phone I had and it wasn't this one.
No one else knows what
I
that
think
means
you had
other
the
than you.
same
That means it's
haircut when we were
because
shooting
my phone came out
penalties
like a year and
to
a
that
half
Swedish
ago.
goalkeeper.
October not last October, but October
No,
before
that was the Dream League after this Swedish
2023, I think.
Yeah.
It was. I just said that.
You did? Okay. I was paying attention.
She's very good at remembering this stuff. We're just.
Because it was on the screen, yeah.
Yeah. Was it on the screen?
No, it wasn't. My phone was, and I remember when I had that phone.
Ah, I
Ah,
see.
okay. Did we thank you more
Summer
now?
of 2023. Thank you, Purge.
Thank you, Purge.
Thanks, Purge.
We're gonna thank Yakult Brothers as well. They gave a great game one, and I'm sure that Gaming Gladiators thanks Yakult Brothers as well because they have learned a lot. I think from that one game already you can see a little bit of where they come in, so they get a little bit of more extra data based on that game. Data, data, I don't know which one. We're gonna find out how Gaming Gladiators learned from that and where they're gonna go with it because we're in game one and the only game of this game.
I think it's
going
Data.
great.
I think it's Data, actually.
Data?
I think so. Yeah.
Data. Data.
That's
data.
a country in the Middle East, actually.
No, let's see what we get because we do have a little bit of a lesson learned that Ember Spirit did get banned first phase, and I think we're going to see that a lot more. Dragon Knight's still out as well. Elder Titan, also from previous game, also now removed. Tianming doesn't get his hands on that one. We still have Beastmaster banned. Pango joins the fray. Storm Spirit still, and
I'm just like I have questions regarding the Pango. Is this hero still gonna be good? Like, is this the hero that has been good, has been top tier pick for the last 3 years, and we after the changes?
Yeah.
It's probably all because of the Blightstone and the corrosive orb.
Yeah.
those items, that item got nerfed when Pango was at his peak, right?
Yeah.
And it got removed and was basically like, oh, it's attack speed and armor and it slows you, but it doesn't do minus armor. But now it does minus armor again. So instantly he's like, oh shit, this item's really good on me. So that's probably why. That's why Ember and him are good.
The Magnus was the one that made it through. That got banned last time. TA gets banned. Mag first pick for your cult. Is Magnus still good as all roles?
Yeah, I think he has both facets that are really good. The one with the Shockwave, it's basically the old Shard now that you can choose. So the Shockwave comes back, deals, I believe, 50% of the damage on going back. And you also have the facet that gives you Empower for yourself. You don't have to cast it ever, so you're not using the mana, which is really nice. So this is the facet for the carries and maybe even some offlaners, but you can definitely play this hero as a support. I think this hero kind of works out in all 5 roles, one of the few ones.
Can I say a theory?
Yeah.
Just so that way in the future when it becomes true, everybody knows that I said it.
Sure, clip it.
Yeah.
Start the clip now.
I think this Bristle is like one of these pro obsession heroes that should fall off, and it hasn't. After watching the last game and also playing with the hero a little bit in pubs, like it feels like it has fragments of what it used to be, and it feels exciting in the same way, so it kind of baits you, but then it loses.
Yeah, there's no way that this hero is going to be first phased 2 weeks from now on, a month.
Even with the other facet, because on the previous game you didn't like the facet.
There's so much broken stuff in Dota right now, something that is undiscovered. The meta is going to change. If somebody told you like couple of weeks, or let's say 3 months ago, that ABBA is going to be like super highly contested as a hero, you would probably say no, because this hero has been so bad for so long. But the meta does change. Also the itemization. Would you say that Glimmer was OP? You definitely wouldn't.
No, I will say, actually, speaking of Abaddon, he's still in. It's the Mercy and Sniper that get removed first on Yakult side.
I feel like that hero did get some nerfs, though. I might be mistaken. I think the part of the reason that I agree with you that Bristleback is a little bit overrated for the way that it looks by it being first picked almost every game, but it's also the flex potential. Mag is similar in that, like you said, multiple roles. They want to open in these drafts to these heroes that are like good, safe, good ways to start the draft, and then they'll pivot later depending on how it goes. So I think over time the win rate might just be so bad with their early opening that they're going to save it for the right games.
And you said it's a flex pick. It's also definitely has potential to be played as a position 5. Tian Ming did play one game of position 5 Bristleback as well. When the first facet was introduced, people tried to toe with it. They weren't winning any of the games, but then they realized, you know what, we're going to be playing it as a core, but some of the ideas, they do come back a couple of months later as well. So there's a possibility that it's still going to be played as a position 5 as well if necessary.
We got the PA pick.
We do.
I don't understand this. I feel like Gaiman has just first picked 2 heroes that win rates have dropped significantly.
Are they still above 50%?
No.
How much did PA lose?
PA's win rate went down by 4%. Bristol's went down by 5%.
How much are they now?
PA has a 47% win rate. But you have to understand, this is Dota buff, and PA is like a broken hero in low pub. So this is going to be even worse in these
Is that how it works, though?
games.
Because usually there's like some Enchantress on Dota buff whose win rate's like 43, and it's still like first picked by pros. I feel like pros are better at wielding those heroes around 50%. Like Dragonite was like 49, 50% in pubs prior to yesterday, for example, and it was still picked in pro games.
I think you have to interpret the data. Like, I was also a big proponent of the Dota.
Yeah.
The Dota. Like, this hero had a 47% win rate in pro level pubs, which is like 7K games. But then if you looked at like 10K plus, it was high.
Okay.
The thing is on PA. Okay, so the one buff to PA that they added is that you can now go for the facet that gives you the guaranteed crit, but you can solo Roche with your blur. So this is something that I liked about the other facet, is that for some reason these facets actually changed how blur works. So now you can farm neutral creeps and you can take Roshan while blurred, but they really nerfed the crit. Like the crit is like minus 100% on the damage that it deals. So
now it's normal. I think this is what it should have been in the previous patch as well, because the numbers were way too high.
It's still higher than the other facet, by the way.
I don't think it got nerfed that much, did it? The methodical facet crit number is higher. It was a little misleading in the patch, I think, because it said, like, oh, the crit values are these now. But I think that was, like, trying to match the previous old facet that got removed. So the methodical facet still does give you way more damage.
No, the facet that made the crit guaranteed was higher.
What do you mean methodical? The one where you have to attack 5 times in a row?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was higher.
Yeah, it got nerfed a little bit, but it wasn't
by
a lot.
75%. Level 3, yeah, it's 25,
by level
50,
3.
75.
But the level 1 is still like a 300% crit. It used to be like a 325 or something, right?
Yes.
And the other facet on PA, the level 1 crit was like 200. So like it's still like a level 2
it's
ulti.
still better. Yeah, it's still better, that's what I don't understand about
He's
this
going to be
game.
playing the methodical facet,
I
TLDR.
love the theory crafting, but can we also give some love to all the other heroes
Yes.
that have popped up in the draft since the PA?
This is the same draft that we saw 2 days ago, practically. That's what this looks like to me.
Well, apart from the Muerta, that's new. Warlock, we have already established is still good. We saw yesterday picked as well. Only got a tiny nerf on the upheaval and some more attack damage actually in lane, so that's nice. But we get the Mars again by Yakult Brothers. We like that previous game.
I feel like Yakult really has their finger on the pulse for this meta, to be honest. They've got really exceptional team fighting. They have heroes that can be played in multiple roles. They picked Magnus. This hero also feels like it's been buffed with, like you said, the facet that basically makes your shockwave into the Aghanim Shard. We talked about Tiny on the previous panel, how the hero is played better as a carry because your nukes deal more damage now. So if you go for the slow combo, it's better. And they have Ame. He likes to play the Tiny carry.
You think he'd go for the Tiny carry over the Magnus carry?
I think because you have Empower for the Tiny, so that's good. But you can do either. You can also do Tiny.
I don't think I'd want to do Tiny carry against a PA. She has less evasion now, but still. Better
I think they're going to keep things simple. This Mars is going to go off lane, Tiny mid, Magnus is going to be played as the carry, I think, and they're looking for a position 4.
Yeah, it's just the
Tiny can also still
the
be
options
4,
open,
and Mac can also be 4.
Yeah, I think you want to have.
Possibilities.
I think you want to have levels on Tiny still especially after the nerfs. So you want to have that combo maxed out. Even when you were playing carry Tiny, you still were maxing out your nukes. So I think that's something that you also want to do in this game. Come online slightly faster because these heroes are very killable. You see 2 of the supports. You pair up Tiny with any of the heroes are gonna die.
I do like Marta for gaming. This hero still looks great. So does Warlock. Like this support duo. Did they even change anything about Warlock? It's like about the same.
Upheaval slightly nerfed and the attack damage higher, as I just mentioned.
But it's like the upheaval nerf. Sorry, I was thinking so much about the Tiny.
It's all good. I don't blame you.
I remember reading the upheaval nerf and kind of thinking like, is this really what makes Warlock sick?
No,
like,
it's not.
It's not. So I don't think the win rate changed much. If anything, it's like 0.5% or something.
Maybe it's going to encourage the players that max upheaval to stop doing that, and then their win rate's going to also
their
go up.
win rate's going to go up. Yeah.
Because the heal is so good right now. Weaver a bit interesting.
They have no stun. This is such a good Weaver game. If Ame wants to play it as a carry as well, it definitely looks good. Because the only hero you're going to be afraid of is Muerta's Deadshot and the Silence. These are only 2 abilities pretty much that can't stop you. And Weaver also got some of the buffs in the previous patch. Let me just double check that because I don't...
Swarm scales better. It takes like 3 hits at level 2.
Yeah.
I don't think there's that many other changes to the hero though.
I do.
Yeah, that was
it's the only one.
He was like low-key fine though, to be honest, before. Like I just felt like some of the other carries were really busted, so he wasn't getting picked. Maybe some of the new orbs are good on him, like the new itemization people are gonna do is probably
Oh,
fine
it's
on Weaver.
Baboka on the Weaver. Ame will play the Tiny.
Oh, cool. Okay.
All right. A little surprised about Tiny carry, but I guess he is still pretty magic based. But I just feel like his right click against PA is gonna be weaker. Maybe he goes an Ags build, then I don't care, but I don't know about Weaver support though. I guess it's going to be good at punishing Warlock, right? Because Warlock has heals, which counteract burst damage. Well, Weaver does amplified damage from the bugs, and he can chase down Warlock easy, so you can probably abuse the Warlock in lane is maybe what they're going for.
Are any of us mid players? Because I'm trying to think about what
I know exactly where mid player is sitting.
We zoom into OD Pixel, please.
He does play mid actually as well.
Switcheroo. Yeah. What's the question?
We need to zoom in on OD Pixel first.
I think the camera is set to zoom in
Can
on
we zoom in on OD Pixel?
Owen, please.
Zoom
Take
in
it
on
away.
OD Pixel.
Okay,
He's been selected.
Owen, can you ask the camera operator to zoom in on Gunner?
Where's the camera? There it is. No, it's not.
You get that
It's
one.
this
It's the
one.
ultimate one. The one in the sky.
Oh yeah. What's the question?
Beats Queen of Pain mid. Queen of Pain beats Magnus mid. Queen of Pain owns Magnus mid. Oh really? Oh, I didn't know it was that bad.
Which facet did he take?
Who?
Magnus.
We don't know at the moment. It's in the fancy loading screen.
He's good at this. He's getting good.
No, he definitely took the Shockwave one.
Shockwave?
Yeah, surely he took the Shockwave one. Let's have a look.
That should change the
Yeah, he
matchup
took
a
the
little bit
Shockwave
more.
one. He took the Shockwave one.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it plays out. Keep in mind, for Gaming Gladiators, this is just the start of their tiebreakers. For them, it's the same story as your Cooled Bros. You only need to win 2 games, and then you're through to the next stage. Let's see if your Cooled Bros can lock it in, and otherwise, Gaming's going to have another chance after this to get their 2 wins. We're finding out, though. Let's head into the game.
There we go. Time to see if Yakult can do it twice here. They're already able to get the easy win against Liquid in a best of 1. Can they get the easy win against Gaming Gladiators? Or can Gaming Gladiators begin us on a potential continuation of Dota 2 today? There's 2 ways this could go, as I say. If Yakult win, it's over. They go through. Gaming and Liquid are going home. But if Gaming win, we'll at the least get to see them go up against Liquid in a 3rd best of 1 today. So let's have a look what happens. Gunnar, what's your initial reactions here to the 2 drafts we've been presented with here today in our glorious new patch?
I like Gaming's draft a lot better than I like Liquid's versus Yakult. I think Yakult, their draft's just solid in my opinion. They have Mars Phoenix. Any draft that has Mars Phoenix I like because of all the team fight, but Gaming actually has the ability to fight a lot better with their heroes. They have a little bit of initiation, a little bit of team fight. Ace is also going for the goo facet, which I like more this patch now, especially with the lack of Bloodstone. So, unfortunately, the only one that's sad is no dagger talent or dagger facet for Phantom Assassin. She want the good one,
the sensible one.
Yeah, the good one.
Now we'll have to give it a few more days to see some pros experimenting with the dagger.
When they get the triple battle furies,
then they'll understand.
Okay.
But until then, we're going to be still stuck with the old methodical.
Let's see what other interesting facets. So. Oh, Baboko and Hive Mind.
Oh, he did. Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen this one.
So obviously, as far as I'm aware, this one didn't get any numbers changed from how it was before. It's still the one where you throw out the bugs. Every time the bugs bite someone, you get a little bit of bonus XP.
When they bite heroes.
Heroes, yes, that is true. Heroes.
But yeah, most people go the one where it makes the Kuchi, I believe, faster and it slows when you kind of pass through them.
Yeah, because it's
just good for trading.
See, like, when your Shikuchi doesn't slow someone, it just feels kind of bad.
Yeah.
Which is obviously the state that Baboko has chosen to play the hero in this game, opting for that other facet, the XP bonus. Yeah, we'll see how much that helps him on the level. We'll have to kind of check in, 15 minutes in, see how his levels are kind of comparing to the other supports in the game.
What else is interesting? Then the other one is the Magnus facet.
It is, the
that we
Shockwave.
did kind of touch on.
So what do we got with this one?
So this is similar to the Lycan facet where you get an extra spell, or extra level of your spell. So now your Shockwave goes to actually level 5.
So are you, in that case, when you're taking this, are you necessarily maxing this spell? Do you
Yeah,
think
you
are
should max
going,
Wave Shockwave.
You're maxing it all the way to 5 first. Yeah.
Yep. It's pretty much there's old shard where it like returns back to you and pulls. That's what it does. So you get basically your old shard for free. The other really cool thing is I think they updated it a bit. So instead of always going in a straight line, the one returning will actually go towards wherever you're standing.
That is cool.
Which
That's
is cool,
a nice quality of life, yeah. First blood, bottom lane.
Nice dive.
Ace and Tofu getting under the tower and they're able to burst Tianming with the build-up of the quills.
Their Bristleback is actually really good in this lane, specifically because there's no armor on the Tiny or the Phoenix. I think both of them probably have 0 armor. If not, yeah. 1 armor on the Phoenix, 0 on the Tiny. And so the quill damage stacks up really early. Usually it's pretty crazy to see Bristles get kills at this level 1, level 2 timing, just because the level 2 quills is almost double the damage. So it's pretty big that he's able to get it.
And overall, what do you sort of make of Yakult's decisions to have the heroes this way around? Rather than having like a carry Weaver and sort of the Tiny in another position, opting to have Arme take the Tiny to the safe lane.
I'm not too sure on the Tiny to carry. I'm looking because he bought Shadowblade both games and he has it queued up this game. So I was curious if it was a Shadowblade's really OP kind of angle. But I would say Shadowblade got nerfed to some extent. It just costs more gold to buy. So I don't really know actually why the Tiny carry. I just think probably they feel better the laning stage with Weaver as a 4 rather than a Tiny as a 4.
No, that makes sense. Well, we'll see how good of a lane it does give them on that top. So far, what are we seeing? It's just this mid lane.
It's
indeed a tough time for Emo. He had a pretty easy lane last game, as we saw against Nisha. He's crushing him as December against the Slider. But this time around against Quinn, as the Magnus against the Queen of Pain, a very different story. 11-1 against the 19-8 of Quinn.
This is a hard matchup. When Magnus's whole gameplay is slightly around the skewer back combo. Like consistently in the lane, you always want to have the ability to skewer back to mid. Quap has blink. You can never skewer her back. At most, she takes 1 tower shot. Doesn't really matter. You can't really trade into her that well because she's ranged. So anytime that the lane is set up like this, he gets 1-2 hits on her is just really good to sustain. There's also no bottle fills anymore. So the mid matchups are a lot more skilled like they used to be, which I think is really fun.
Nice bit of control there. Dive is back up in time, and that's enough to get Tianming out of there and set up for Arme to be able to walk over, take out Tofu. Ace, though, will continue to chase Tianming. If he was able to deny himself to Roche, he is. But we'll be able to take that away from Ace at the least there. Tianming denying himself. And
so
did
close.
set up for Arme to get some fortunate action for himself. While at the same time, around the mid, we had Emo sticking around to grab the water rune. Quinn punishes it. He's able to chase, and he's very happy about that one, Quinn.
I think he just right-clicked him pretty much. He just followed and right-clicked him. Okay. That's a bad death. I guess it's somewhat similar to Nisha's. It feels a bit less bad because it's not a counter pick.
Yeah.
Magnus is his blind hero. But still, anytime getting solo kill mid, it's so much golden XP that goes to the enemy mid. Honestly, even worse the later in the laning stage it is. So when you die this level 1, level 2 timing, it feels a bit more silly because it's so fast, but you're really not giving the enemy that much. Just because you're such a low level. But when you die at this level 4 timing-ish, level 5, the level 6 for Quinn's going to be so fast, the actual gold you get is more just because it's a bit later in the game. And now Quinn's game is going to be really good.
Bottom. Try and make an attempt here for Ace with the Fire Spirit.
4-stick. He's fine.
It's going to get him very low. He's going to have to take the walk back to base. So space does continue to free up for Arme. He's having a fine time in the safe lane. Both carries right now getting a pretty good lane set up for them. A little easier, though, obviously on the top side of the map, where we have so far Watson being able to get a fair few denies in against the off lane of Yakult. And you can see at the moment on the net worth, both the mid lane and the off lane for Yakult having a not so hot start this time round.
Yep. It's a lot different than last game. I think even draft-wise, you can tell this game is not going to be as easy as the last one for Yakult. But again, they still have a really big teamfight combo. Basically, all of their heroes provide teamfight to some extent. Just one time, they get a good arena, a good egg, and this whole early game lead doesn't matter. But again, for the Cyber Gaming, they have the mobility and also a kind of counter-initiation teamfight between both of their supports. So it's not too easy of a game for Yakult to come back in.
Boca hovering around the mid, but I mean, even if Gaming do go for a play on Emo if he steps up, there's not a whole lot Boca as a Weaver can do to save him. So Emo just has to be very careful around this area.
You can start getting that experience. It's such a strange facet. The Weaver one.
Because I've heard different things from people in the past on this one. Is like some people are like, it's, you know, you actually do feel how much of an XP gain you're getting if you're just able to throwing out, like it does add up. And some people would tell you it's just never enough. Like the numbers just aren't tuned enough that it's worth to give up having that stronger Shikuchi just to try and get your levels.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think I mean, if I had it, I would probably just throw it out for fun.
I mean, there's definitely going to be an argument for that, right? But I feel like so far, Boca's been pretty careful with how he's been using it.
Yeah.
It's not like he's trying to farm XP constantly.
It's also that it makes you want to max it first because it scales off of your swarm. Well, just like even the bonus experience you get scales per level of it.
That's true.
So I think don't you
I mean,
really
that's very because with this
you go 1-4-4 usually, right? Or on support. I guess you go on support. You go 4-4-1.
With this build, I think you go 4-4-1, right? Yeah. Oh, cool.
Nice,
Tofu. I mean, he's doing this a couple of times now. One of the Muertas that's very, very good at finding the setup easily with the silence into the pushback of the fear. Easy control to take down the Weaver, which is necessary when you do consider the Gaming Gladiators lineup doesn't have a huge amount of lockdown. Top lane, Zeal's getting bullied. They're going in under a tier 2 tower and killing him. This one, it's early days, but definitely some of the signs of this one being a really rough one for Yakult. Watson, okay, this is a tier 2 tower. This is very dangerous, sir. He'll get the kill. Is he actually going to live? He actually is. TP's out. He's away. Look at that.
If you had the other facet, he might have actually got it there in time.
Speed, maybe. I mean, this couldn't really get much better here for the start of Gaming Gladiators, and indeed for Watson in particular. The fact that he gets this sort of kill on his own after having a free lane
This PA is going to have a very solid start. A lot of eyes are going to fall over towards Arme to see how he's going to attempt to carry this game as the Tiny, because he's had a good beginning, but he's getting a hell of a lot thrown down upon him here with the Golem dropped. He will get punished under the tower. No save for him. Nobody's turning up to try and help at all, as Arme's gone. And at the moment, he's the only one really that's looking like that little bit of hope that Yakko have to rally around. And if Gaming Gladiators are able to kill him, now good luck to the rest of Yakko. This could be a rough game for them. It's 6-1, 3K lead already for Gaming at 9 minutes in.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This feels like just a bit of a outlaning. I think, again, I don't think it was really a draft issue for any of the lanes. I think Magnus mid is completely fine versus Quap. You know, gonna slightly lose, but not like this. Phantom SS in top shouldn't have as free of a lane as she did versus the Mars either, so I just think Gaming's playing a bit better in this early game. But there's still hope.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's early days. So,
it's not that bad.
Sure. If you get what kind of one item on the Magnus or the Mars, as you say from the draft, they do have this very strong team fight. If they're able to execute. You know, they get an RP and some sort of avalanche follow-up from Arme. Like the team fight, the control, it's great. And we did see in game one, in the first best of one, how good Yakult's team fighting was.
Yep. Even just the damage between the Tiny and the Magnus. Yep. It's an old school combo with Empower. It's enough.
Does it again. Easy catch for him. Nemo. And he's going to have to skewer back straight away. Does have the illusion rune if he feels pressured. Just getting bullied back by Gaming. Very hard for Yakult really to find space for all of their cores at this moment. Gaming grouping up early, taking over these early towers. Tier 1's already gone on the bottom. 10 minutes in, they're going to be able to finish off the Tier 1 in the mid. So that's in fact, yeah, all 3 Tier 1 towers taken here. 10 minutes into the game by Gaming.
All right, now we're just waiting for Magnus. The level 5 Shockwave.
And Gaming's going to keep this going. The smoke comes out. Very fast plays from them here. They're making a move straight towards Arme. They're going to drop the arena here just for a poor old Warlock. So rest in peace, Malady. Bottom lane, Gaming, they're looking for a bigger kill. They're looking for Arme. He's going to have the TP out. Tofu, he's got the way to stop it. And it turns out, you know, when Tofu's able to be everywhere, this is all the control they need. He's been tripping up the Weaver, cancelling TPs. Tofu's got it all.
Something I guess also interesting is that they removed the toss combo with Avalanche in the last patch. So
explain to me what's going on now with the 1-2.
It used to be that when you Avalanche and then you toss the guy, the Avalanche would do double damage.
Yes, but now
while they're in the air. Now they just basically buff each spell individually, and so you don't have to click them in combination, which I guess benefits Tiny carry, right?
Sure, because you don't have to feel like I've got to use both.
Yeah, you can now toss, hit them once or twice, Avalanche, hit them once or twice.
Yes, and you know you're not missing out on damage.
Yep.
Gonna go for Malady, but he's got a golem. He's just gonna drop a golem on them. Oh no, Yakko, what are you doing? Uh-oh. Well, they just walked into the easiest golem setup that Malady could have ever hoped for. He's just like, you want to go on me? I'm gonna go on you. That's concerning, Gunner.
Yep. It's also scary because again, in this format, even though Yakult won the first game, losing this one, if Gaming wins game number 3, the one versus Liquid, they're also out.
Yeah, so absolutely. The tables turn.
Anytime you lose a single game,
you're just watching the next best of one intently.
Yeah.
As here we have under the tower, Emo's able to get the skewer back onto Ace, but Ace is a Bristol. He's going to be able to walk this one off very easily. Get out of the range of the Supernova. I mean, can they actually get a kill from this? They've got the arena onto Ace, Spear as well. They will bring down the Bristol. Something for Yakult, but again, it's not without a cost. They did lose Arme at the start of this once again. Still going to need to find plenty more if they want to try and scramble back into this game. But the moment's passing, just more and more time, and now space for Watson on his PA. Battle Fury's done, nice and early, 13 minutes in.
Yeah, and she didn't receive that many nerfs compared to what she used to be last patch. So I think just overall, not as insane, a little less crit damage. What else? I think that's about it. Less slow on her dagger, so worse at fighting early. But overall, nothing that makes her bad. Strictly bad. She's if he gets her items in this kind of game, she's gonna feel the same exact Phantom Assassin. She has her Battle Fury. She's gonna go probably Sandra Yasha just like she always did. And I don't know. This might be just a rerun of last patch.
No, PA, yeah, it's still definitely a hero that you're gonna have to consider in most of these drafts as a pro team right now.
Are scanning.
Yeah, the only other minor change really relative to the heroes, the Battle Fury, but that's kind of like a whatever change, right? Ultimately,
I think it doesn't matter.
You're just getting a little less, right? Instead of plus 65, it's plus 50. Instead of 70%, it's 6%. But it still does what a Battle Fury does. You're still going to buy it in every situation you were going to buy it before.
And it's cheaper, I think, a bit. Right. It's like 300, 400 cheaper.
But you don't have the recipe, right? Because now you're getting the 2 broadswords instead of a broadsword and a claymore. And you don't buy the recipe. How much was the recipe before?
300 or 400? I want to say it's
like a
couple hundred cheaper.
Maybe a few hundred.
Doesn't matter. Even if it's less.
Because you probably take that right overall. Would you rather take a slightly cheaper Battle Fury that's slightly nerfed? That's
yeah,
what you do,
I
right?
think you would.
The sooner you get it online.
Speed.
Yeah, exactly.
Even especially for XP, getting the ancient farming an extra 1 extra cycle, maybe 2.
Yeah.
All right, the Tormentor. This is okay. I actually genuinely think Tormentors are too strong right now. I think
the fact that if you're taking over a game, you can get them this early.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, Emo!
Oh.
So 1-man RP. They have the arena to follow up. Tofu will die. Golem's been dropped a little off the mark. Didn't get the connection onto them. Emo tries to TP out. He's dead. The Supernova's going to get popped very easily by Gaming Gladiators. They try to make a fight happen. They only get the one of them. And they do lose the 2 of them. One of them being their mid laner. Emo dead again.
They were there maybe 1 second earlier. That would have been a crazy RP into the full combo, but fortunately only gets 1. And they still even barely took down Tofu with the RP on everything.
There we go. Baboka versus Malady.
All right, drop the bugs. Get the XP.
There we go. Just let him live. Just so you get more XP.
11 per bite.
Is he not going to kill him? Oh, okay. Not going to kill him. Easy TP out. All right.
Yeah, as I was saying about the Tormentors, I just feel like it's too early now. 15 minutes is such an early timing to actually get the shard, plus an additional, I think, over 1,000 gold for your whole team. So it's basically a 2k gold instantly for your team. And there's only 1, so you can't even, oh, they took their Tormentor, let's take ours.
Yeah, what do you think the logic was in making it available earlier? Is it the idea because there is one, they're like, well, if you're behind, it's easier to coordinate contesting it because it's a specific part of the map. But I feel like the problem with that is it's not like it's in a very easily accessible
It's a bad part of the map.
It's right in the corner.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like if you're behind in the patch before and the team was going for like a 15-minute roche, it would be very hard for you to get there and do something about it.
Yep.
And the same is to be said with this Tormentor. Maybe, as you say,
they also removed the outposts
kind of OP
in the corner. So now the only outposts you can TP to are the ones in your tri-camp.
Yep. So if a team's ahead and they're coordinated and going for that 15 minutes, good luck to you. You're not doing anything about it.
Because I think before that Tormentor, they were up, what, 6, 7k gold? Now they're just up 10. It's instantly over 2,000 gold from Tormentor. The enemy kind of wants to fight you. You get another kill or 2 because of it.
And the mid, the setup's there. Easy kill for Watson. Once again, off the back of Tofu. There's Atos. It's a full combo.
Suppose. Right, Ame going for Silver Edge. Emo's going for Kaya. I guess it's just... Okay, he unqueued it. I don't think Kaya's... Okay, he's going Echo. Okay.
When you want to go some sort of shockwave build.
I mean, he had a Kaya queued up. I didn't know if that was the correct choice in this kind of game. I like the Echo. Even a BKB, I think could be okay for him. It just depends on what he thinks his job in this game is. Hopefully it's not dying.
Quinn. He's going to get RP'd. But the damage is not there to threaten Quinn. Quinn, he just jumps back in with the Sonic Wave. He knows they can kill off Emo. Watson does lose the Aegis for this. Can they kill Watson a second time? A lot of backup in for gaming. The Supernova, they're going to be able to focus it, take the egg down immediately. So they get the Aegis out of Watson. But other than that, they just get a Warlock kill. Once again, Emo dies. So not quite the trade that Yakult are looking for to break their way back into this game. Gaming, overall, still going to be rather happy with the continuation of this. And Watson, once he has that BKB online, he's going to be in a dream position in these fights. I mean, he's 3-0-5. Dealing with this PA is absolutely a problem for Yakult this time round.
Especially with Ame having to TP to that fight to kind of try to salvage it.
Sure.
He gets nothing. He doesn't get to farm. And honestly, this game's looking a bit like the reversal of the first game.
It is. I think Yakult at this point kind of look as helpless as Liquid did at this point in that first best of one we had between Yakult and Liquid. This was looking tough for them to turn around, which is obviously good news for Liquid.
I will say, I think their draft is a lot better at kind of coming... Space.
Well, he just wanted to stop him chase.
Protection, yep.
Yep. Defensive arena.
They all get out.
Success.
No one's going to die, right?
There we go. Baboka.
No one will die.
Bottom tower is under
Okay.
He's found Malady.
That's 2 supports.
All right, little by little.
So again, I think your Colts draft is a lot better for coming back. They have percentage damage from Phoenix. They actually have scaling cores. They have team fight. They definitely have more of this ability to take the fight to gaming.
Yes. Yeah, they don't look at as out of it as Liquid. There's still a chance for them here. However small that might be, but it is there. There is a chance, there's a hope for Yakult. But it's going to take some crazy wombo combo teamfight plays. Which can happen, especially on a high ground defense.
Can happen.
That's
they have
when it
Magnus.
gets difficult.
They do have Magnus with high ground defense. I think Gaiman is one of the better teams at knowing when and how to high ground. Just because that was their playstyle for so long, it was, all right, guys, we're going to group up at 18 minutes with an Aegis and a Chen, and we're going to go to your high ground. And they played that exact same strategy. What, 70% of their games, they won. I don't even know how many majors they won. They got second place at 2 TIs. Doing basically the same thing, just better and better every time. And they don't really have this early game push timing. They usually do, but in the sense they know when to go, right? They know their high ground timings. They know when to end the game, and they're not going to really rush it.
Radiant's top tower is
I
under
don't
attack.
think this Battle Fury is a nerf. I think it's a buff. Following it. OD Pixel was right.
Should have bought 2 and gone the dagger.
Should've bought 2.
You know, that's what I'm saying.
Maybe Tiny should have bought one.
Nah.
Stacks with his
Don't know
cleave.
about that.
Why not?
You just don't have the attack speed.
Oh,
It feels bad with the big heavy hits. You want the fast hits to clean camps quickly. Totally.
What'd you have, a Weaver Battle Fury?
That one we might have to take back to the drawing board. Yeah, that. It didn't. You know, it's damage and regen. It's the same way, right? I always hear of the kind of the beautiful times back in Dota 1 before my days, before I'd even heard of the game, where you would buy Battle Furies on Medusa. I was like, why can't we relive that patch again? Because that used to be a thing, right? Were you there?
I never played Dota 1.
It was before my time as well. But I've heard of these times. The Battle Fury Medusa, once upon a time, was a thing. Maybe for like a few months. But they used to do it. The game was different then, of course. The item was maybe different, and the hero was probably different as well. But it was a thing.
I'll believe you.
I'm mid lane. Gaming. Continue to just rack up the kills. Yakult is fine. They're just preparing for the big defense. That's what they're looking towards. Whatever happens on the map, they're like, whatever. Just everybody try and get what you can, as long as you're all ready to come together for the big defense. And we're going to get to see that big defense, however big it may be. It will happen. They will try for it eventually on the high ground.
They're smoked up right now.
Okay, they're trying for it not on the high ground. All right, that's their setup. They have to combo.
Silver Edge.
Do they have enough damage? They're going down about half HP. That's not going to kill him. Ace is fine. Ame's trying to finish off the job, but he can't. Pushed back by the Sonic Wave. Baboka, there's nothing he can clean up here. He has to run. He might not get the chance to. Watson finds him. Shikuchi's back up. Baboka's going to do his best with the jukes. Twins in with the blink. 3 of them dead. They only got Malady. They went for it outside the base. I thought they were going to build up for the big defense on the high ground. They said no. They just walked out and tried to find something elsewhere. It doesn't work.
So was that their big defense?
That might have been the big defense.
Is that what you call it? Where you go in the game, you're like,
no, but they've got enough.
One more fight, guys.
They've still got one more fight. There's still tier 2s in the mid and the top lane. So that was the little defense. The prelude to the big defense that will be coming inevitably. We'll see if the big one's any better.
About 70 seconds. Waiting for RP and egg. That one, right?
They've got the Desta on Mars. RP into the God's Rebuke Desta. They went for this, right? They felt that maybe with the break hit they could try and burst through Ace, and they couldn't.
I think choosing to fight when your Mars is about 10 seconds away from respawning just seems...
That is true. And especially when he was that close on the goal to his Desta.
Yeah.
He was going to be back up and have the Desta. So that was the little defense. Now they'll go for the medium defense.
Is there going to be time for a large?
We'll see. Depends how well this one goes. They get the jump onto Quinn. Good spear
nice
arena
spear
combo. I'll do it. Quinn's gone. Watson, he's going to try and fight into this. Whoa, there comes the crit. Tianming's out. Watson, his BKB's going to start coming to an end. There's going to be the buyback here from Tianming. Want to see if they can find more here, Yakol. Tofu with the ult, turns towards Baboka, but he's got the time lapse. Baboka's out. They might be able to chase this shot. Mo closing in, jumps in, gets the skewer back. There's the break hit. They're going to try and burst through Ace. Ace caught by the avalanche, pushed back by the spear. The rest of Gaming trying to get over to help out. Watson's going to jump in, but once he gets hit by the break, Arme's just able to turn. There's the RP. Double kill for Zeal. Yakol, they're doing it. They just killed off the 4 of them. If that was the medium defense, I can't wait to see the big one go up. The medium, it was good enough. They're down the mid, they're pushing a tier 1. They just did this against a team that was 10k ahead of them. Gaming Gladiators, they had control of this game. And then bam, Yakol, they're back in it.
I was not expecting that at all, to be honest. I was expecting the medium defense, you know, you get 1 kill or two kills.
Yeah.
2 for 5.
But a team fight like
what was that 4 for 0? No, the Phoenix brought back. So 4 for 1, using 1 buyback. He doesn't even die back. They didn't have egg for that fight. Just really impressive.
And look at this. Because of the fact it was an early Tormentor earlier, they're going to be able to get this 25-minute Tormentor.
Now it's going to be a 4k gold lead. That's a 6k gold swing.
Dude, they're making it happen. The comeback is real here for Yakol.
They're here for the win.
And I think Gaming, they probably thought this was going to be much smoother sailing than it's actually turning out to be now. You know, up until that point, Watson, outside of losing an Aegis in a moment, he'd never died. He was 7-0-7. Now he's 7-1-7. He's died the once.
Even in that fight, when I saw the Golem on 4 heroes, I expected it to be over. It was a really big chaotic offering, but I feel like it didn't do anything.
Dire's bottom tower.
Ame's hunting.
Yeah, with the silver edge,
he knows.
It's paid off massively, right? It gave them this chance to kill off the Bristle, to threaten the PA. Quinn's jumped in.
You got a Brooch.
The Avalanche, there's the setup from Zeal. They turn over towards Quinn. It's going to be able to blink out in time. Tofu, my goodness, he'll get the ult off just in time. Dive for Tianming, he'll get the supernova off Quinn. It's going to try and turn towards it. Can they kill the egg in time? They can. This time round, Gaming Gladiators coming back out on top and ready to go for more here. Emo pots the BKB, skewers away. He's going to go for the TP. Nothing to stop it. Not enough damage yet to be able to take him
Roche
out.
just spawned.
Straight to the pit.
Frame perfect. I was going to be... Oh, that's interesting. So he went Revenant's Brooch on Tiny to give him basically an extra crit of magic damage because he hits so hard.
Sure.
And he almost took down Quinn. I think one more hit, Quinn might have went down, but Essence Ring, good health. I think that fight was just a little split. Maybe they're feeling too good about the current map state. Because if Magnus is there for that fight, gets a 2-man RP, 2 heroes are dead. Instantly a 5v3. And even when you're coming back, a 5v3 is a really easy fight to take, even when you're behind. But I think just slightly out of range for the rest of the team.
Let's see what they can get done with the Aegis. And how much pressure they do feel. I mean, because at this point, you know, whereas earlier Gaming, with how close they were able to push in towards Yakult's space, they probably felt that there was a chance to kind of close this one up relatively early. You know, kind of the 30-minute mark. Now at this point, with the last few fights going as they have been, how safe do you imagine Gaming are going to play it? And can they? Like, how much of a concern is the scalability from Yakul if you're Gaming and trying to close this game up?
I would say it's a concern, but not one that you're allowed to play around. If that makes sense. They should know that Yakul can scale, Yakul can come back.
Yep.
They don't have them outdrafted in this late game, even with the Phantom Assassin. But it's not something you can play with the idea of, all right, guys, we're on a timer. We gotta end this game ASAP. It's let's just play normally. Let's not make mistakes. Let's win the game. you want every win to be as casual as possible. The really hyped games are usually, I mean, they're really fun to play, but they're not good to have consistently. You don't have crazy comebacks every single game, every single series, just because that means that you're making mistakes to lead in those positions. So I think in gaming's mind, they want to just smooth sail to a victory. Oh no, mid lane.
Ame's going to try and go for this. There's a lot of backup. I mean, the first. Oh, it's a really nice 3-man RP, but there just ain't the follow-up.
Okay.
I mean, it looked pretty, but that was the. It just looked pretty. It wasn't actually pretty. There was nothing else to go with it.
That was. I thought he could have fought that.
I don't know. It's into the Aegis and such.
I guess it's scary into the golem. That.
I think Ame made the right call to get out of it. I think.
Sure.
I don't know. That's risky. You know, he's got to make sure he's alive for the big defense gun.
Okay, so we've had a small defense, a medium defense. The next one is. Will the next one be a big defense?
I mean, the big one. The big one of these teams is going to get team wiped.
Okay.
You know, we don't know which one it's going to be, but it's going to happen. We're
And
going to
that's
get a
the big
5-man. Emo, it's going to be careful. They've got to chill out. Yeah, still 70 seconds until the RP is back up. What are we seeing next? And Ame got a lovely combination for his neutral, I will say. Got the Nemesis Curse. And then on top of that, the Vampiric. Definitely one of the enchantments that a lot of times on these courses. Very appealing. Because that's pretty large percentages, right? 16% lifesteal, 12% spell lifesteal. You gotta love it.
Let's see. They're technically defending their base right now. They're not all going. So Ame's still split pushing. I think he wants 20. He's level 20, so it gives him 60 more base damage with his tree grab. Which is a lot of damage. Just 360 damage for leveling up once.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Even I'm scared of Phantom Assassin still. Just watching this game, she has Satanic, she has SOI, 3,000 health. You burst her or she's full health.
And that's the thing as well, especially if they do get a good RP, it can be kind of tricky sometimes to make sure you get the break hit specifically on the PA in the midst of it all. Tell you what though, they have caught Ace. Rather separate from the rest of the squad. They'll kill him easily enough. Now we'll see Gaming Gladiators look to punish him. Watson's in with the jump. The Sonic Wave's there. The Supernova's out. But Emo, he'll get the RP off. Can he actually get out of this? No. He can't. Watson able to jump in, finish him off. Zeal with a quick blink to dodge the dagger. He'll escape. But Baboka's gone. Emo as well. Zeal able to push him back with the spear, but the dagger flies in. That's them dying outside of their base. The buyback conditions not looking great for Yakko. They only have buyback on Zeal. The three others dead for 40 seconds.
Surely that was not the big defense. That was a warm-up.
Maybe it would have had to be. They're going to get quite a lot for this. They can't get the mega creeps though, gaming. There's still that tier 2 standing in that top lane. At the least, this is going to be the mid-bracks. And they probably won't get the chance to pressure the tier 4s because the respawn time is still at this stage not too long. So a second set of racks here for gaming, continuing to keep the game overall in their advantage.
Aegis out in 10 seconds. I'm kind of questioning now how Yakult wants to take the fights. I feel like they're not that confident to go into gaming based on how it's playing. They see a jump and they kind of 50-50, either half of them go and half of them just evacuate. So it's a big question of just how hard are they willing to commit. With this Ame BKB, I think they should feel pretty confident to go.
Yeah, I think they want to smoke up and play. It is, unfortunately to them, going to be into a potentially amplified damage PA. Yeah, Quinn's going to pass over the bottle, so Watson's going to have amplified damage for the next fight. Well, that's, you know, PA without that is terrifying. With it,
there's your kill anyway. Oh, there's so many targets you have to kill. If you get Warlock before Rock, that's really big. Quap, just stopping her from existing in the fight, is really big. Phantom Assassin will one-shot you. The more to bristle, you just, for the most part, ignore.
Still need 10 seconds until the RP's up. You know, 5 seconds until the RP's up. It's there. They've got everything, but both teams seem to be aware of one another. Who's going to reveal first? There's the reveal of the smoke. Jump forward from Emo's head. Look at the grab on Tofu. They'll look for the quick kill, take down the Muerta. Quinn in with a 4-man stunning wave, pushing them back. They'll drop the Supernova here for now. Not a chance really for Gaming to focus the exit. They'll keep their distance. Steel jumps in with the arena, gets the combo as well with the follow-up avalanche on him. Watson, but Watson's able to put the beacon in the amplified turn towards Emo. Emo gets the RP off onto the two of them. Ame bringing in the damage, but it's not enough damage from Ame. Emo to fall. Ame dead as well as Gaming will take the fight.
And that's the strength of Amplified Damage, Satanic PA. I don't know. This hero is so tanky with this build and even does so much damage. I miss my Deso PA.
Radiant's top tower is under
That feels like a long time ago we saw that move. Indeed, as you say, just the ability to just build for survival. The damage, it's covered in just the inbuilt nature of the hero. And now the push onto the third set of rack. They take down the tier 2 game and they're onto the tier 3. Yakko, will they have one final hold in them? As the mega creeps are going to be out against them. They'll be back up soon, but the ultimates, of course, still on long cooldowns. As Liquid, as I say, they're going to be watching from the sidelines, cheering on Gaming here, because a win for Gaming means that these best of ones will continue. As the Ancient, it's exposed. The final chance here for Yakko to try and slow down Gaming. Baboka beginning the defense. Zeal gonna get caught by the fear at the side. Ace is just trying to end the game. Sonic Wave out onto Zeal. Jump forward from Quinn. Zeal's gone. He has buyback. Easy start there from Toby, but again, buyback's also available on Tianming. Gaming, they're backing off a little bit with these respawns coming into play. I mean, they're being careful. It does feel like they might be able to just hit the Ancient and end it.
They smoked.
And they probably will soon. Emo gets the drag back. They look to open up on towards Ace. I mean, Gaming.
All right, Ace is in.
He's holding off here, Arme, with the BKB. Turns towards Quinn. Quinn puts the BKB. He's trying to hit the Ancient and close it himself. Evoke at the side, drawing the backline's attention of Gaming away from the rest of the team. Arme turns towards Ace. The Supernova as well. They'll look towards the egg. That's the egg gone. Tianming out without buyback now. That's the dieback from him. Spear, it's not going to connect. Zeal tries to hold them back in the arena. Arme will get the avalanche off. RP onto the two of them, but Arme gets tapped down. It's over. GG is called. So with this, Gaming take this best of one against Yakko. And with that, coupled with the fact that Yakko took the first best of one against Liquid, it means we're going to have to go to a third game between Gaming and Liquid.
Yep, and that third game could be the end.
It could be. If Gaming now can win a second best of one in a row, they'll be the one to move on. But, of course, as the Chaos enjoyers at home would like to know, if Liquid happen to win this next one, Gunnar,
we run it back.
We run it back. We're going to be going again with another round. So it's all very exciting. And it's just kind of crazy. This game, it really was a very different Yakko to what we saw in game one. What do you think was the big reason for that? Because this time, they were the ones getting beaten down.
I think a lot of it went down to the lanes. They picked, I want to say, pretty much similar strength, if not stronger lanings than the first game. They didn't have a Stark this time, and they lost their lanes. Gaming won all their lanes. Quinn solo killed mid. Watson a complete free from top. So it's just all about the lanes, I want to say, today. It feels like. Again, I think with a new patch, if you just win your lanes, you're set up to be in such an easy position because the game plays itself to some extent. I think the formula to win is lanes, Tormentor, fight. You win the game.
Well, there we go. And DJ Gaming turning up and playing it perfectly. And PA still very much the beast it was before. 12-1 and 17 from Watson. Gaming Gladiators will take their second best of one.
There's not just Chaos Enjoyers at home, there's definitely also Chaos Enjoyers in the studio. I wouldn't mind to see this go on for a little while, because it's just really fun to see what these teams are coming up with in this new patch and what they're playing. This game goes the way of Gaming Gladiators. They are on match point in this tiebreaker. The way they're doing it, we thought their draft was maybe a little bit of the previous patch, but they played this so well, Jenkins.
Yeah, the thing is, in this game, Ace went for the green facet, and he also went for the Heaven's Halberd. They also got the Gale item. Like, there were, like, what, 7 of them in that game, the neutral item. So while the heroes do look the same, the builds are different. And for your Cult Brothers, same thing. Like, they also understand the patch. But yeah, I think Gaming, while their draft looks old meta, their builds certainly were not.
Definitely. I always saw the only good fight, pretty much, from Yakult Brothers in the whole game. They were getting some of the pickoffs as well, but they need to heavily commit to be able to get the kill. They need to use the arena, even RP to follow it up to get a kill on a core. But again, Phantom Assassin, she was not dying. This hero, even with the nerfs to her crit, to level 3, 75% less damage with Methodical Facet, it still feels like she's doing way too much damage. The items that she's buying haven't really been changed. Like, we're talking about S and Y, you get 5% less statuses.
Well, Battle Fury did get changed, actually.
Yeah, it's better
buffed.
now.
Yeah.
So you can get a better timing on the Battle Fury, and you can continue to dominate the lane. And all these items that you mentioned, that's a tier 3 neutral item. All the buffs that you get from Warlock, Solar Crest, Glimmer Cape from your Bristleback. PA, again, she looks unkillable.
Yeah, I thought maybe the buff to that PA facet was the fact that now her invisibility is better because you can farm neutrals with it and they will not hit you. He didn't even skill it. It's just the same old PA build with the same items, except Battle Fury is buffed and he did go for the Orb of Corrosion, which I think is
a very good item right now.
You need like one of these per team for sure right now.
Yeah, overall though, I feel like I actually was thinking about something else because I was thinking about maybe we should add to the patch fix list the Gale Guard, because I did think that there
added immediately.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I think so, because there are 6 Gale Guards in that game, and statistically speaking, this is the same as yesterday. One of the games, like the majority of players just go for it when they have the option. So far, we don't have a lot on the fix list. We have the DK nerf, we have DK again, and we have Davion. And I think Gale Guard, it shouldn't be there as many times as Dragon Knight, but...
It is strong.
It is something that I noticed at the end. Is like,
Yeah, if you see a pattern that everybody else is picking one neutral item, it means that it's definitely OP, because it gives 400 ult damage barrier that blocks 75% of the incoming damage, and also provides 50% slow resistance. I think one of these things have to, like the slow resistance part, people would still pick it up because barriers, they seem to be super strong, and the spell mechanic is always something that we're going to be lacking. I think right now in Dota, with the recent patch, we do have a lot of abilities, items that reduce the healing. Like you can reduce enemies' healing for quite a lot with pretty much everything. So that's not going to be super strong, but would love to see something that adds the spell mechanic.
I kind of feel like this game also was very much decided by the last pick. I thought the Queen of Pain popped off, had a really good start, and it just felt like the start of the game, the first 10 minutes, that is, it all was in the hands of Gaimin, and at that point, it was already really difficult for Yakult Brothers to really make a comeback, which they ended up not doing, even though they gave it a good shot. And I wonder, based on that game, which 2 players Purge thought had the most impact?
That's right, Shiver. The laning stage was a very big deal, and that comes down to how well you can win your lanes. And there were 2 heroes that were very impactful for this, or at least one of them was. And I wanted to look at the supports. Tofu's Muerta got so much stuff done in the laning stage, in the mid game, as the game continued. Whereas on the other side, Baboka's Weaver, cool theory. He wanted more experience gain. The bugs are a little bit harder to kill at early levels. Maybe he's going to get some profit from it, but his KDA did not look as good. Net worth was a little higher for him, since he did spend a little bit more time killing creeps, and he did buy a Bloodthorn, so his farm speed is good. But here's the important stat, the experience per minute. It's barely higher than Tofu's was, and this is what you always have to think of when you're buying a Midas or something like that accelerates you. It's like, okay, I could be accelerated by having this artificial way to increase my GPM, or I could just play the game better and get pretty much the same golden experience gain. And in this case, it didn't really pay off for the Weaver. The laning stage was okay, but like Tofu got so much stuff done at the early stages of the game. His laning stage was good. They got a kill when they were level 2, by the way. That was earlier than this clip. Here's Baboka's impact. He's just trying to, he died to Tofu. There it is. Maybe got some bugs off, got a little bit of experience, but just kill heroes and you get experience. That's usually a good way to do it. Here's Tofu directly killing him. Excellent clip. Watson gets a nice little kill there. Here's the bugs helping out a little bit. It's doing something. It's lowering his armor. What do you lower his armor by, like 3 there? You just pick Slark and get that right fasted and do the same thing. But yeah, it did some things, but the impact that Tofu had in this game was just completely stronger. Even with the new Gleipnir. In some ways a weaker item on Muerta because you don't get as much AoE, but still. I just think there was a clear-cut difference in the difference between these 2 supports.
Yeah, I think... Thanks, parents. I think we should talk a little bit about Muerta as well. Tofu obviously played it really well, but we saw it yesterday as well. I think this is a hero that we're going to see a lot more of.
Oh, absolutely.
It seemed very strong.
We've seen her in the previous patch as well. Super strong position 4 is a setup. And also every single time we watch these Muerta players play, they make them look so easy.
Yeah,
like
they
the way
do.
they execute these dead shots, it's very difficult. Like you need to know exactly where you need to be able to pull off the combo pre-level 10, which has been nerfed slightly. The cast range on the dead shot is not as good as it was before with that level 10 talent, but overall, this hero provides you with the control, with the good scaling, a good amount of team fight as well, with the calling as well. So you're like with the circles, you can easily choose where you want to take the fights, and I feel like we're going to be definitely seeing more from Huerta. The addition is, of course, Rod of Atos being upgraded to Gleipnir.
Yeah,
feels really
that's
good
a
on the
big
hero.
one. That's a big one. And at 15, you get the max HP regen in the calling. So you have a hero who's really good because she can control areas, and this is like a defensive thing, or it's like an aggressive thing. People walk into it, they get silenced, they take damage. Now, if your team stands in at level 15, they're actually gaining something. So you have even more of an incentive to fight around the circle.
That's why we saw Mars in the last 2 games that did go for the Victory Feast facet. The healing did look very good with the Vlads, but it wasn't enough in the second game.
It was not enough, and after game 1, we said that Team Liquid no longer has their fate in their own hands. And they do again now, because they get the chance to stop Gaming Gladiators from moving forward. If Liquid win versus Gaming in the next game, we're gonna run it back. So what's gonna happen in the 3rd game of this tiebreaker? Find out after break. Welcome back. You're joining us in the middle of a tie. We have a three-way tie in Group B, and the group stage is already done, so we need to solve it today because tomorrow the second group stage will start, but only one of these three teams will move forward. Is it Yakult Bros? Is it Team Liquid? Or is it Gaming Gladiators? If it's going to be Yakult Bros, it means that we're going to have another run of the tiebreakers because we're in Game 3. Yakult won Game 1 from Liquid. Gaimin won the second game from Yakult, and now Liquid versus Gaimin go head-to-head, so it is Gaimin that's on match point. If Gaimin wins, they're in, everybody else is out. And if they don't win, we're going again. Let's see what they got for us, because we're in the draft. Already we got Team Liquid on the Radiant side this time around, Gaimin on the Dire side again. And we are a little bit wiser here with Lacoste, Jenkins, and Purge. And we're a little bit wiser on what we think is strong. And maybe the Bristleback Purge is rightfully banned now by Team Liquid.
Bristleback is strong.
Strong.
I think we're going to have to get an Orb of Corrosion nerf, I dare
Ooh,
say.
should it be on the list?
No, not on the list.
Come on, we don't want to nerf things straight away. Like some of the imbalance stuff, maybe.
It was strong last patch too.
It was good.
It
Now it feels
strong.
better.
Every Abaddon bought it.
Yeah, but certain items, I also always buy boots on my characters. Boots OP? No.
Yeah, they are.
Well,
Everybody
anyway.
buys them. Very good item.
Still, I think Orb of Corrosion. We'll give it another day.
If it was
and
like,
if it's another day, we'll add it to the list.
If like every hero was, if you had like 7 of them in a game, sure. This Gale Guard thing, there were 7 of them.
Okay, I agree there were too many, but I think that's a reality of there being limited amounts of neutral items. There's only like 7 neutral items in every category, so you get shown 4, and a lot of them are kind of like...
No, only 3 generally, because
you're
the
only
4th
getting
is
3.
previous tier.
And it's just easier to pick HP. Because I felt when I played my games yesterday, when I'd get to the tier 4s, I was kind of like about a lot of them. Kind of felt like how maybe Brian felt about neutral items.
I will say when it comes to the Gale Guard thing though, like the game starts and I'm like, I want that. Like I'm thinking about that.
Oh, really?
Literally when yes, because I played against it last game and I'm sick of trying to kill this guy who's immortal. Slow resistance is insane.
Gaming gets their hands on Beastmaster that we've seen being banned in the previous 2 games. We have the Tiny banned as well. Ember, DK, I think those are going to be staples. Warlock got removed as well as the Abaddon. And then Magnus picked up as well. Is there any other usual suspect we should keep our eyes on? Because we mentioned the PA and we said PA is still strong.
That's what it felt like.
Ban-worthy?
I think so.
First phase? Oh, you mean in this phase?
Second
maybe.
phase, I think you might think about banning it because you have Magnus on your team, and it's not like this hero needs any kind of buffs, but these are all extra, so it does feel good to have anything on top of that. We saw in the previous game, Glimmer Cape, having Warlock with you in the lane feels really good. Solar Crest on top of that. It's not like the damage buff, but it's a bit different once you have Magnus in the team.
I can see that. I don't know if you don't necessarily have to put the PA with the Magnus. It still looks good, but it would make it stronger. Banning out Tofu's Muerta does make sense, though.
Yeah.
It just felt really good in the laning stage. They laned it perfectly. chase down slows from a boar with dead shot to push him back. It just sounds like a huge pain in the ass to fight. Because if they lose their lane that badly in a less favorable matchup, I just think they're gonna have a tough time, like they did last game.
Yeah, the Morta was good in the previous patch, and it got buffed. So, yeah, I think if somebody's already good at the Morta, just take it out. Really strong with the Beastmaster as well. I'm surprised we're not seeing Darks here. Like, a lot of people have been spamming it in pubs. You know, this is one of Ace's favorite heroes as well.
I agree it's better. I think the problem is it's not a flex hero. They're picking offlaners that are probably offlaners that can play carry.
That's
and
true.
Darkseer just doesn't give you that flex as an opener. And
That's a good point.
That opener flex pick is just so valuable for almost all pro players right now.
Yeah, you would need some other role flex, and then a Darkseer would be like 4th pick.
Well, if Big L was on your team, he'd be like, I can play this any role.
It is a flex for him, yeah.
Ags Rush from a support, it'll be good, I promise. It's not.
I think there is, like, Mirana 4 is really good. It's also a flex pick. I also want to see some Wind Ranger position 4 with the...
Revenant's Brooch?
Not necessarily. I want to see her as a support. I think you can snipe people easily with that power shot facet, the new one. Might be a bit of a tricky one, considering the situation both of these teams are in. I think they're going to be picking something that is slightly more stable rather than try to experiment a lot. Unless they played a couple of games and they're like, okay, this is definitely something that we want to try. It looks super strong, but I think we're going to be seeing more of these like traditional picks between those two teams.
5 seconds remaining.
They ban the ET again. Jakiro very safe. I think this is a bit of a block pick here because that's a hero that Insania's been playing a lot. So just a little bit slight upper hand by picking the hero, but it's just good. You have flexibility in your fire choice, which is good at basically all stages of the game to transition. And then the hero's a great follow-up stun. It's great layered with basically it's like a rare, really high damage support on a cooldown that makes you able to do like a +1 gank instead of a +2.
Yeah, Beast plus Shakiro is like a pretty much guaranteed kill because of the stun and the disable or the stun and the damage, and they both can push towers. So I feel like for Gaiman, this is a really comfortable opening, and it also doesn't really reveal much. We've seen people try to like the Legion Commander gotcha the Jakiro, which I suppose would also be good against the Beast Roar, but then like Legion just kind of sucks as a hero, so...
It's not even that good anymore, because Liquid Fire does 100 damage with 1 skill point. In the past, it was like, oh, you offset the Dual Breath, and you have to skill Liquid Fire, which did like 50 damage, but now you're just like, hit him with the Liquid Fire, and you're like, go ahead, just press it. And then he does, and you Dual Breath afterwards. Like, it's not even that good anymore.
What about Rubik? This hero has traditionally always been good against Jakiro, because no matter what you steal, especially Ice Bat, which has been buffed if you're going for the other facet, the Icebreaker facet, so it stays on the ground, it stays for 6 seconds, and then you have another way of stunning people around it, and it deals insane amount of damage. Level 4 is extra 225 damage.
I mean, Rubik, he did get buffed, but I can tell you the #1 thing that makes it a Rubik patch is he good at stealing the spells of what's currently in the meta. If it's an Earthshaker patch, if it's a hero patch, it's a Rubik patch. And it's also good against Beast. Stealing the Roar is pretty easy to do. So I like this pick here, but I don't see people like early phasing a Rubik like this unless these heroes are also appearing in the first phase.
I wonder if the enchantments are kind of good for Rubik as well. There's a lot of mana regen ones if you want it. It feels like your chances of getting like either the cloak that lowers status resistance, increased magic damage. I feel like those aren't that hard either. There's a lot more ways to get like spell amp increase from your neutral items as well.
And cast range.
And cast range. So I wonder if Rubik's win rate's going to go from that as well.
And there's like the trading max mana for cast range, and I feel like Rubik, because of his int gain and the items that he builds, is not a hero that really cares that much about losing max mana.
Could see that.
Team Liquid also faced the Rubik in their first game today. They felt the power of it from Baboka, so might have some inspiration from that one.
I'm down for that Mirana that I mentioned, because Nyx Assassin doesn't kill creeps anymore with Mind Flare, and this is the other option that can kill the creeps against the Enchantress, and also they don't have enough control for Mirana, so in a lot of these situations, I think Mirana 4 can really shine.
Yeah, I like it.
Do we think Enchantress is better now that she can steal frogs? Take frogs, I mean. Are the frogs good to take?
I mean, it's just a barrier that heals after it expires, right? So it's okay.
I don't know.
I don't know what the damage stats. I think they all have really low armor. Their attack range is really short.
Isn't there one that does the Ravage thing?
Yeah, Is that a large creep? I don't even know. I haven't figured it out yet.
Oh, I was thinking they would pick the Pango. I mean, it was banned in the previous series. It's not easy to steal roll as much as you see it happen in pubs. You can just instant shield crash and you're not gonna lose the roll. It's really disruptive for the team fights. It's not good to
And you're playing off your
RP him.
Thunderbolt facet, so it doesn't feel too bad. Because if you're playing off from the offlane, for example, the double jump facet, you also want to save that because you're losing the value. You don't want to use it immediately, so you're not going to be as tanky. But with the Thunderbolt facet, you're going to use it immediately and say, screw it, like I'm just going to stun people anyway.
And I also like it against these two supports on Liquid side because they're both relatively low armor. So now all of a sudden, Pango, who sometimes lacks a little bit of damage, is going to feel happier going for those heroes during the fights.
Are we happy with the Gyrocopter?
It's very good against Beastmaster.
Sure.
Like your flat cannon and everything. The mana cost of flak went up a little bit, but it's still probably viable. Plus you get your little side gunner buddy now, which is cute. That's really strong, right? Like that matters in a game.
It definitely does.
It does.
Other than that, the hero looks fine. Like getting BKB is going to be really important. I think the most important thing for Gyro is, does he press BKB before he gets the first stun hit? If he does, then he's fine. If he doesn't, then he's going to get chain stunned by the Mirana, the Jakiro, and the Beast, and that could be scary. But as a whole, it looks like a good hero to me.
I mean, that's the scary part. There's not really a save on the side of Team Liquid, even though there's a lot of chain stun, as you said.
What do you guys think about swapping to have Watson play Beast carry? Because you're playing into Ensh, who's going to steal the boar, Gyro, who can flak the boar and flak off the boar. Like, just pick an offlaner that's better at playing into this lane.
It's a great idea. I just am a little hesitant because I don't necessarily trust Beast carry fully yet with the new patch.
I think none of us do, but the fact that the pros do so much, even though we're not thinking it's that great, like, and then it wins.
You did a lot of research on Yakult and Liquid and their pubs. Did you happen to check gaming?
I didn't actually. No.
I'm curious about that. Maybe they've practiced it a lot.
Watson has played Beast carry in this tournament, but on this patch, who knows? I would assume. I mean, maybe. I don't think he has to, because I think people just seem to think Beast is still kind of the same hero that he was.
Yeah. I think for Liquid, I think they want to have something that is good in the lane against this Pango, and they could definitely use maybe some extra bit of a control. So I'm down for some Earthshaker from the mid lane. It is played 3 days ago. Because I think Earthshaker would give them even more teamfight, relatively easy in the lane against Pango, even though the hero got slightly nerfed when it comes down to the mana cost from Enchant Totem. Slugger as well has been nerfed. This hero is still super strong.
I mean, you can also Queen of Pain.
You could, yeah. But who has the overall last pick? It's Gaming Gladiators, so they could choose. They have a
Pango off
Beastmaster as well. Like they have some options available.
Yep. I mean, yeah, the Huskar would be like the absolute gotcha, but it's banned, of course.
Dawnbreaker coming out there.
Saber Chad Dawnbreaker. I mean, that never looks bad.
Yeah, that means you got
as he says.
mag mid. Yeah, if that Pango is mid versus the mag, how's that gonna work out?
I think it's 50-50, maybe slightly mag favored. But I think both of these heroes are just gonna kind of shove out the wave. Pango's better at rotating than Mag is. It's hard for him to like counter rotate that, but then I think Mag will like outfarm Pango and do a little bit better in the lane because you can skewer him into tower.
How do you feel about Dawnbreaker Aghanim Scepter?
I mean, on paper, it's better if you want to get in there and fight, but you do lose the evasion, which is a potential negative. But there's not that many right clicks right now in gaming. It's mostly like magic nukes, so hypothetically, it should work effectively.
I don't know. I feel like this item is kind of dead now.
I do think that with the Dawnbreaker pickup, they do now have, in case that Gyro does get chain stunned, they have a way to save a target if they want to take the fight.
I don't mind like a Slark here. I feel like you.
Or a Lifestealer. We saw Lifestealer banned actually quite a few times. I don't think we've seen it for a little while yet on the mainstream.
It's kind of a similar idea. Like I just was thinking like a hero that will just stick on the Gyro and man fight against him. It's also a hero that does very well against the Dawnbreaker in lane. You're punishing the fact that she's a melee strength hero who wants to stand there and trade with you. You can just press your magic immunity whenever she presses her abilities and run at her. It's very, very strong. They also changed the... I wonder if he's going to go for the new facet, the one where you...
We have someone that can check facets.
Gonna?
Oh, me?
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
He's used to being told to zoom in on him.
Yeah, I need a command.
Yeah, which facets did you want to know?
Did he go for the Gore Storm facet or Flesh Flesh Feast.
He has Flesh Feast right now.
He has Flesh Feast. What does that do?
It's the max HP hero kill increase from 15 to 25, 55, because it's the tied to infest level, so that's going to be more HP for Lifestealer, and open wounds, the cooldown resets if the hero dies during it. The other one is a bit of a meme facet. It's more tied to his infested, how it interacts with the creeps as well, so not a big fan of that one.
Okay, so you think it's good? Can we get a... Nah, it's okay. I do like to hear you guys' opinion on the draft here, as this is potentially our final game. Is Gaming going to 2-0 this, or are we going to have another round of it?
I didn't like the Magnus last game. I want to say it didn't look that good. So if anything, I would give it to Gaming just because they don't have the Magnus.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I think it's a better matchup for him versus the Pango than it was versus Qual.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think Liquid's going to do it. I think we're going to be going round again.
Are you saying that because of the draft, or are you saying that because you are a Chaos enjoyer?
I believe it. I feel like I've seen...
There's too much of a pause, Owen.
You're not convinced.
No. I think Liquid's got this one. I think we're going again.
He's not good at faking the...
Jenkins, what do you think?
What do you think, Jenkins?
What do I think?
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks pretty even, dude. I feel like Liquid's...
You have to pick a team.
Liquid, I'm going to say Liquid because I feel like they just were tired because they stay up until 4 a.m. They're degenerates. They had to lose one game, and they're probably going to end up be the ones going through in the second set of tiebreakers.
To be honest, it is a very Liquid fashion way to go through in the longest amount of games possible.
It's how they
I could
always
see
do
that
it.
happening. However, that would be dumb if they lost the first game because it was out of their hands. You know, they had to kind of rely on Gaming.
Yeah, but that's what they do. They always do it like that.
We're gonna find out. Will Gaming 2-0 this one and take the spot tomorrow, or will Liquid force out another roll of tiebreakers? We're heading into game number 3.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, indeed. Time to find out what's going to happen in this third best of one of the tiebreakers. Gaming versus Liquid. And I'm here, of course, Lady Pixel, with Gunnar. Once again, Gunnar, what do you make of this? What's sort of jumping out at you in terms of what you want to speak about and address when you look at these two lineups?
I think a lot. I want to see how Nakes is, because Nakes has been... I think he's picked a lot more. Lifestealer has been getting picked a lot more since the patch. They buffed a few of his numbers, I want to say, and this new facet, so he basically got 2 new facets. Instead of having the choice between Rage and Unfettered, which were the Q ability, you now get Flesh Feast, which is one he got, which basically just makes you get more health. And then you get... There might be a big thing with this fight where if he gets a kill, he gets another open wounds. So, not multiple kills, but that one also matters for team fights. It means that you can go on one target, open wounds them. If that guy dies during the open wounds, refreshes the cooldown. You go to the next, go to the next. So it gives you actual good chasing potential. And then every time, I think it's based on a hero kill, you'll get a bunch of health. At max level, it's 55 health per hero kill permanently.
That's quite a lot, right?
So I don't think it's retroactive.
No, I'd imagine not. No.
It's still, you know, every bit of health matters. And then we finally will maybe get a side gunner this game.
Yeah, we'll see sort of what the plan is here in this patch with Gyrocopter. I mean, how does the game look for a Gyro? Is this a solid Gyro game?
It's a good Gyro game. He's laning versus a Beastmaster. I think Lifestealer matchup is... It goes a bit both ways, I want to say. But if Gyro has a really good game, he's just good at banning up to these right-click carries and just fighting. So, and even Pango. I think Gyro's really good versus Pango. Pango's bad versus these ranged physical right-clickers that can hit him during roll, and Gyro's been doing exactly that. You think of Gyro, you think of Medusa, even Sniper to some extent are all good versus Pango, so I like the Gyro pick a lot for Liquid. And then I guess the other one's Mirana. We saw Mirana earlier, and I think there were a lot of changes. People were excited about the changes, but she did lose Solar Flare, which is a bit sad. I thought that spell was really cool, honestly. And now I believe she just has the Invis, right? And you pick between 2 other facets.
Yeah, you've got like the one that you leap in and you root people.
Yep.
Which is not the one we're getting here today. Of course, going for the one that does apply this blind on the second hit from the Starstorm, as well as doing a bit more damage.
It's the support one, right? You take the magic damage nuke. They also changed their shard. It doesn't do the slow, the cloud. It's just a passive crit, basically buff that you get. So, I think overall it should buffer scaling, even as a support. Just the random numbers. make more sense than I think what she used to be. It was a bit hard to use when it was on her old version.
And what do you make about the new facet we got obviously on the Dawnbreaker? So like with
I think this one's really good.
It adds up to a lot, right?
Yep.
The amount of bonus attack speed you get. And we'll see here an attempt to fight back here as Boxy's getting chased down by Watson.
Look at his attack speed.
You hit pretty hard. You know, when you let's kind of run the numbers on it. What is it? It obviously scales up. Let's talk about eventually it gets to what 33 per swipe. So it's per connection that you hit an enemy with, right?
Yes.
And it's each swipe. So obviously with the swipes that you get from Starbreaker.
So at max it's 99.
Exactly. Which is a lot of attack speed.
Yep.
And of course you're giving a lesser amount to the allies as well in the area with you.
I like it a lot because the other two facets that she used to have were basically both, they felt more utility than anything. You pick like cooldown reduction, or you'd pick this healing hammer kind of facet, which was, some people tried it and memed it with like holy lockets and stuff, but it ended up not being that good, I want to say. And so now finally, especially with the new Ags change to Dawnbreaker.
Absolutely. The new Ags very much seems to be that they're kind of pushing the Dawnbreaker more into like the right-click build or like the carry build, right? Because you buy this Ags, obviously in the past, it's very different to what it was, right? Because before it was this whole idea of like, you can do all this damage and all this healing without being a part of the fight. Now it's the opposite. You get the Ags, you use it, you're straight into the fight, but you still have the benefit of that aura. It's just around you and you're present at the start. So you can get straight in on the action and start actually getting your spells off and punching into people, which obviously as a core feels pretty good.
Yep. And even now they might get Jakiro? No, he's a Lotus. But basically the biggest other thing is there's no more evasion aspect of the Ags now, so it's a lot less effective as a save spell, and it's better as I gotta go in there, I gotta keep healing my team while I'm fighting, so it kind of encourages, again, this more right-click scaling Dawnbreaker, which, again, I really enjoy, being able to buy Desto. So I'm probably gonna see Saberlight go maybe Blade Mail Desto, maybe an Ags, we'll see, and I think it fits a lot better. Even last patch we were seeing people buy Bloodstone on her as an offlaner. I think Amar bought Bloodstone on her once.
Yeah, that's probably gone now.
And so, yeah, I don't think you do that one anymore.
You can't do like, it's like this Ags Bloodstone build. You're not having this whole idea of being able to move the Solar Guardian so you can constantly kind of track the target before you eventually jump down. You know, you're straight over that.
Yeah, so the tracking only works when she lands. It follows her after she lands for 3.5 seconds, or 3 seconds. So pretty interesting to see. I don't know if he'll get it because it's just completely different as to what it used to be.
Yeah, you're probably getting it like as like a 5th item or something, right? You're not getting it early.
You don't
even
rush
if
it like
you
you
are
used
building
to.
this right-click sort of
You'd
build.
rather just go the Desto, the AC, Sancho Yasha.
It's just a nice sort of bonus to have later on in the builds. Spot him. Ace. They'll get him. And there we have it. You know, we talked about it. Shiva's on about, right? This Ravage creep. We got some action from it. Look at him go. The Boglet with the arm at the deep. That lovely little tentacle. Oh, rest in peace. He did his job, though.
He got a kill.
His job.
I remember, I think it was Nat was in the background. She was super excited about Enchantresses and Chen getting the little Boglets. The neutral group spells are actually really good, the new ones. They have, especially this aura. So they give an aura that makes you faster if you're in the water. And also you do more damage. You do 10% more damage. So like Enchantress gets to gank mid. And look how fast she is. She's going to go in the... Oh, okay, never mind. Not in the water.
I mean, and the Boglet could obviously mess...
Oh. That's 2 Boglets.
Poor old Boglet. Never stood a chance. He was going to go there. He was going to be ready to stun.
He was excited. Maybe deny it.
Yeah, but no, just instant death.
Okay. Boglet number 3. Things will be different. Or the Marsh Mage. I don't know. I don't. Do you ever take? No.
What was that for the little like that bubble?
It gives
that
you like a
you
bubble for magic damage.
Well, top lane, Saberlight this time surely going down. Yeah, can't escape that. What's an Malady?
It's a hard lane. They just have so many slows, and Dawnbreaker doesn't do well into these extended trades. She wants to kind of go and you press her spells, and then either you're too low to fight her back, or you both just walk away, but she completely won the trade. Whereas Lifestealer, I think, is able to fight into that with rage, and then he just keeps sustained through with the open wounds.
Coming in along the top here game, and they're really set up to protect this and take this away from Liquid.
Radiant's top tower is under
Liquid, they're going to need to bring more numbers if they want to stop this, and they're not. So Gaming, they get the space to get the pickup. Now they're going to go for Saberlight. Is there going to be any sort of help coming in for him?
He doesn't have W.
It doesn't really look like it. Same time, they're also losing Insania. Insania's getting chased down by Ace. I mean, Gaming getting these early kills on both of the side lanes and getting that early bit of a boost. 1 to 2k lead already 7 minutes in. A hot start on the lanes for Gaming.
73 health from the feast on Watson, having a completely free lane for the most part. Also, him, remember, every time he gets a kill, right now I think he's only getting 25 health, but still, it's a lot of health casually. Sometimes the 75 health might, you know, save him here or there, and it's a scary lifestealer game, I want to say, for Liquid to deal with. They don't really have that many BKB piercing spells. They have an RP, which is obviously good, but
oh, Insania.
I don't know if it's enough.
Uh-oh. He just really wanted to walk up and take a creep, but Gaming were very easily able to shut him down. And over the river, maybe a chance for Malady. They'll drop the RP for this. Liquid, they're desperate for kills, and they will get it.
Quinn's here.
No Nisha, he's got to be a bit careful himself. Boxy's going for the TP out, and he's going to die to that second hit from the Starstorm in the fountain.
That was so much damage.
That's the facet for you.
Yeah.
But what are the numbers on the facet in terms of the damage increase? Does it say?
I guess it just goes to the full double damage.
You're right.
So
yeah, instead of the 60%, it's 100% of the damage.
So that's 225. That's kind of insane, to be honest. Ooh. Also, something interesting. So Ace went for a urn. I don't know if he's going for a full vessel, but he went Tread's urn.
Okay.
Which I don't think we've really seen that much. I'm not really sure why, because he's not going for a vessel.
Yeah, he's not going all the way. Because then maybe you think like with the Dawn and the Ench, right, in play.
Yeah.
You're trying to look to shut those down. We'll see if it sort of slows down his Ag's progress. Shouldn't, because at the moment, right, Ace is... Yeah, he's doing all right. So the Aghanim's timing should be still pretty good.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the logic. I guess maybe if they're fighting a lot in the early game, or they were trading a lot in the lane, they thought there would be way more kills, and Urn is really good when you get these kills, just to regen back for yourself, and then the second time you go, you use it on them. This dive is pretty deep.
And here to help out. Watson's already going in on towards Mickey. Watson's got to start backing off now. Missile connects in. On towards Tofu. The cooldown coming in as well. Will connect on them.
Invest him.
Keep him safe. Making sure the Tofu doesn't fall too dangerously low.
All right, a good hold by Liquid. I think it was a bit deep by Gaming. They wanted to get something, and it's much better for them that they, you know, they get nothing, right? So decent defense by Liquid.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now the 10 sieges. This is the 2 power specs, right? It's the 5-minute siege for Inch and the 10 minutes siege. So I think they should try to make a move if possible with Enchantress. The only question mark is Mirana, so she one-shots either the Enchantress creep or the siege. And so we'll see what they do. Ace has a massive Ancient stack that Box just saw.
Ooh. It's going to be able to interrupt the Rolling Thunder for now, and that'll actually be enough to stop Gaming from going for the kill. Boxy survives. But yeah, even though they have that information, Liquid very difficult and unlikely they can really go over here.
This is so scary. I'm watching him. If he gets hit once by the Prowler, he's dead.
Well, you're right. Well, he just gets rooted and then completely destroyed by the stack.
There's the Enchantress in it. So all the creeps are doing more damage.
It's risky.
Jungling is hard versus Enchantress. It is actually difficult. I've generally seen so many people get so low farming.
Yeah, he's being so careful, Ace.
Look, he actually will never get hit once. Oh, look how much damage.
Careful.
Come on, don't let the Prowler hit you. He has 100 health.
Ah, he's got it.
We're making it sound so exciting. He's farming an Ancient stack as a Beastmaster.
He's sweating right now. Look at the
stressful.
Look how stressed out he looks. He's stressing.
He is so
stressed. There you go. Phew. Managed to do it.
It's over.
He got them all. So the Aghanims still on track for a solid time here for Ace.
Oh, we got a mana drop too.
So what Liquid can do
neutral.
with the smoke. This is the blink reveal.
Yeah.
From Nisha.
and on the 12 rune. So Gaming is also smoked up. Liquid's going to know because they just saw Quinn take off the rune from the smoke.
I mean, they could try and go up top. But if they get Watson in an RP, do they have the damage to kill him easily? It's kind of tough, right?
It is close.
He gets this armlet off and then infest into a creep. He's out of there. I don't know how easy this is to go for.
I don't think they get him.
Do they want to try? Let's have a look. RP, Solar Guardian, Starbreaker. It's not really even close to enough.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
He's still at a 15 stick of wand, still at a Lotus.
Yeah.
And now, his team's just chasing. I think an arrow into a leap and he's just dead.
And Quinn? He's got the Rolling Thunder here over towards Instania.
Boxy's infested at Nisha.
That's the... See if they can do something with this. Mickey's turned up. Now they've actually got some damage.
Skewer.
There we go. Skewer back for Nisha. They'll get the grab onto Quinn.
Wait, Watson's still in Tofu.
And Tofu's gone.
Okay.
I mean, can they chase for furthermore? I mean, for Watson, probably not. Melody's also far enough away that
He still has the infest TP.
You know, I mean, Liquid, can they grab Melody? No, not quite going to have the reach for a potential shockwave. Well, at the end of the day, it kind of works out. The initial RP attempt was a pretty whatever, but then somehow Liquid actually managed to get 2 kills at the end of it all anyway.
Yeah, they RP Watson and then actually get 2 kills. So
there you go.
Use 1 RP, get 2 kills.
Yeah.
It's like you doom a creep, but then the hero still dies. It's the same thing. You doomed, the hero died, they RP'd, got 2 heroes. Successful, and a tower.
Yeah.
So actually,
pretty good. And they had Mickey involved. He's still staying up at the top. Of course, on the Ace is right behind him, about 1,000 gold away from the Aghanims. But yeah, Liquid settling the score. It's close now. 14 minutes. Pretty much dead even.
It's a lot closer of a game than we saw pretty much in both 2 games earlier.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Everyone has a game. Pretty much all the core. Queen and Saberlight are the ones struggling, but again, I want to say honestly, those are the 2 best heroes to struggle.
Sure. You still pressure ult on both of them.
You still have impact as struggling, whereas all the other cores kind of need to either have items to do damage or need to be tanky enough to go in. So both teams are fine with the game state.
Bounty, which my matriarch will prize.
Side Gunner is also coming out for Mickey, so we'll finally get to see it.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about that. I've still not seen that in any of my games, so I'm looking for. This is gonna be my first time seeing the animation. I've been promised it's a very cute animation.
It's a little guy.
Well, like someone in like a little plane going around him or what?
It's like mechanical. It's a little. You'll see. It's like a little UFO that flies around with a gun.
And actually, did the bullets come out of the UFO? They do. Oh, very cool.
They do. It's very cute.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. Does it make any cool sounds like pew pew, or is it just the same?
I think it's just the same.
It's the same.
It's still a gun at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's a big gun. All right, so another big smoke. Oh, it's the Tormentor.
15-minute fight. Both teams. They're interested. Saberlight starting the fight.
He's just going in. They see him on a ward. He's on a gaming ward.
Yeah, typically you don't really have your Dawnbreaker going in first, but I guess it's still the tankier of the team.
Yep. Also, Nisha can counter-initiate.
Sure. So Saberlight looking to bait.
All right, they just saw everyone because of the arrow.
They're battling for vision control up on that high ground. Here's the Rolling Thunder. Okay, they get the opening onto Saberlight. Where's the backup? Are they going to do something with this bait? No. Okay, no. It's just Saberlight at the front dying, and that was the plan. Apparently.
He does have the buyback.
He does.
Maybe
okay,
it's a
that's
bait
the
for
plan.
the RP.
There you go. It's the buyback Solar Guardian. That's the plan. It's the big brain plan. You might think that was a mistake, but wait until you see this.
That's Rolling Thunder on cooldown.
Let's have a look. Okay. It's the skewer on Quinn. RP on Quinn. There's the buyback Solar Guardian. Maybe this will do it. Or Watson, he's going to be able to turn and chase down
Mickey's
Nisha.
dying.
Turns towards Mickey. Mickey will fall. Swashbuckle kills Nisha. They're coming out with the buybacks. This time it's going to be from Gaiman. They're bringing Malady back into the action. Liquid, I think they're running out of steam in this fight. Saberlight, he's in trouble. Watson's going to look to chase him, run him out underneath the tower. They'll settle for Instania first. Double kill for Ace. Boxy and Saberlight, they're still going to get chased down here. Quinn, in with the shield crash. Boxy's able to steal it. And lucky to get away there on Saberlight, as they won't chase for him. They'll settle for the tier 1 tower. I guess you could kind of see what Liquid was going for there, but Gaiman, they were very well set up for that.
I think it's so funny to see this Tormentor is such a massive objective. The teams realize it got overbuffed. Oh, look at this healing. They can't fight. Boxy can't fight them.
I mean, he's got shield crash.
He does.
That won't keep him alive. They're trying stuff. It's not working, but they're trying stuff. Overall, gaming, they're now 5k advantage.
Isn't that wild? It was a 6k swing in the last 2 minutes. I think Liquid was up about 500 gold, maybe 1,000 max. And between team fight, buyback, Tormentor kill, and then now Boxy dying, up 5,000 gold. I think Tormentor is, in my opinion, a bit too strong just to compare, especially because it's a team objective now. It gives gold and a shard. It forces this fight. I think we're going to see a lot of these 15-minute smokes and these 15-minute fights kind of deciding where the game goes. And also, I guess it's always going to be bot is the other thing. So, is there really even an advantage, though?
What, depending on which side of the map you're playing
Yeah, because there's no more outposts. Like, you can't TP like it's a Roshan. This isn't really a Radiant favored.
Yeah, you could probably argue
anymore.
that the positioning is pretty balanced.
Honestly, if anything, it might be Dire favored for it to be bought, because usually the safe lane towers are taken and the off lane towers kind of survive longer. And so Dire currently has a faster TP location to getting to this Tormentor fight. I don't know. It looked Gabian favored. It looked Dire favored, this one.
It certainly did. They're up with the lead now. Boxy. Gonna find him in the river. And with the defusal slow, nowhere to run. Nisha. How close is he to the Ag? And he's still about 1,000 gold away from the Ags on Mag.
Ags is interesting. It's the same Ags it always was. It was Horn Toss. I just feel
it's a big investment.
Yeah, I feel like especially as a mid, it kind of is a low impact item because all it does is make your effectively what it does is it makes your skewers easier, right? And
yeah, you've got that extra bit of reach. To
you got a little
like
extra reach,
close the
you
gap,
have a little
bring
extra
them in.
stun. But I don't know. Parts of me wish he was just going harpoon.
It's a lot of
and
money.
Would just scale.
It's a lot of money for the Horn Toss.
It's no damage.
Yeah,
it's a 300 damage nuke on a 30 second
300
cooldown.
damage nuke.
Sure, but
a little bit.
What's an echo hit, right? That's 200 damage every 5 seconds. Physical, which is just more. Plus also the stats, the tankiness.
I mean, it's one of those items that if you can make cool plays with it,
it's good.
It all becomes worth it.
Also, if their game plan is kind of to have make a 1v5, I think it makes more sense.
Yeah,
he has Ags, guys. Look.
Oh yeah, look at it. It's doing like backflips and everything.
Yeah.
That is very cool.
That is the side gunner.
Whoa. Can you get like different cosmetics, or is this the only one?
I think it's the only one. I've always seen this model.
I guess it is, right? They wouldn't have retroactively like.
Yeah, I don't know if they could have. No one would have made models for a side gunner.
I feel like they have to now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the next step, right? Now they're going to be selling these sets for Gyro, where you get a cool little side gunner.
And everyone you have to rush Ags now, if you have a cosmetic for side gunner.
Absolutely.
See, it's just a little guy.
It is. It is. It's very, very cool. Is there someone in it? Or is it automated?
I think so. I think it's automated.
Is there like a little tiny gyrocopter dude in there?
No.
No?
I think it's just... There's not anything in Dota that's that small. Besides neutral people.
Okay.
How is he there?
I don't know. Boxy's down a few times now. 1, 5, and 3. Not having an easy one. Gaming. They're catching him out quite a bit on the map. He's given space for his cause, of course. Farm's still good for Mickey. And Nisha has now got the Agnums on the way out. Okay. Oh! Gonna try and get the jump on him, but Nisha's out with the blink quickly. Quinn. Turnover towards Instania.
It's a bit deep.
And with the tier 2, they'll lay down the Macropyre as well.
Damage.
It's not enough to kill Instania. It's going to be okay. Quinn will have to back off with the remainder of the Rolling Thunder. The tower does go down, though. Another objective here taken by Gaimin. There's the Horn Toss. Skewer back. That's a good catch. Quinn's dead. Liquid. Can they get more with this?
Still has 2 more leaps.
Try and chase for the ice path. A couple of stuns are there to hold him back. Now Ace is in with Watson. They turn over with Nisha. Use the RP onto the two. The Stabilite comes in with the Solar Guardian and the Starbreaker. They kill off Ace. They take down Watson. Liquid. The fight is theirs, and they'll clean up Malady as well. This time round, the bait works perfect. Sure, Nisha dies, but he got his job done.
Yep.
Gets that RP off, sets up for Saberlight to turn up and clean up.
They're Horn Toss. So he catches Pango, he wouldn't have gotten without that horn toss.
Absolutely not. No, pays off straight away.
They jump on Mickey, so basically the whole fight started with Boxy getting jumped in the mid-river. And Watson actually was infested into Ace the entire time. Didn't even out-infest because he was like, oh, Boxy's a free kill. So then they jump back in the fight a second time. They don't have Roar, actually, because Boxy got jumped mid.
That's your Boxy tanked the Roar.
So if they had Roar, Mickey would have died. And they would have had no damage. They would have lost the fight. But now, effectively, Boxy set up the entire fight and got them Roche. And 4 kills.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Back to even on the numbers. And with that pickup, the Roshan, the Aegis for Mickey has pretty much got enough money to just completely buy outright his next item, which will likely indeed be that SMY that he's got queued up. Now, Liquid, they're keeping it interesting here.
Yeah, I like the SMY. I mean, who doesn't like SMY? It's just a good item.
I love the continuation of the build from Nisha.
Yeah.
You know, going for the BKB into the Octarine.
Yeah.
He's all about the spell casting. Axe Octarine, that's the... When you pick Magnus, that's the fun kind of build to play. Unless you want to do some full kind of like Daedalus and same right-click thing. But for making the plays, you know, coming in with the smooth moves, Axe Octarine, you're going to be pressing spells to your heart's content.
I definitely... I'm starting to like it now. It always depends on, I guess, the Q with the shockwave facet. It's hard to always say how good these spells are until you really see them in action a lot. And so I guess now the read is, if you can actually play around the Q as a real good nuke, you effectively have a free shard. Now going more of a utility spellcaster is still scaling. You don't need to be a right-click scaler.
Nisha is going to get the opening. Horn toss.
Another
Gets
horn
the setup
toss.
on towards Ace. Ace is going to panic roar. No way out for him.
All right, back-to-back kills.
They're making moves and they're setting up for the tier 2 push here. Liquid bringing in the top wave. Soon it's going to be Gaming that are in a position where they're going to have to react to the aggressive moves that Liquid is starting to make on Gaming's side of the map.
There is still the Lifestealer. So he's getting a bit behind, especially after that early game. I don't know if that's what we would have expected, but he's still strong. His hero is still a very good game for a Lifestealer. I think in the last fight, it was really mostly that they chased a...
Tofu. Ooh. Gonna try for the setup, but okay. Timing a little off there.
He's a blink of 1. Okay.
He was thinking about it then, Nisha. Was a little bit
He had a
far.
shield rune on the Magnus. He wouldn't
That's
have
true.
went down.
Gaming. Definitely a bit more scared now of Liquid. BKB's done on Saberlight, so he'll feel very confident turning up to the fight. Now, the tier 2 in the mid lane, under pressure. I mean, what's the plan now for Gaming? Are they looking towards an item that's coming out soon on one of their cores? Do they turn up for defenses? You know, how well can they tackle Liquid head on?
Probably just his Ags on Pango that Quinn just finished. So they're already smoking up with it. You have to ignore Mickey. Probably Magnus is the best jump if you get him before RP. He's actually very tanky, though. You wouldn't really expect how tanky he is, but with a shield rune too, I don't think he dies if they jump him. Because he's going to get Dawnbreaker ulted. That's going to kind of break everything up. You're also, if you're focusing Nisha, that means you're not dealing with the Gyro, so that means Gyro gets to flat cannon your whole team. They're choosing to go for Dawn, which I think is the safer play overall. It's just a question of, is Saberlight actually going to get caught? And answer is...
BKB off first. That's going to cause issues. They can't follow up with any sort of arrow or anything else. The Saberlight's perfectly fine. And now Ace has got to run. Jump forward for Nisha. Try and get the Horde toss onto the both of them. Only gets Malady, but it's still an easy catch. And another kill for Mickey to be able to clean up as he starts to really zoom ahead on the net worth. There's 16k net worth on the Gyro. Things looking up for Mickey here as he's well on the way to having that BKB done on top of the SMY. These items just keep flying out for the Gyrocopter at a pace that Watson, at the moment on the Lifestealer, is struggling to keep up with.
Yeah, I think Watson feels a bit like he has to be in the fights for damage now. So he keeps using Infest pretty much off cooldown or smoking up. And he's not getting anything out of the Infest. So the mid play that Liquid got the Aegis, he was infested in Ace, I think, for almost like a minute. Then he infested in the Mirana. They missed the arrow on that. Then he smokes up with his team again. So this is 3 different moves pretty much back to back that Watson's participated and got nothing for. Versus Mickey, he's just walking down lanes, taking tower. This is going to be what? The 3rd tower in a row he's taken? 4th tower in a row? And he's farming everything on the way. So it just kind of is reflecting in the net worth in terms of what the carries are able to do on the map. Yeah, there's almost a full BKB on Nisha. Ooh. That's a lot of gold. It's pretty much a 10k swing in the last 4 minutes, I want to say.
Am I missing some tech there?
For what?
Why did he disassemble the wand before selling it? Does that do something?
I'm pretty sure he misclicked.
Oh, okay.
I'd assume when you right-click, there's a drop-down window.
Oh, no, it makes sense. No, of course it makes sense. Because you always sell the recipe for full value, right? So it makes sense to disassemble the components so you get more money when you sell it.
Oh, I guess.
Because otherwise you get half the money back, right, for the whole item. So if you disassemble an item with a recipe and you sell it, then of course you get a little bit more because you get the recipe for full gold.
Radiant are scanning.
Right?
Imagine having to click 7 extra buttons.
A little bit of efficiency.
So you have to. Your choice is either you sell the wand, right, and you lose what 75 gold is. The recipe is 150. So all this is for 75 gold.
Nah, that's a min.
So it's either you right-click and sell item, or right-click disassemble. You have to sell the stick, the branches, and the recipe. So you're clicking what 10 to 12 times or something.
Wait, it's not 10 to 12. What do you mean? It's not that many
It's
times.
like right-click.
You just right-click mark to sell with the new patch, remember?
Yeah, but it's still, you have to sell it. You still have to click that for every individual item now.
Yeah, but there's not 10 components in the one.
There's 5, and it's 2 clicks each. It's a right-click, left-click.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, that's fair.
Because it's
fair.
1 stick, 2 branches, and the recipe. So that's 8 right there, plus also the disassemble. I don't know. Is 10 clicks worth 75 gold to you? When you could just be right-clicking creeps?
I mean, it probably is. I know. The APM of these professional players, they're doing like 100 clicks a minute, Gunnar.
You're right.
Actually, they're probably doing more than that. Actually, I just came up with a number out of my backside. How many clicks are you doing a minute in a Dota?
I think 100's... Dota, I think APM doesn't matter that much.
It doesn't, because some people are like click, 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 click,
yeah,
click,
and
click,
it doesn't do anything.
It's like whatever.
If you compare it to, I don't know,
APM
StarCraft,
is
right?
a completely irrelevant stat. Yeah.
In StarCraft or Warcraft, it matters because you're
yeah.
constantly actually doing moves.
Or Quinn?
He's okay. Ooh, he was close though with boxing.
All right.
There's a lot of downtime movement of you're just walking from camp to camp, and you can always make your movement slightly better by spam clicking, but it's the teamfight APM.
There we go. There's the roar.
Okay.
And the arrow. Nisha not under too much pressure, though. He only falls down to about half HP. Ace, he's the one having a BKB and run away. Try and find an opening there. They don't get anything game, and they just don't quite have the damage in that setup. Liquid, they're, of course, still very much ready to fight. They have their ultimates. Nisha's got his RP ready. So Gaimin have to be careful.
You don't care this Dawnbreaker roll if there's no roar. Roar is pretty much the only thing that holds a guy in place for a really long time, so as long as there's no roar, you don't need Solar Guardian. I don't know if they go high ground, but they can do whatever they want for Liquid. You can just take this tri-camp. Oh, he got Watson.
See what they can do with this. Well, they've got the RP to lock him down. Quinn's going to try and keep him covered with the Rolling Thunder. He's giving Watson the chance to turn and fight back. Turns towards Nisha. They bring down the Magnus. Watson going to look towards Insania first. Mickey's turning towards the support. Starbreaker hits from Saberlight. Not connecting. Doesn't matter. They still bring down Malady. A homing missile heading away at Tofu. Saberlight chases forward. There's a pause. Bit of lag.
I think
take a breather, everyone.
This is the Dawnbreaker innate. Sometimes when it
100% is, yeah,
when it goes to daytime.
Yeah, it does. My goodness. It does make your PC really slow down.
All right, sometimes. So Mickey, I think, is going to go down. He has no BKB. Insania has no force.
Let's do the maths.
Boxy has no force.
Yeah, Mickey's got to be 100% dead.
Mickey's dead. Okay, Tofu.
Yep.
I think Tofu's fine. He has another leap.
Boxy's going to die. Mickey's going to die.
They're all dead.
And that's Mickey. Boxy, is he also going to be dead? He's also going to be dead.
Okay.
The rest of them get out. Stabilize able to TP out with the remainder of the BKB. Insania, the Hawk, he's out just in time. Nothing going to put a stop to him. So, Gaimin actually finding a good shot there. Really good fight back their way as they're able to hold around that point of the map where Liquid, they were really wanting to look for something. They really wanted to get in on that. But this time round, even getting that sort of RP onto Watson and not enough to kill him. He is now once again at that sort of situation where unless they have everybody focusing the lifestealer, Watson should be able to survive through the RP.
Yep. I didn't notice his talent. So Pango's talents actually got changed. And so now he gets the attack damage at 15.
Oh yeah, rather than the 20, right?
Yeah, so it matters a lot for this Ag's timing. Oh god, Pango's...
What do we got?
I just don't want Pango to be good again. He was good for 4 years straight. First picked every game. Ah, don't tell me he's back. And it's the Quinn Pango. Holy crap, just pick a real hero. And Roshan's up.
And Liquid?
Should be free.
Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get here. They're not got Mickey back up for a couple of seconds. He's up now, but Roshan already going this way. Unless they go straight away.
They don't have RP though.
Yeah, without RP, it's a hard fight to call for.
I definitely think the idea of RPing the Lifestealer made sense there. I just don't think they were expecting the damage from the rolling thunder, because both Nisha and Mickey didn't get their BKBs off, so they both got stunned by it initially, and then I think Nisha went down to like 20% health pretty much on this one stun, and he couldn't fight. Mickey, I definitely think Liquid could have cut their losses when they saw Nisha die.
Sure.
Mickey could have just BKB TP'd out, Sableye could have BKB TP'd, and maybe they lose Boxy and Nisha only, but they get out on at least the 2 cores. But with Mickey going down, it's going to hurt, I want to say, Liquid a lot.
Yeah, they've nearly got that next step up in damage, which they, sorely needed in that last fight. Mickey will have the Daedalus for the next team fight. Out on the Gyro, up to level 20 as well.
AC almost done as well for Sableye. Life's there, 460 health now. It's a lot of health.
It adds up.
I think this fast is pretty good. Because didn't it used to be that this was, you had to pick to just get basic feast, right?
Yeah.
It was either feast or unfettered were kind of your choices.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, you had to have, if you had the regular rage, you would get the one that would give you, I mean, when it first was added, what was it, plus 2 HP per creep?
Yeah.
Or plus, was it even plus 5? It was really, really
I think it was
strong.
5 per hero kill.
It's 5 per hero kill, and then it got nerfed to 1, right?
Yeah, or something. And now it's 55 per hero kill. So every time he gets a hero kill, he's just getting a bunch of health.
Which, I mean, ultimately that means in a good game and a long game, later on, you're going to have more HP with this
significantly more.
Yeah. Compared to with the previous one when it's based on CSing, you'd have like
there's also
more
the
HP
CS
early.
component. So it's both.
Wait, okay.
Because his innate has
You're right,
the
that's part of the
creep one.
yeah.
Yep. So not only is he getting creep, but he's also basically getting 4 to 5 times the amount.
All right, yeah, with live stealers,
kills.
yeah, he's definitely back on this patch. You're right. This is very, very good. Well, Insania. He's kind of doing it here against Malady.
He's definitely doing it.
Yeah, he is. Absolutely got him. Well, easy one there. It's like, that's the nice agonyms you've got with that Macropire, Malady. Shame I'm just going to sit back and throw these Impotai at you. Boxy, all down on the other side of the map. So
is it Impotai?
I feel like it is.
What is it?
I feel like we've looked this up.
I don't. That sounds inaccurate.
But the thing is, right, impetus is not...
It's a word.
Yeah, but it's not a word. It doesn't mean like a spear.
It's not
right?
like a spear, no.
It's like you have impetus.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see this replay again, what happened at the same time. Up on the top.
He rolling thundered, and he just canceled Boxy's TP while he was getting out. What's the research? Plural?
Well, I just think, yeah, the general way that was normally used, it doesn't really have... No, it's impetus.
Okay,
yeah,
impetus.
My bad, sorry. Terrible English, of course, coming from the Englishman. It's expected. We're awful at our own language. Impetuses. Not impetai. So nobody start typing impetai in chat. It's the wrong word. That's not even a real word.
Imagine.
Getting that wrong. Yeah.
In my Twitch chat?
Radiant are scanning.
No. All right,
let's see what they got with this.
Oh no, Quinn.
Instant RP.
He got the shield rune off. It's not enough.
It's a lot of damage. Okay, Quinn's gone for 70 seconds.
Okay, no buyback.
See what they want to go for next. And you like this build with Quinn, going for the Yags and then the Octarine.
Yep. I like
all out
Octarine.
the cooldowns.
Yeah, it's just good for...
Yep.
Even in your roll, it lowers the cooldown of your shield crash. You're doing more damage. I would say Octarine usually doesn't actually give you more damage. A lot of the time, it's more just in longer fights, you get more rounds of spells. But for Pango specifically, it actually ends up being more damage in the
fights. They might
fights.
find more in Liquid. I mean, Gaimin are still out on the map.
This is kind of scary. I think Pango matters a lot for their team fight.
Malady would get the Macropire off, but he's gone. Watson's going to try and fight this. Does indeed immediately get rocketed. Now he's able to put the rage and turn towards Mickey. Mickey puts the BKB.
He has Roar and Ace.
There's the Roar. A good force to the side. They're keeping Mickey away from Watson. And the Storm Roar. Boxing turns, roars back towards Watson. The detection is down. And look at the deal with Ace first, but Sableye does die. Can Insania get the cleanup with his impetuses? He's going to try. Nisha jumps forward. Wilson Tofu to hold him back. It's a bit hard now for Liquid to chase. Gaimin, they'll be able to back away. As they get Watson involved. There are able to find something, and they do get Watson out alive. Getting involved and being able to take down Saberlight.
I think to some extent that's a win for both teams. I think it could win so bad for Gaiman, but also at the same time, Liquid just barely gets away with the gyrocopter. So Nisha horn tossed, and then I believe the guy was either BKB'd or he missed the angle on his skewer, so that could have been even worse if he for gaming. And woo, it's a close game.
It is, just as you'd like to see it here on the third best of one. Again, to just give you boys and girls at home a bit of a refresh on what this best of one means. Gaiman, if they're able to win it, they're going to be going on to the next round of the group stages. Liquid, however, if they win this, that means we're going to get another round of the three-way tiebreaker.
Yep.
So if you're a Gaiman fan out there, you're rooting for Gaiman. If you're not and you're just a Dota fan, you're rooting for Liquid. Here we go with the Roar. It's out. Nisha is going to be able to live long enough to get away from this pot. The BKB is able to steer away. Watson gets the infest off. Ace trying to get out of this fight. Mickey's healing up. They'll force him out of the macro pipe. He's in with the bash. Mickey's in trouble. They're chasing him down. The BKB is off. The physical is not enough. The swashbuckle doesn't kill him. Nisha, he's in with the jump. Going for the drag back. They've killed off Quinn. Did require the buyback, of course, for Nisha. Insania, he's forcing in aggressively against the four of them.
That's a
well, that's a little whoa.
Oh.
Okay, not going to do that. Won't be doing that one again.
All right, so that was a Nisha buyback, though.
It was. Nisha had to buy back, but they do kill Quinn.
Okay.
He's going to try and go for more here. They've got the Solar Guardian coming in to back him up as well. Mickey stepping up.
This is a dieback if he goes down.
The Starbreaker. They're going to look towards Watson. They bring him down. Watson's gone. Out for 80.
No buy.
Tofu on the retreat. He'll make it away, but they get big kills here off the back of Nisha coming into the game with the buyback, forcing Gaming Gladiators out at the base and making sure as well, of course, they don't lose that top set of racks yet, Liquid. They keep it alive.
Ooh. So he has the Ags on the lifesteal now, so he infests the gyro in the initial fight, and there I think he was like 0.1 seconds away from getting a second one off.
Yeah.
And a bit scary, honestly. To go high ground like that versus Magnus is always just.
We'll see it again here.
Oh, this is the chase. This is the very end.
Nisha saying
this was crazy to go in. I thought that was pretty wild, but goes in, commits, and so you see Watson stun just. He just gets in the animation right there.
Yeah, the cast point wasn't quite there for him.
And it might be turnable if he actually got that infest off. He had full heal. He would have disarmed the gyro. Maybe it just delays his death, but.
The back and forth continues. I mean, Liquid, they're on the verge of taking the full set of racks mid. They're able to get the melee racks and the range racks. And with that, 38 minutes in, it's Liquid taking the first set of barracks this game.
What a fun game. I don't even know who's winning.
It's as close as it gets. 39 minutes. It's the one kind of weak point overall now, but for the next few minutes is the fact that, well, if we look at the buybacks, I mean, they're actually, to be fair, even though it's not cooldown for gaming, they're actually kind of short on money across the board.
Yep.
So, you know, the fact that Nisha doesn't have his buyback on Magnus doesn't really stick out that much at all. It's actually gaming they're in the worst financial position when it comes to buyback status. Liquid, they're going to pull back, go for the Tormentor, get that shard secured for Insania. And let's see what Liquid want to do with this, because whilst, as I say, Nisha's buyback's on cooldown, I don't know if they'll necessarily play it careful. I think they're going to keep looking for plays.
I think you definitely keep going. You don't really have the time to fear, and you also know you are at the point that your gyro's effectively 6-slotted. He's not going to get much stronger. If you're waiting for him to get stronger and have buy, you're asking for I think like 7,000 more gold for him to eat his eggs, buy a butterfly, save buyback.
Sure.
And that's not really a timing to play for. So yeah, at this point you just look for any skewer backs you can get. And for gaming, again, I think this game is all about initiations. It's whoever starts a fight with a good angle, and both teams have that. You have Magnus on one side, you have a Beastmaster with Infest on the other, and it's basically just a lot about positioning. And this Roshan, if it forts a fight...
I mean, do you come out here if you're gaming?
So they see it. There's a boar scouting it, so both teams know it's up.
You go for the smoke play first here. Yeah, smoke's coming out on both sides. They know how important this Roche fight's going to be.
Yeah, the buybacks... There's not that many buybacks for cores.
No, it's
right now it's only the gyro.
It is risky.
So Watson is going to get his. Ace likely will also get his if he gets one kill in the fight.
Sure.
They're both about 100 gold, 300 gold off. So gaming actually need to get kills in order to be able to buy back.
Who's going to jump first? Watson sitting in the pit. Liquid staying right away. The line has been drawn. They're going to continue to push on with the rest of the smoke and the Moonlight Shadow. Tofu wants to open up we can find some
Nisha
sort of
is a
connection.
dieback if he dies here.
We're going to get the setup here, but Nisha is in with the RP on towards Tofu and Watson. They're bringing in the damage from Mickey. They killed on Tofu. Watson's able to get in with the Infest in towards Saberlight. It's bringing Saberlight low, but Saberlight's able to pull himself away with a hammer, bounce over the Ogre Steals. Saberlight survives. Mickey trying to heal up here with the Satanic, moves forward towards Watson. A missile heading the way of the Lifestealer. Impetus is flying towards Ace. The Impetus is destroying Ace. The missile connects. The Rage, it was a pressed Gunner. It was a pressed.
It was off cooldown.
Was it actually? I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was still. He had it ready to press.
So he was kiting the entire duration of the rocket.
Yeah.
Gets his rage. Is about to like rage, turn around, kill everyone, and then it didn't get it off.
Unfortunate end to the fight there for Watson. And Mickey got close for him, but able to stand his ground with that Satanic. And look at this damage from Instania. Ace just dying. Impetus.
Look, it's off. It's off. He had it. I think he just turned around. Either he had turned around like just slightly too fast, or just didn't spam the rage enough.
And he had Infest coming back up in a few seconds, and might have had a chance
whole fight
to play the fight out. Unfortunate there for Watson, and a clean team fight win for Liquid. They've got the Aegis, the Cheese, the 9k lead, Wisdom Shrine as well.
There's also a refresher that they got for Nisha, probably.
I think so, right?
2 RPs.
Get it on the mag.
Yep.
And Liquid, they can go for the push. Buybacks are available, but you don't want to be using them here for gaming. You almost have to let at least the second set of racks go. See what they do. Quinn is going to try and hold the defense here. They're doing it 3 versus 4. Got Mickey in the Macroplier. Get him out of it. Maybe this will be enough to force Liquid back. Still 10 seconds, no Lifestealer. Liquid want to keep pushing this. They're going to get the tier 3 tower. Heal up off the Creech, back up to full for Mickey. There's the jump, Ace. Gonna go for the roll. They have Watson back in a second. He's ready to TP over. Mickey, can he get away from this? He's caught by the root. Mickey's gone the once. Round 2. We'll see how it goes for him. He's caught on the high ground here. Boxy jumping forward, trying to help out. He'll be able to force himself out of the base. Solar Guardian coming in to keep Mickey safe. And now Saberlight's in on the front line. Starbreaker over towards Quinn. Quinn's dead, and he's short of the money for buyback. 570 gold short. He's out for 80. Liquid, they get the second set of barracks. And gaming, the struggles continue.
All right, so they didn't use any buybacks for the defense, but they get nothing. They get just the Aegis, which I think at this point in the game, you're completely fine trading an Aegis, especially for a Pango with no buyback. And
absolutely.
They're going for the Megas.
They're going to go indeed straight for this top lane. 4 versus 5 now, gaming. What can they do? Getting anywhere close to this Gyro now.
Mega creeps.
It's just proven to be too difficult. As 32k net worth on Mickey's Gyro. Refresher on the way out for Nisha. One more solid play here from Liquid. Will get them the win, close the game up, and push this to another round of the 3-way tiebreakers. Jump forward from Ace though. Gaming, they're going to do their best to put a stop to that. There's the RP though from Nisha. The damage coming in from Mickey. The second RP. Oh, it gets them all. It's glorious. As this game, it's got to be over. They're buying back, but the H's being focused. Liquid, they'll get the win. Ladies and gentlemen, the chaos will continue. We're going to do a run back at this whole entire 3-way tiebreaker, Gunner.
Let's just keep it all day, all night.
Keep it going all day, all night.
1-1-1, 1-1-1. I'm here for it.
Wow, because there we go. Indeed, to recap, Yako, they smash Liquid. And then Gaming, they smash Yako. And then this game,
it was a good game.
It was a good game. It was a close one. Short, Gaming started to crumble towards the end, but up until 10 minutes ago, could have been anyone's game, this one. Just those it happens to be. Today, Liquid clutch it up, close it up, and they get themselves the win. So everybody's a winner here, including you guys and girls at home as the viewers, because we're getting more Dota 2.
Yeah, I'm excited. I want to see, because also the one thing is, since it's the same 3 teams, there's a meta in this where Bristleback is already getting banned or first picked. I think I banned this game, right?
It did.
Liquid. So
first phase.
We're gonna see a little bit of a meta kind of develop, I want to say, through this, and it'll be. I always like that, especially it's like grand finals, right? You watch grand finals, you see a little metas develop by the end of game 4, game 5. So we'll see whoever's in the first matchup. I think they change up the order, right?
I think they might. We'll let the panel come up with that because they'll know the details. But all we know is there's going to be much more Dota 2 to be had here today. At the minimum, 2 more best of ones, and at the most, infinite Maybe I don't know what the rule book says. Maybe it doesn't
I think
continue
it's
all
only
the time.
2 rounds.
Is it only 2 rounds?
I think it might only be 2 rounds.
The panel will know, the admins know. But what we do know is there's going to be more because every team gets a win in this first round of the 3-way tiebreaker. We're continuing here with Liquid get this win against Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be exciting.
It already is exciting, and Gunnar is right. There is a limit to the madness, so we'll have one more set of best of ones, and after that there is a solution to make sure the tie is broken regardless. But yeah, we are definitely going for one more round as Liquid's able to close this game out. It was a little bit touch and go for a while. I'm here with Lacoste, Jenkins, and Purge, and this game was very back and forth. It was pretty close.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch. Almost every fight was extremely close. There was certainly some crucial moments where initiations definitely mattered, and points where both teams looked like they could win. I think every single player on Team Liquid played really solid. They used their spells well. Mickey carried very effectively. He didn't buy Mask of Madness, thanks God.
No Mask of Madness Glimmer.
Yes, that was not the Gyro build, or Pudge build really. But yeah, great plays across the board. I thought the Jakiro overperformed technically. The Ags was pretty effective in a lot of fights. I thought that part was interesting, but yeah, really happy with the game.
This feels like the sort of tiebreaker that whichever team gets through, they will have leveled up during the tiebreaker. Yeah. That, like, I think that they could do a lot better than how they looked in groups. Don't you feel that way? Like this felt like very solid Dota on both sides to me. Really back and forth, and something that could give some team like momentum.
Yeah, the first 2 games we had were kind of stumped. So it was 30-minute game, then 35-minute game that was kind of over in 25 minutes, but they played it out for another 10. This time around, I think Nisha had a really good game. I really love the itemization from him, picking up the early Aghanim Scepter, just so that he can be that guy pushing away, skewering away people near his team, has that extra bit of a stun, and he was also finding multiple man RPs, exactly what was kind of lacking in the second game, where we saw Emo not having that great of a performance. And also Mickey on Gyrocopter, he kept farming, and he was the one delivering, joining in some of these early fights, being the front line for the team, being the one who's soaking up the damage and setting things up for big RPs.
Yeah, I think the side gunner coming out at the right time. I kind of felt like Gaiman was in the lead, Jenkins, until the side gunner came out.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that definitely helps the matchups when you're playing into like a ton of stuns, and especially the BKB piercing disables, is that you can get one side gunner hit and then with a Satanic on, and all of a sudden you're back to full HP. But I do agree, like it was touch and go, because Lifestealer also functions in kind of the same way. If you can get an infest off, or if you turn and you hit a hero who has high HP, like you can go from 10% HP to full very quickly. So it really depends on how the supporting cast are playing in the fights, like who's stunning who are they initiating on, and it literally just determined on like the fights were determined by who had the better initiation in the end.
I felt like Lifestealer versus Gyro felt a little underwhelming though, because Lifestealer with the Radiance build, you're doing a little bit more AoE damage than normal. It's not like you're going some Deso single target build. And despite Gyro having high HP, so you'd think Lifestealer is good against it, I just feel like that matchup there isn't very good, because Gyro just always has better single target damage, and he's got surprisingly better Lifestealer.
Yeah, like, or not as good as you would think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree, because this like current Lifestealer, the way that you play it is like you're trying to survive for a long time. Sanjin Yasha, life stealing up. You have the Ags also. You're going to like come out full HP, and you want to play long fights. Who likes playing long fights? Gyrocopter. Like this is one of the #1 carries for playing long fights.
I also like it when the teams go for long fights. They're kind of cool. They're kind of hectic.
Yeah, they're
chaotic.
exciting.
And yeah, the chaos here with the tiebreakers is just going to continue. Our commentary team already said it. There's a little bit of a mini meta forming with these 3 teams. For the next round, we're going to stick with the same order, as in we're going to start with Team Liquid versus your Cool Bros, and then the winner of that best of 1 will play against Gaming, same as we just had. And with this first round being done, it's time to move to round number 2 of the tiebreakers. We'll see you soon.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
ready to go?
I'm ready.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, I'm queuing. Dude, I'm so pumped up to play this new patch. What the hell?
Good afternoon, valued customer. I am your match advisor here to find you the highest quality
Match
game.
advisor?
So, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Oh, yeah, this is a rough. Good afternoon, valued customer. I am your match advisor. Oh, it's you again. Hey, please don't interrupt me, first. Secondly, we're going to keep finding questionable matches because of this guy. You got a Herald in your party.
That guy, he just plays for fun.
Oh, he plays for fun. Yeah, kick him. Kick that guy.
No. I'm not kicking him.
Good afternoon, valued customer. Blah, 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 blah.
Again.
You're not going to find a good match unless you kick this dude. Behavior score is fine. Location's fine. There's a Herald in your team.
Okay, fine.
Ready up, and when he says yes, kick him anyway.
Sorry, Timmy. You're out.
Wait, what?
Behavior score, not looking good. These guys are toxic. Well, K behavior score, surprisingly also questionable. Okay, these guys are way too nice. Oh yeah, nobody speaks English on that team, so really good English. Probably better than you, honestly. It's been questionable. It will continue to be questionable. Okay, I'm tempted to let you take this one because this guy's gonna disconnect after about 10 seconds. So you wanna waste your time, go nuts.
Come on.
You wonder where Anna's been? He's been right there in that stack.
No!
Account buyers. Yeah. That is not a good thing. That is a skip. It's good. It's good. It's ideal.
Oh, thank God.
We did it. It's perfect, dude. Like, fix that.
Ah, fuck.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, and 1xBet.
Welcome back, everyone, for a rematch. We are running it all back all over again. You already saw 3BO1s, but what if we had a second 3BO1s? That sounds incredibly enticing, because all these teams are so neck and neck, which is the ideal situation for a tiebreaker. They're all tied.
I feel like we can't promise people it's going to be 3, though, because there is a chance where one team just wins back-to-back.
That is true.
No promises it's 3 more, but there is the potential for 3 more.
It could also be a complete inversion, because the winner of the rematch of Yakult Brothers vs. Liquid will go on to face against Gaiman.
But what if they all win the other way around?
So you reckon Liquid will beat your Colt, and then
Yes.
Gamewin will beat Liquid,
Yes.
and then your Colt will win against Gamewin.
Correct.
And then, no, it's not infinite though.
It
That
would
will
be the
be.
order.
It is
Winner-
whoever wins plays Gamewin.
Winner of this
Oh,
one
I
plays
see.
Gammon.
Okay, interesting.
So Liquid could be signed up for 3 games straight if they win this one, which would be an ideal scenario for them, because if they win this and then they win the next game, then they're out and they're free from the tiebreakers. But indeed, they are not infinite. Nat, what happens if we do a full everyone rock, paper, scissors again?
I believe if we do the 3 best of ones, and it turns out that they all like to, beat each other but not actually win 2 in a row, is 1v1s.
Damn right. We are
1v1s,
going
yeah.
to bring out some 1v1s because we called up Dr. Neustadel, and all of these teams are neck and neck right now, or at least in a way that we can't break it evenly. But we won't do an infinite tiebreaker, unfortunately, but we will show you some Shadow Fiend action, which I don't believe we've seen any Shadow Fiend in the new patch quite yet. I don't even... what's the viability of Shadow Fiend these days, Sphere?
I don't think he got buffed enough to warrant him,
Damn.
especially as a carry. He's a little underwhelming, and I think from a mid perspective, it's not like the old Shadow Fiend, so he's sleeping for now.
Okay, fine. We'll keep him in bed for a little bit longer because we have perhaps a bit of a meta developing. Now, Effie, are you going to look at what happened between all 3 of these games, or are you specifically going to look at what happened with Yakult and Liquid in their game number 1? Is it a full series? Can we take all of these games together?
I mean, it's kind of hard to take all these games together because your Cult looked really good in their game 1, and then they looked awful in their game 2. So I think I'm just going to look at it each independently, but within the meta developing you're talking about, we are seeing a lot of Rubiks and Magnuses come up. They seem to be popular picks, and I think we're going to continue along that train for the rest of these games. More Rubiks and more Magnuses.
Other than that, I guess Gyrocopter seems to be a popular choice. Beastmaster has not fallen off compared to what we saw 3 days ago. And I would have thought that with 24 hours more of patch development, that there would have been more flavor shown. But I feel like the past 3 games that I saw still just has maybe like 20% new heroes, 80% old stuff.
Yeah, I think that's how it's normally going to go when you start to play initially, because you want to play what you know is good. But I think this is why Liquid is so scary too. This is a team that improves very quickly, very, very quickly, more so than the other teams, right? They will get better each game, and I'm not so sure if Gaming will get better or get a little more tilted after every game. Every game that Yakult plays, there is a chance that Ame will pick Juggernaut, so that is dangerous for them as well. So I think going to this one, Liquid, to me, they already evolved. Like game 1, they picked this Bristleback, it's old flavor, right? Then they went in to pick like Magnus, and this hero did incredibly well in the last game. And I think this team is going to continue to learn to do such things. And I am very scared if you're going against Liquid right now, because even after that last game, they look very scary.
It's the power of having 3 different coaches. You get triple the learning value out of every single game.
But they don't mind losing either. That's the thing. I don't
Yeah.
think they get tilted. And that's a big advantage when you're going into like tiebreakers.
It's a mix of also picking up, right? Because in their first game against your Colt Bros, it was the Bubaka Rubik that they ended up being defeated by. And then Boxy picks it up for himself. So Rubik, I think, is an interesting one because when I read the patch notes, nothing really stood out to me as like a massive change from him. And I didn't know what teams were going to like feel or his vibe coming into this one, if he was still going to be a potential position for sport. But yeah, it's just one of the facets that got a bit of a change up, a very slight tweak to it. And yeah, it's big enough that's what Bubaka wanted to play, picked it up. What was it? The something Filch?
Frugal Filch.
Frugal Filch. Yeah, I can't believe I remember the word Filch, but not frugal. Okay, all right. Yeah, Frugal Filch. So now it's 50, 65, and 80% mana reduction. Is like I said, not a massive number change, but enough that that's fast that people are going, and it is very effective when it comes to team fights in that later portion of the game.
Yeah, I mean, on the topic of Yakult Bros in particular, we could talk about Baboka. In game 1, he did that Rubik, he looked great. Then game number 2, he goes for Weaver and goes for the Hive Mind, which is an atrocious facet. It is so bad. I think it just ruins the hero.
Yeah, but everyone always assumes that that is the support-minded facet because...
Wrong.
You would rather slow on Shikuchi always than get experience?
100%.
Well, yeah, 100%. It also increases your move speed cap, so you're just faster.
But also, like, slow on Shikuchi, more right-clicking, more kills. I mean, Weaver is a very aggro 4, but you're right, like, with YB, they're a team with a lot of flavor.
Yes.
They come up with a lot of new things, and I think that can play to their benefit at times, but also just kind of put them in the gutter too. Because had they not ran that Rubik, like the Nat mentioned, in Game 1, I don't think Liquid would have looked to pick it up like she mentioned. Like, it could have very well been that Hero's not on their radar. They would have gone back for what worked yesterday or what was popular yesterday, like the Jakiros and the Muranos and whatnot. So having a team that's willing to innovate and win with it in the first round, I feel like if another pocket pick like that comes out in this first game and it works, we could see it be played in the next game too.
Almost lends itself back to what Tsunami was trying to say. Like, can you almost take this as a series? Did we just have a first series and then this is a whole nother best of 3 that could potentially go 3 games despite having 3 teams in it? There's a lot of different variations to it. But yeah, I don't know, your Colt brothers, I really liked that draft. Like, we're seeing highlights here of this first game up against Liquid, and everything about it is so good. There's these stable picks of the Elder Titan and the Mars. The Ember is, like, again, a little tweak. Rubik off the radar, small tweak, really impactful there as well. And then the Slark, I mean, Ame, you're never really going to be able to predict what he wants in a new patch.
Sure.
So it was really nice. It felt like your Colt bros. And then, I don't know, I overconfident, overzealous in a second game back-to-back. Call it whatever you want. But yeah, I think just going back to what they had in the first time around Liquid, I could definitely see them taking for game number 1.
And Liquid's game number 1, that Pudge, that was one of the most miserable Pudge carries that I've seen. There was nothing that he was allowed to do. And part of it was also because all of his other cores were also completely screwed over.
Yeah.
But I saw Pudge carry be played to great success in the hands of BetBoom team whenever Pure debuted it on this new patch. We were all seeing how the Rot Facet would work out, and it looked great.
Yeah, but Pure also is a beast on that hero.
Yeah.
I think his laning stage is very important, and I remember Pure got 5 hooks in a row or something on kills that he shouldn't have got. I think Pudge carry, I'm not sure where it's at exactly right now, but I like the Slark pickup because you do buy the Mage Slayer against Pudge, and he was also against a Bristleback. So that one item just kind of destroyed 2 heroes very easily, and we weren't sure where Slaughter's at right now. Nisha did play it, didn't really work out. I think it was a bit experimental from Liquid there, and they're trying to figure out what heroes are good for them. I think this game is going to be completely different for Liquid, not so one-sided. It's very rare you see a perfect Slark last pick game, but Ame did get it.
Yeah, so just to backtrack a little, I think with the Pudge carry, we will see it more often, but it's not something that you can pick without seeing the enemy carry.
Yeah.
Why Pure looked so explosive on it was he was playing Pudge carry versus TB. All magical damage versus TB, who his biggest counter is magical damage, and he was just running in and killing him every fight. And he had an IO, so he had a supporting cast to make it look like a really good hero. Whereas for Liquid, when they picked it, what was the concept there? What was his greater purpose within the game? He wasn't countering a carry that he didn't see yet. It wasn't really a great lane. So, a little bit more of thought here and there, and the draft will improve.
That's true, because even if he managed to have a good lane, and he managed to, convert it, I do wonder if the IO was what made that Boom Pudge look so good overall, that you need the +1s. You can't just be just Pudge.
Favorite thing when you see something new come in, right? I remember last tournament in Blast, we saw Abba Core. Okay, I want to say Core because it was a mix of both carry and offlane, comes into the meta, but it's very first played by Nigma Galaxy with an IO. Okay, what percentage is this win or, their lane strength now put down to having an IO? Same with this carry Pudge. How much percentage of this win do you go, okay, he actually got through what felt like the toughest part or the toughest section of the game for him, the lane, because of this IO. He was able to come back into the game because of this IO. So yeah, there is that element where you do have to think about it a little bit, but it's very ambiguous as to what the percentage actually is.
And we'll see if Liquid have the temptation to double down on it again as we get into a rematch of this best of 1. Again, winner of this best of 1 will go on to face Gaming Gladiators. And if they win that, then they win the whole tiebreaker. If they lose that, then we go to the 3rd match. But for right now, we can take a look at the draft. Yakult brothers, they ban out Tiny, DK, a Monkey King, and a Magnus. Meanwhile, Liquid ban out the Abaddon, the Storm Spirit, and a first phase Huskar ban. They take themselves an Ember Spirit, and Yakult respond in kind with a Puck.
Yeah, I guess they wanted to first pick Ember, so first phase ban Huskar makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but why a first pick Ember? When was the last time you guys can remember where we saw both teams first pick their mid laners?
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, probably.
Yeah, that's a while. That's a couple of patches.
There's definitely been some patches, like Bulbous Storm, first pick.
Okay, all right, that's
He'll pick that in any patch.
Yeah, quite a niche example.
Lies, he has not been picking it at this tournament.
Not been.
It could also just be that like they just played a game against this team. They just got clapped by that team, and actually Nisha got worked by Emo in that game. Like he was getting solo killed by Ember as a Slardar, like level 3. There were some misplays going on there, and I think it made him want to kind of redo the matchup but play the hero where he was like, you know what, I can do that too. I can solo kill this hero. This is one of my Siggies. Just let me play it. And it's just the sense of like taking the flow from the first game and rechanneling it into this one.
I like the continuity, and that would be a good justification as to why we see 2 mid picks in the first phase.
And then 2 support bans. Elder Dynamo.
Yeah.
I mean, if you pick 2 mids first, you're probably looking at supports being picked next, right? So it does make a lot of sense to ban out what could be the strongest, and they're banning out the team fight from your Colt brothers. Warlock, ET, they have really good team fight. I mean, Oracle, I guess that's just an Insania special.
Yeah.
I don't see anything about Liquid's draft that makes me feel like Oracle needs to be banned.
And mix up, I mean, it's just Insania, right?
Yeah.
And it could just mean that they want to play some kind of like buff on a hero at some point, or some kind of barrier that they want to work around, or even that new item Gale Force. I'm sure it gets dispelled by Oracle, so maybe they just see an added value in that as well. But like when you pick up this puck so early within your draft, you have to ban Teamfight on Liquid, because the way that you draft around a first pick puck is like any hero that can take advantage of the coil in the early game, right? Where you can throw in an Earth Splitter, throw in a Golem, throw in maybe a Snapfire Kisses, something along those lines. The Crystal Maiden Freezing Field. Any kind of added damage to make use of that and kill Ember when he's weak is what they're looking at.
Yeah, I think that's really good. I was wondering if we'd see a Shadow Shaman. The hero's been getting some love, good against Puck, but they're going to go for the Muerta instead and to Jakiro. So Jakiro has been the flavor of this patch. It's looked pretty strong. Muerta also has looked pretty good as well from the games that I've seen, especially when Tofu's been playing it, but I'm sure Boxy can make it happen too. But there is a possibility of this Muerta still being a core if they want to, specifically a carry. But I think it's low chance.
I'm curious with the Jakiro win rate though. I can't sort by
He's been
patch.
showing up a lot, but he's also been losing a lot.
Oh yeah, you want this patch specifically.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the games from yesterday. I see that
Just
Tundra
assume
actually won with him.
Wasn't picked before this.
Actually won.
XG lost with him, and Falcons won with him. GG did not run him yesterday. Paravision won. He's been winning actually.
Okay.
He's had a couple of bad games, but for the most part, like he's seemed reliable. I guess that 6-second ice path facet where it's just on the ground and you can detonate it early for that extra burst of damage is also probably like an aspect that's underrated, because we've seen a lot of these Jakiros throw it out, and Nat and I are like, wait, that was in 6
I was like,
seconds.
that is not 6 seconds either. I am the worst person at keeping track of time. Well, that was like 2 seconds.
So it's because they pop it early for that extra burst of damage. And in the early game, like an extra burst of damage can really go a long way when you're working with like 100, 200 HP to make the clutch.
Yeah, definitely. This is what I was worried about, just Ame. He went from getting 24 pick Slark in a perfect game to picking Slark after seeing 3 heroes and not even seeing his lane.
Sometimes he feels himself a little too much.
Like he doesn't see the carry-to-carry matchup and he doesn't even know what he's laning against.
But it's not Jug, so you got to be a little bit happy, right?
But
yes,
also,
if it was Jug there, that would have been insane, but
don't forget that there's another maniac on YB in Baboka who is very content to run 4 Slark with Darkseer, which would explain the Oracle
we saw
ban.
that the other day. It didn't
that
look
was
so
Eki
good.
on Avalis.
Yeah.
But this does not necessarily mean that this is Ame's hero, because 4 Slark plus Darkseer is a combo, and that way they could save the overall loss pick for Ame. Like if they force out some Slark counter pick here on 18 by Liquid, and then they can be like, ha, gotcha, that wasn't our carry anyway, then counter pick their 18th pick on carry. That was Gigabrain Mastermind by Baboka.
Okay.
That's actually really good, yeah.
It might
No,
be-
I subscribe to that.
Honestly, that is, if they're at least thinking about it, they need to be, right? Like, I don't want this to be 100% Ame's hero no matter what, so.
They're just running back off of Gaiman's drop that they just won with.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, yes, because, this is, so Gaiman, they had Gyro the last game, right, on Liquid?
And Shakira. Oh,
No,
sorry,
Gaiman had
yes, Liquid had
Shakira.
Gyro, sorry.
Yeah.
I got it mixed up. I was merging both the drafts together.
I got a little confused.
There's hero games.
5 of the 10 heroes in that game are here.
Oh my gosh, guys, they're picking the same heroes that have been played in this game.
I mean, they did just want a gyro, so Mickey is comfortable in hero, but it is also very good versus Darkseer too. It's a hard lane for Darkseer. Put a rocket on him, he can't really creep skip. The wall, you don't really make a good illusion of gyro, and plus he can clear out the illusions pretty easy, so just a good pick overall.
And not just that, like the flag cannon constantly pushing out the lane pressure from the ion shell, pushing it.
Yeah.
Like you have a hero that makes sure that Darkseer is never like getting the lane or the waves out throughout the game as he wants, like not even within the lane.
The only thing you can really do about this lane is bring the CM and just dive the gyro.
Yeah.
Like if CM does come through the gate and there's just 3 heroes with ion shells on them, it could get very difficult. So I do actually want to see your Colt do that. Otherwise, Darkseer might not have a good game. And I think Darkseer is a hero that needs to have a good game or he falls behind way too hard to come back.
I'm just gonna check if there are any significant Darkseer changes.
I'm a little bit like happy but sad to be seeing Crystal Maiden because Tianming played it yesterday. Yeah, okay, I have to make sure. Yesterday, but he went for the barrier facet, and it upsets me because I really want to see someone bring out the spell amplification facet for CM.
As a pos 5?
As a pos 5.
Just
I'm
get
telling
in there.
you, you have to be so greedy, but I'm telling you.
Against an Gyro and Jakiro, I feel that may be overambitious.
I was gonna say there is no way you're ever gonna get your ult up.
That hero also has mana issues too, right? And
Massively.
Yeah.
That's
the
what I mean,
downside of that
it's
facet
bittersweet.
is it
It's
increases
bittersweet.
all of your abilities mana by 50%, right?
That's why it's bittersweet. Great to see CM. I can't wait to see someone
for the
actually
mid-CM. It's for the mid-CM. That's the
utilize her
facet.
barrier. Oh, I see. I
Yeah,
see.
I mean, some Thompson or something will play it in a pub. Try it out for everyone.
Saberlight gets his hands on Dawnbreaker.
You called it.
Since Yakult did not want to ban it out, and Baboka will indeed be playing the support Slark, and Ame will be playing Carry Pudge.
You know what? When Ame feels the carry Pudge, I'll respect him because we talk about Pure being a carry Pudge player. Like Ame was also one of the carry Pudges back in the day. Like he was one of the people making. I actually think he was the person who popularized it before we saw Pure on Entity run it consistently. It was Ame running it in like Chinese DPC games way back in the day. Is it well enabled though? Is the question.
Yeah.
It has the Baboka Slark. How can it not be?
Is he just flexing on Liquid to be all like, you don't know how to play Carry Pudge, I know how to play Carry Pudge?
So I think we haven't seen enough of it, but conceptually with the Rot Facet versus Gyro, I think he can win those fights, but he's gonna need like quite a few items to get to that point.
Yeah,
Like,
how does lane go for him?
so lane versus Dawnbreakers actually sounds pretty good to me. Like you
Okay.
can interrupt the Starbreaker with your hook, and you have a very aggressive lane with the Crystal Maiden. If he takes the facet that gives a barrier, they should be able to like run them over a couple of times. But if the lane goes badly in any capacity, he's not really working with a lot by means of a comeback mechanism. I mean, we'll see. I mean, if Ame's feeling it, I'm inclined to like think he's cooking something, maybe.
Maybe. We'll see. Cap and Avery, we have not gotten a chance to hear from you, but we saw 3 games earlier. You think we're going to see a repeat performance all the way around?
I asked that question between Avery and Fear, and they both said that they had faith in Liquid to pick up the 2-0 over the other 2 teams. So I'm inclined to agree with them.
I was just saying that to bait Fear. I have no faith in Liquid. I think Ame is going to get the 2-0.
Oh.
He doesn't.
On lane, and then lose the game. And that'll be that.
Well, let's see if he's able to do that in the first few minutes of this game, so we don't want to miss it. Let's get into game number 1 again with Liquid and Yakult Brothers.
From everything the analysts were talking about, it sounds like the off-lane duo of Liquid are in a position to put them in the driver's seat for this 1v1v1. If they actually manage to do well in their off lane and shut Ame down early, then perhaps the rest of the game can snowball from there. But it's a duo that has been fraught with misplays, Avery.
In what sense?
In that they haven't played very well together in lane.
Oh. Okay, well.
Do you agree with that statement?
I don't know if that's 100% true.
I mean, surely you could say they haven't found their groove.
I think that's
together.
fair. I think that's a fair statement.
Okay.
I would agree with that. But it's Pudge. Pudge changes everything about a game.
Okay. Both
Doesn't
good
matter,
and bad?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good you're playing, how good the enemy's playing, how bad someone else is playing. It's Pudge. You're gonna get hooked. And then then you're in his world. You're in the big man's world, as I call him.
The big man.
The
Like
big
that.
man has no mercy. He does not care if you're in a tiebreaker. He does not care if you're in a TI game. He doesn't care if you're Tong Fu. The big man has no mercy.
We'll see whether or not the big man is big enough to take down Liquid as what happened here? Coming late to lane. They are going to be tri-laning initially, push back Bobica. But he's got Pounce, so he is going to be okay. Despite the blood grenade from Boxy, now he TP's back.
You're looking for the first blood. I don't know if this was worth it, though.
Yeah, put Saberlight in the back foot.
Yeah, he just missed an entire wave.
Yeah,
0-0. He gave Ame a free wave, which with Pudge is super juicy because he has such high base damage. You're guaranteed everything.
Yeah.
Like, you really can't mess that up.
And the faster you get to level 3, I feel like both Dawnbreaker and Pudge are pretty dependent on that level 3 marker, right? Because each one of your abilities is quite strong.
Yeah, I'd agree. Also, whoever gets level 2, you might be able to kill with the level 2 here because you can just Frostbite into hook or just hook.
There it is. Got the Crystal Nova.
No level 2
into
yet,
hook
though.
in this situation.
The thing is, Ame is going to get it first, or at least Ame plus Tianming will get it first in this lane.
Yeah.
And then you can just mangle the Maiden, go all in. I think that's exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, with the way Saberlight's pulling back the lane, they are definitely get their level 2 first. And Liquid's got to play super passive, which gives an opening here. Maybe not for a kill, but for some pulls. Are we pulling something? Tianming, he's going to stack instead of pulling.
That's not too bad either. The interesting question is, how hard does Pudge scale with this new facet? Rotten to the core.
I have to imagine it's pretty damn good because Pudge's skill set is already set to do pretty well against Gyro, right?
In theory, yeah.
You get on top of the hero, you ignore a lot of his damage with meat shields, you have a BKB, piercing, disable.
But what is Ame going to go? He's eyeing Ags here. So no Mask of Madness build?
Yeah,
Do you end up with AC plus some kind of Kaya, Sanj, Yasha type deal? Do you end up with just standard Ag Shivas like the old Pudge? Maybe there's some wacky things you can do with this hero now that he right-clicks for a lot more, but...
I'm definitely inclined to believe that just going the normal carry Pudge build for the first 2 or 3 items is the correct play, and then, you know, you're suffering from there. Nice hook. Saberlight still has the hammer. He's going to go back in on the Crystal Maiden, try and get that kill, while Ame goes for Boxy. Both cores opting to try and kill the opposing support, fighting for the Lotus.
Shot him into it.
That doesn't stop him. It only pushes him deeper into the Lotus pool, which he will use that extra bit to stay alive. Ame gets first blood.
Yeah, that dead shot did not really work out too well there.
No.
And double brace are already up for Ame. That early tri-lane for Liquid honestly hurt their side lanes a bit. The gyro lane was always going to do fine, I think, so... And honestly, maybe Mickey, he's just finding some comfort in this gyro. Played it last game as well, won that game, now he repicks it here. Maybe Mickey just said, yo, I'm going to put these games on my back, team. Don't worry about it.
And Sania got his hands on... He had a nice performance as well last game, and he's got his hands on one of the strongest supports of the patch. At least that's what it looks like early on.
And his best hero, win rate-wise.
Oh, is it really?
I think that was the stat Knoxville gave us.
Stolen away! Nisha. He's going to be slowed down to a crawl and killed here. What a rotation from Tianming. They're just in the nick of time to stop the bottle refill and water room pickup.
He's having a really nice early game on this Crystal Maiden. You get to the fast level 2, the fast level 4. It's when you can get these cheeky kills going, and I think that's the ultimate strength of this hero. I think you're 0-0-0 at 10 minutes on Maiden, and you didn't find everything you could have. Put it that way.
Okay.
Those have new facets as well, which I was curious how strong these really are. He took the Crystal Nova one. Interesting facet. A little extra damage barrier. Could be nice versus the Gyro and the Dawnbreaker here.
So they have to be in the AoE of Crystal Nova to receive this barrier?
Yes.
And how much is the barrier?
It is 40 level 1.
40 goes up to 130, but there's a self amount for 260.
Which is significant. But the problem is then you have to skill Nova, which some games isn't always ideal.
Sure. Zeal, he's going to die. I think this was kind of inevitable. This double melee lane isn't necessarily the strongest, and Jakiro Gyrocopter, very strong.
It's nice you're getting kills with this Gyro, because I think you expect the Pudge to maybe get 1 or 2 here no matter what, just with this combo.
Sure.
So if you
that
even
was
that
an
out,
opening right there for sure.
Yeah, it's just way too dangerous. Someone's eventually going to get caught down here. He already has 1 kill. So if you can even that out and the other lanes are happy. The Coil is available mid ahead of the Ember 6.
Meanwhile, pushed into bottom, gets the Crystal Maiden kill. Now
nice.
2v1 against Ame. Underneath the calling is not a place he wants to be. So he has to give up on that. And that fight actually secures Lotus for Dawnbreaker, which is massive for that hero.
Yeah, Ame is just hooking creeps. He doesn't seem to care about going for kills, just maxing the farm right now.
Got him on the dead shot into another Starbreaker hit. Ame, he's out. Tianming,
for 2.
He's going to try and punish a bit, but unfortunately for him, the creeps came in, tanked most of the shots.
Dude, that was wild. Ame put both his bracers in the backpack right when they went on him.
Oh, did
he
he
was
really?
actually just missing a lot of stats there. That would have been a very sad death. Salving up though on Saberlight. They're going to go back in maybe. Try and take the big man down.
Maybe it's not the big man in the paint. Oh, nice use of the hook to save there. Meanwhile, top lane being dove again. Zeal. Vacuum is all he can do. Boboka might even be pushed out of range here. Now, Puck is going to TP in behind the trees.
It's way too late.
I think maybe part of that was fear of Wisdom Rune. Like if they kept pushing forward, would they take the Shrine of Wisdom?
Your Colts really didn't get anything out of the earlier 6 on their mid. We haven't seen a Coil yet. That TP fails. You didn't get another gank on the Ember. And Nisha got the 6-minute power rune. It was a shield rune. I feel like Liquid really evened out that mid lane advantage that the gank created for your Colts earlier.
Yeah.
Now you're just looking at kind of an even lane phase across the board. Maybe not the worst when you have Darkseer. I mean, that hero can always give you a lot of comeback potential in an even game. He tends to be ahead because his spells are just more powerful.
I guess for me, the problem is going to be in this little window of time. Gyrocopter and Darkseer get left alone. The 3 versus 3 is got to be so favored for Liquid because one side has a support Slark. Nice hook. Pulls him back in. He does not take out to the damage over time, so Insania reveals himself, the enemy safe lane, to no avail.
You have been denied.
Rune deny, or ward deny as well. Gank fails bottom. Obs claim bottom. So really unsuccessful move for Insania. But you're really just hooking the Maiden out. You're not getting aggressive down here.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm mostly happy with this lane phase if I'm Liquid. Your Gyro's really far ahead.
Yeah.
What about butterfly punch? Is that a thing? Just start laying him into him, you know?
For the attack speed?
Yeah. Attack speed, evasion,
But
armor.
why not AC in that regard?
Get both. Why not both?
I feel like evasion kind of makes me wonder why you have meat shield then.
Don't skill it. Get stats.
Okay, sure. Now I'm seeing the vision. You get stats for even more agility, even more attack speed.
All I know is if Arteezy were playing this Pudge in this meta, he'd be 1-1-0 with stats. First item, Mom Midas.
Oh, Zeal.
With Battle Fury, that's what
Like
it is.
chains into Ice Path. The Ice Path clips him, and the damage is done. Now, he does take a lot of damage on the Ember Spirit, and looks like the supports are maybe going to get caught on the way out. Tianming going for Insania, Boboka for Boxy. It's the 5-on-5, the 4-on-4. Emo, he's going to be able to offset things. Looks like the 5s will be traded out, so continues. Mickey is now going to chase after Emo, who's out of mana. This is not the best position to be in, but he allows the creep wave to tank out. Okay, Mickey has definitely gone too far for it. He has to juke this hook. Ame coming in. The hook. It lands.
Oh, I mean, he went to the one spot he couldn't even juke it.
That is true. He backed
That was
himself.
terrible.
He put himself against the wall.
Yeah. Didn't give himself a shot. And instead, Ame cleans up a big one. That carry versus carry battle. Gotta watch these gyro deaths. He's the most farmed hero. He was the hero that was snowballing.
I wonder if Mickey thought he was going to get some Saberlight assistance there.
Yeah, you do have Solar Guardian. Just never got dropped in any of that sequence.
Yeah, when he went for the dive on the puck, I felt like that was a situation maybe that he thought there was going to be some help, but...
Do you get another power rune on the Ember?
Oh,
but
Boxy, look at a surprise emo. Doesn't get him on the silence. A whiff from Boxy, but it doesn't matter. It got him anyway.
Boxy God. Getting some revenge. And that's a big kill because this mid tower is getting sieged right now by a siege creep. And you have that Orb of Corrosion. This tower is just... Is this just gone? There's no defense here available? No TP on the Pudge for 2 more seconds, so... And he might not be alive in 2 more seconds.
Yeah, he's got a Dismember. They've used their stuns, so he can get maybe a little bit of heal. There's the Macro Pyre, though. That'll outdo the damage. And
no
heal
bleed shield
from Dismember, and they'll chase down Tian. Boy, this was a terrible sequence of events.
Yeah. You get some damage out of the ulti, but lose your tier 1 mid, lose your carry bottom, bleed another support.
Net worth is still even, but the Gyrocopter is so far ahead.
Yeah, that's the scary part. It's not just the net worth. His levels are really good. He's almost level 10 compared to Ame 7. Just has so much extra points in the flak because the Rocket Barrage paid off.
Got the fear on him. Doubles it up. And, well, the Dawnbreaker's going to come in. Oh! Did he get feared into that one? Pushed in. Ame and Emo are going to be able to double team Nisha, breaking the coil. Saberlight's in some trouble. Emo tries to finish him off. Does manage to get him with a Waning Rift. Now he has got a phase shift, but the damage from the Gyrocopter, can it land on the ultimate? Mickey's going to die to Ame for sure, while Emo barely lives through it all. This time, Yakult Brothers outplay Liquid.
The fact you're able to bring Nisha down with the Pudge during the coil dismember just opens that fight completely. That was an amp damage Ember that didn't really get to do anything because of the lockdown. First hook misses, but you're still able to just commit in here. And again, if you don't get that chain stun there, I think Nisha will absolutely wreck you in this fight.
Yeah, just beautiful 3-man coil from Emo. He did some work in this fight. And the fact that he survives through it all is just the chef's kiss.
Yeah, he absolutely played that fight to perfection. And it's going to give Yakult a big boost here. Suddenly they own, basically 3 out of the top 3. This puck gets another couple waves. That's a nice place to be. Early Halberd on the Darkseer as well. I think we're going to see a lot more of this item on the offlaners.
Sure.
Just the Vanguard buildup, it's so cheap. And then you still get a really nice disarm in this utility. That's lower mana cost now too. 4-second disarm on ranged for 2,600 is absurd.
Yeah.
That is an absurd amount of utility value.
You think that value is much greater than having Crimson Guard for the whole team against Flat Cannon?
Oh yeah, because you get it earlier. And it's kind of like a mixed stat item. Like you're getting 5 all stats on this as well.
Sure, which is good for Darkseer, yeah.
Yeah, I think this item is really strong. I expect to see almost any hero that builds Vanguard, maybe outside of like Axe. You got to be eyeing this.
Yeah. In which case, that means that pretty much any range carries that do not have a source of Dispel don't go like early Manta or something. They're going to be pretty susceptible to this buildup.
Maybe the one concern is this item. Oh, Saberlight?
Hammer out. Trying to get the freezing field. He actually pulled it back in with the Waning Rift and the hook towards the end of it. Beautiful stuff. Dismember goes down. Saberlight will eventually fall. Now the coil trying to stop them, chasing after Ame. But here comes the Ember Spirit. And the Ember Spirit, he knows they've already got Ame. He goes after Tianming as well. Now chasing after Emo with an Arcane Rune.
He's got
he
every
could try. might actually succeed. Now, his team is pretty far back here.
Has another orb.
He's going to get another orb, another phase shift.
The polywalks, man. Slain before their prime.
They're actually TPing in. Knowing that Nisha used a lot of remnants, thinking maybe they could get him in the river. He's pretty low on mana. They're actually going to go straight for the Tormentor, but Baboka's going to get inside. Can he stop it? Okay, the Tormentor does go to Liquid, but the punishment? There's all these low health heroes. They're all grouped up, but they only had some big AoE. The vacuum hits onto 3. Can Ame get a sick hook out of this? So many targets to hit. Nabs one of them. It's Nisha. Instantly gets the dismember. The frostbite to follow it up. He's done.
Baboka might be able to snag another here. That drum charge paying off.
Oh, nice fear. Ame. 4. Okay, got him on the Crystal Nova. 2. No, nobody else is in range of a hook. It's fine.
Dude, those club fights are so scary for Liquid.
Seriously.
Like, you really have to watch Coil Vacuum in this game with Ion Shells on top of it, with Slark going in. You don't really have good burst damage in this lineup. I actually think the support Slark is pretty annoying in these fights because he can hold his ult, he can hold the depth shot later on for a long time.
Yeah. Now, the shard they got for it, pretty bad. But at the same time, like, it wouldn't be worth old Tormentor for sure.
I mean, this one is
the math is weird on the new Tormentor because of the extra gold you get and the fact that the enemy could have a chance to take it too.
Yeah,
like,
so
you're taking away from them.
Net worth-wise, it's worth it for Liquid, but I think game-wise, losing the Ember there is... it's really costly. Like, you need Nisha to have a good position in this game because I think if it's a solo core gyro, I don't think you're winning that. There's a lot of kiting mechanisms.
Again, the long range freezing field into the Waning Rift, into a vacuum back in. They've got their combo. Silence, hoping to stop the puck from jaunting away, but he had both that and a haste rune.
Emo's playing a really good game here.
Yeah,
4-1-6. And this is with him not getting... I think that was his only power route, that haste that we just saw. I feel like Nisha's gotten every other power route. And Emo just been able to do more with less. Anyway, going back to the Darkseer itemization, the one thing I was going to mention with this Halberd is, do you ever want to go Halberd and Crimson? I feel like you don't, because it's double Vanguard.
Yeah, that feels bad.
So you have to pick one. I think that is maybe what makes the item a little weaker. Because I do think Crimson in this game looks really juicy as well.
No doubt. I mean, it's an Ember Gyrocopter lane. I feel like you don't get much better Crimson Guard games. It's like Dusa games. What else? Like, what else are you going to buy Crimson Guard for? Crystal Nova into the hook. Nice snag there from Ame. And Nisha tries to cut waves to keep the mid tower alive. Ame doesn't care. He doesn't need creeps. This boy's getting big.
Yeah, they've given this Pudge a lot in the last 5 minutes here. And the thing is, this Pudge has Surge Ion Shell behind him, plus some Slark saves and buffs later. Glimmer Drum already done for Baboka. Kind of a beast right now.
Hook pulls him back into his doom. Ame is now up to 13.6 extra strength on the Flesh Heap. And he's thinking about a Blink Dagger. You give him that Ion Shell, he activates Flesh Heap. I don't think Liquid can kill him, and he is a menace if he is in the middle of heroes.
He's a beast right now. He's starting to cook. Got to keep playing a little faster if you're your Colts. I don't think you want this game to just completely slow down, turn into a farm trade. Because I do think you are worried about Gyro's timings a little.
In the name of that, would you prefer Blink or BKB from Ame? Because he was thinking about both. He's going BKB.
I think the BKB is fine here. I don't think you're going to need this Pudge to blink it instantly in the fight.
Okay.
I think most of the time you're running the Slark or you're running Puck, and you have Coil plus Pounce to hold people in a way where the Darkseer Pudge can then move in. You can Surge the Pudge as well.
Sure.
I think the fact he has Surge helps a lot here.
Definitely the much scarier 5-on-5 team fight, which Liquid, maybe they thought they would have an advantage there, but Darkseer with a Pudge this big looks spooky to take any sort of team fights in the next 10 minutes.
I mean, on paper, their entire lineup is kind of team fight, though. Like, both supports are strong team fighters, and you have 3 AoE heroes. You have a pipe on this Dawnbreaker. I don't think you should be afraid of the fights right now if you're Liquid. Even if they're a little spooky to take.
Little pick off on the Crystal Maiden. Takes 5 heroes to do so.
Dire are scanning.
Map reveal.
Another rune for Nisha.
Yeah, he is. He's really gotten a lot this game. They're just walking straight at Ame. Saw him off the day vision.
And with him being half health, they actually have a chance. The Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in ensures it.
I mean, that was like the easiest gank of their life. You get map hack and you just run at the dude.
Yeah. Maybe Ame forgot that was a thing. Easy to forget.
I do feel like people forget about it. Oh.
Stop TP. Nisha's coming over, but the tier 1 tower is still up. Nisha not even opting to try and slight chains him here. Tianming, they're going to try and sandwich. They want to go for this. Liquid seem kind of scared of it, but they've got Mickey here. They really don't want to take this fight. They're going to leave Boxy behind.
No Solar Guardian, no way to get Dawnbreaker there. They don't want to take the 4 and 5.
Okay.
Especially before Gyro BKB. Maybe if you have that BKB, you can man up differently, but in the current position, it looks tough. A lot of HP to get through in this lineup with the early Glimmer Capes on both supports, plus Darkseer, Mech, and Halberd.
Gyrocopter, we talked about how these certain offlaners are going to suffer a bit more because they don't have access to double Ancients. Do you think that affects all like the carries that like to farm Ancient stacks as well? It's got to, right? I just don't see people spending nearly as much time on the top Ancient camp.
Yeah, I think it generally hurts any Ancient farmer because it just can't be as efficient as before.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe there's some weird pentagonal farm rotation you're doing something, but with like a river movement speed bonus. I don't know. Someone can do the math on that, but my gut read is it's going to be a lower Ancient farming patch than the previous one, which means, yeah, any hero that used to do that like TA or something. Sure. But maybe safe lane TA is
Smoke
better.
on smoke. Actually, Invis on smoke, and they've already nabbed Mickey. Dawnbreaker ultimate's going to come in, and the puck is in trouble. Emo's been a big part of these team fights, though Ame does have his BKB. He's locking down Mickey right now, vacuuming back in. He's not going anywhere, but neither is Ame. He's stuck inside of all this muck. Liquid.
Yo, the ghost on this calling.
Seriously, it just builds up and builds up, and look at him spin round and round.
Did he just get... He almost got max out of that, right?
Yeah, he got 4 kills inside of the calling.
That spell is nasty when you're just stuck in it. Yeah, you rot down the gyro, but that was your BKB versus a BKB-less gyrocopter. And you got 1 hero out of it. The pipe plus Mage Slayer on this Ember. You're looking at a lineup in your cults that is all magic damage.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
This is the downside of Pudge carry. And that's why I was saying, are you actually supposed to go something like an AC or Sanjin Yash at some point? Because if you just play an entirely magic-oriented lineup into Mage Slayer Pipe, you're not going to have a good time.
Right.
There's just no way. Pudge doesn't do anything the second that Mage Slayer hits him. He's doing, what, 20, 30% of his damage?
Yeah, I definitely did not think about that. It feels like maybe a cult. Maybe they didn't think about that either. Hook. Oh, no. I think maybe they can still go for it.
That's awkward. They got another hook in 5 seconds.
Yeah, this can be redeemed. They've got him. But it was a lot of effort, a lot of time, again, for 5 position. Other heroes of Liquid farming around.
They do get Ags done on Zeal, so that's a little more, I want to say, damage that's not just purely magical in the fight.
Okay.
You get more of these gyro illusions, they'll at least do a little bit. Some more damage you can just throw into the gyro as well. Aegis would definitely help here too. 2 lives on Ame.
Boca, nice space being created here.
I mean, BKB is done on the gyro, so Liquid could fight this.
I don't think they even know about it.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they did, I think they would have smoked. But
all right, well, second life on the Pudge for the next team fight gives you Cult Bros the advantage for the next 5 minutes. BKB, Chrysalis. Mickey's getting rather large, though. That is concerning.
I don't think he can stop it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Liquid's still going to put 4 on this side of the map, though. 5, even.
Insania baiting this out, or what?
Insania, if he gets
they missed
hooked,
the
it
ward.
might be bad.
That is a
Oh,
crazy
God.
good ward. Oh, he's
okay,
so
they see it, they see it, they see it. But maybe it's too late. Ame's already being jumped. That is the Aegis hero, though.
Yeah,
How
look
much
for the
do you want to
vacuum.
all in on this
Zeal.
one?
You got
Zeal.
silence.
Oh, no, he got silenced by Boxy. They kill Ame the first time. Now Zeal's got a second setup to try and get that vacuum. Hits onto 3
What
with
was
the
that?
coil. He hit an illusion. The hook goes through, misses out on all the heroes that were coiled up. Now they're set up for a big start break. Nice hit with the silence there from Emo. Zeal trying to knock him out of his course as well. Emo going back in, hitting some of the backline heroes while Mickey trying to deal with Boboka. Now has Bob his BKB at the first side of Ame. Dawnbreaker ult coming in. There goes a bit of movement speed to get Ame out of there. Spots Boxy, pulls him back in, finishes off Nisha.
Ame's
He's
going
just
ham.
going through everybody, man. Liquid can't stop him. They
He's
can't
just
hope
smacking
to
him.
stop this
Whoa.
big man in the paint. He takes them all down for an ultra.
God damn, the big man showing up at the second half of that fight. He did so much right-click damage.
Oh, and they're going to get
5,300.
even more. This is more than just a wipe. This is going to be 6. Wait. He's got Yules. Comes back in, hit by his silence.
Double support buyback for Liquid. They lose heroes here. It's a long time on the sideline.
Ice Path, Insania. I don't think he knows he's not getting out of here. He's hoping he can kill Emo. It's not going to happen. Boxy's going to get run down. Is this going to be 7 heroes dead?
Oh, he wants
Zeal?
him.
Nah, he's not getting it.
That's still a dieback for Insania. They did get a buyback out of Tianming, but huge victory for your Cold Bros as finally this Pudge gets to play that kind of long fight he's looking for, benefit of the Aegis. And honestly, that was with them having an incredibly awkward combo where I believe the Waning Rift disjointed the pull-in from the vacuum. Because it's a reposition spell.
Yeah.
So I think only 2 out of the 4 heroes got hit by like the edge of that wall. And they didn't really get fully clumped.
And then the wall illusion blocked the hook.
Yeah, it was just super awkward because that was a 4-man vacuum, I believe, and it didn't really get the full effect.
Liquid didn't seem too concerned about positioning there. You think it's just because they're like, we have Mage Slayer pipe, like, even if we clump, we can kind of push through it anyway?
Yeah, I think so. I think they honestly got taken a bit by the Pudge right-click in the second half, and they committed a lot onto this Crystal Maiden, who got Glimmer Caped and Depth Shrouded. And then they had to stay there that full duration to finish him off. That wasted so much of Mickey's time.
Ame now up to 25.5 points of bonus strength.
I mean, honestly, look at this Maiden. Tianming is tankier than you would expect because he has Glimmer, he has Solar, and then he has this brawny Gossamer Cape.
Yeah.
Which is 175 HP on top of the mischance. And then you Depth Shroud him. These supports on the side of your Cold Pros, not easy to bring down.
And now he has a Crystal Clone, so even more survivability.
Yeah, this Maiden is not an... And I talked about the burst in this Liquid lineup at the start of the game. Like, how are you taking this Maiden down quickly, right?
Okay.
You have to commit spells.
Ame. Oh, no.
He has Bloodstone, by the way.
Taken right underneath his nose.
So he's a lot tankier. If he gets to the Shivas, I think that's your big point to try and build an advantage and win a couple team fights where you can just close the game out on top of that.
Getting free lifesteal and spell lifesteal from his neutral, and we've already talked about how Gale Guard looks pretty damn good.
That is a nice one to roll. This is a really strong neutral item on the board right now. I mean, Nisha's still running Orb of Destruction, by the way.
Yeah. Well, it is active. You have 50% slow resistance, too. Which they've got some slows on Liquid.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I also think this serrated Shiv on paper looks super good. Mickey rolled it again.
Surely you want that on Nisha. He's going to break the coil, but Ame's going to catch up to him. Gets the Dismember. Dawnbreaker is actually going to try and ult and save him here. I don't think they can save him. I think they're maybe both going to die off this situation. Wait, Nisha gets away to the Remnant. They actually managed to survive. Ame, though, with his BKB, he's calling it quits. No, he's not. He hits the hook into Mickey, into the wall. That's not a bad engagement
He has
start.
no BKB, though.
No BKB, you're right. He feels like he doesn't want to keep going emo. He's trying. Ame's setting up for another hook. He's trying to get it on top of the wall again. Oh, just right off the mark. That was so close. Nice dead shot. Hits Boboka on the side. Now they hit Ice Path onto Ame. They're kiting him out. Liquid, not sure which direction they want to go to here. They're committing onto Ame. He pops his Bloodstone, tries to man up, but it's not good this time around. Couldn't deal enough damage through it all.
That fight was honestly not that close for you, Colts. Surprised they lingered as long as they didn't commit it. Maybe amp damage on the puck there, giving you more confidence than you should have had, because all these heroes on Liquid had a lot of HP. The Gyro still had the BKB to pop near the end of that. No BKB on Pudge. I don't know how you man up there. Your damage is just going to get reduced, and then you don't really do that much.
Yeah, between BKB up on Gyro, magic damage reduction, his Bloodstone, he wasn't life-stealing for shit.
And we're already seeing a little bit of a pattern. 4 Gale Guards in this game, plus triple Shiv.
Yep.
For Liquid.
I don't know how
Very
the
nice.
Shiv item could be balanced.
Yeah,
1 second cooldown.
It's a pretty stupid amount of damage here. Like 10% of Pudge's HP, right? Maybe you get him to half, but even on average, if it's 100, 150, that is a lot of bonus damage to proc on a chance-based item. They're just gonna keep shivving him
until he bleeds out, man.
Some peaky blinders shit out here. Welcome to the peaky Liquid.
Come to the wrong alleyway.
And you get gunpowder gauntlet into this, shivved in an alley. Dota's really taken a turn down some dark paths in the last year. They used to have fun and funny items like donkeys and mango. What was the
mango
consumable
tree
they got rid of? Yeah, the mango tree. There was another one, right?
It used to have a little Stardew Valley feel to it. Plant your happy little trees all over the map. Now,
no more trees for you. You're getting punched and stabbed in water, and you're getting drowned in the waterfall while Roche throws you in the trash.
Nisha scouting out for the rest of Liquid. And look who they found.
Oh, he's so screwed. Just no armor item yet.
Nisha keeps it going. Okay, now. Glimmer Cape. But there's a shield rune at bottom, too. They have full control of the river runes, and they've got a mid lane pushing in. Now, Roshan time, we've got 3 minutes of it.
I think your Colts need to stall this game out. If they can get to the Shivas on the Pudge and like Ag's Plasma territory on this puck, or Mjolnir, depending on which order Emo decides to finish it, then the damage and the sustained team fight will be there. But right now, it's just non-existent, and Gyro's king of the map.
Am I only just now noticing, as spectators, we no longer get to know exactly when Roche is? Is that what the... Or is that actually its spawn time? It's not? Okay.
What?
So we only know potential spawn time.
No, it's the same clock as before.
What are you talking about?
Is under attack.
As a spectator, we used to know the exact time Roshan would spawn.
Yeah.
And now it's been replaced by the potential spawn time that players have. Am I insane or are you insane?
I have no idea what you're...
Spike chains on 2. Hook grabs Boxy. Okay, so we have the Dawnbreaker who's coming in, who's trying to get inside of all this. What Ame is right on top of all these heroes with a vacuum on top of the wall. This looks so good. Surely this is a fight that Yakult can finally win, but nobody's dying through it. BKB on Nisha, BKB on Mickey. Saberlight has a BKB too. The 3 of the cores are just untouchable from all this magic damage. The full combo, it hits, but nothing is done.
That does not bode well.
Can they even win anymore?
It's all satanic on this Gyro. Mickey just stands there and says, so what? Your damage is getting reduced way more than mine is. I will clean up everybody and the illusions and send you packing. Yeah, I don't know. Where's the damage going to come from in this line? Like I said, you can go ultralight with like Plasma Ag's puck. I can kind of see it, but right now, There's no short-term upgrades.
Yeah, Name's still forgoing the magic or the physical damage route and going magic damage. He's going Shivas. If he had like AC and they had like Ags, Puck, like I could see a physical damage build up between the two of them that starts amounting to something. But
I mean, that
this feels like a dead end.
Who even knows? I don't know. I mean, another route is you can try and start the fight, bait out Gyro, BKB, Satanic, something, and then try and reinitiate later. I don't know. This is a big problem right now in the field, and that is Mickey.
I'm going to get the latest possible Roche spawn. Yeah, feels like Satanic Gyro fully equipped. Now you're going to have to do some hella good kiting if you're a cult, because you probably are just never going to be able to...
Okay, but here's another idea, though. Can Liquid go high ground versus the Pudge? Because if they can't, and you just rat this game out on the two side lanes with the Puck,
okay, yeah.
Who can keep scaling his damage up, and you get to that ultra late. Oh, can Alme TP out here? This is close.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
There's a basher on that Dawn.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, the ratting has begun. I think the Colts have clearly changed their idea of how they're going to win this game.
Yeah.
Boots of Travel picked up on the Puck. The supports are just cutting every wave right now. Darkseer shells. Actually keeping bottom.
Dawnbreaker going to get messed up a bit here.
Trying to get the
coil,
BKB.
wall. Wow. That was heavy commitment there.
I mean, they know they're not taking
a fight. Do something with that?
Could run down mid, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, no wall. That's one of the scariest parts, right? Is coil and wall. It's not the hook per se. It's the hook into those other spells that is so dangerous.
I could see a world where you just run down mid. I just don't know if it's going to feel good going into the hook.
Yeah.
Cooldowns aren't that long. You get stalled out for one wave, there's a glyph, suddenly those cooldowns are back up. I guess the alternative question is, what are you doing on the map during this time? Continuing to farm up everybody.
Well, maybe Liquid can just wait till they get pickoffs of their own.
They got Gem on Nisha now. Cannot hide under the glimmers.
I don't know, man. I mean, you could stall this out, but Saberlight's getting so big. They're going to quickly try and kill him while his BKB is on cooldown. The rest of Liquid making a run for it. He's silenced up right now, but eventually he can throw for the hook, but now maybe Nisha's going to block it. No, he still gets it, but the slam, Saberlight actually heals up. Dismember. He finally finished him off. Ame gets his kill, goes for a desperate TP out, but the Gleipnir's there to stop him. The BKB charge does not last long enough.
Well, with Pudge down, 90 seconds. Now you think about high ground. 2.5 still left on this Aegis.
Sure.
Just get the waves in. Force the issue.
Now, they may... Yeah, it's...
Waves getting cut right now from Baboka. They did not protect it.
I mean, it's so hard. Like, you're thinking to yourself, okay, we could force the buyback, but the chance that you get caught by vacuum wall that allows the...
I just don't think the wall does anything on its own. I think Mickey will just clear it.
I'm saying he buys back and hits the hook because the wall has slowed them down long enough.
But that's what I'm saying. You push, you get the Pudge buy. By the way, he bought out, so he doesn't even have it.
He was getting the gold for it. He decided, okay, no.
I mean, I kind of agree with this because I think if you don't get Shivas in this game, you cannot win.
Well, at this rate, if his team chooses to fight this and they lose the fight, fortunately, no losses yet, and they got the BKB out of him. Tianming, Crystal Clone. Okay, there's that Frostbite. Fortunately, he's still Gleipnir, and the Depth Shroud only lasts so long. The Surge, though, barely managed to run ahead. Nisha tries to finish him off with a Remnant play in the fountain. Doesn't work.
All right, so you got your racks. Minute left on the Aegis. Some decent value, I guess.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No Ame buyback, though.
There's that full vision.
All right, what if your Colts just all get Pyrrhic Cloaks?
And just all put it on the Gyrocopter when he flat
And
cannons?
they all pop it at the same time and reflect everything back into Mickey.
Well,
Does this go through BKB?
The game probably crashes, but... I haven't seen this one. Hits an enemy for 75 damage, then slows them by 80%, reducing healing effects by 40%. Okay, if he hits them at the right time, maybe his Satanic gets screwed over a little bit. I doubt it goes through BKB, though.
That's the thing. I have no idea out of these neutral items which go through BKB or don't. I assume none of them do.
Yeah, none of them say that they don't have that marker for it, so. Yeah, he's dead.
He's been getting caught. That is worst case scenario for your Colts. This is the guy who's going to slow the game down and give you some late game hope. Hex on Zeal, maybe another route to teamfight victory. You can hook the gyro into Hex and just all in him. But the options are wearing out here. I mean, Liquid are hitting their stride. They're doing what they want with this lineup, which is scaling all three cores, the gyro at the top, and just bringing a lot of teamfight to the table. I don't know if you have the damage, man. Ame is... Oh, he's like 200 off the Shiva's completion.
All right, well, your Colt brothers now just bleed now. Oh, got the hook.
Into the Hex.
Into the wall.
He's
okay,
dead.
okay. Dawnbreaker ult is going to come in right in the middle of these heroes, but with Mickey dead, it's a bad place for Saberlight to be. Now Ame's just going to run you down and hit another hook. Can he get it? Oh, he's just silenced for so long. He's got the surge, though, and he finally catches up, hits that hook. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage. Wait, Saberlight. Okay, he's got BKB, he's got Bloodstone, he's got Dismember, he's got so much heal with the Depth Shroud as well. Look at him go, man. He's almost back up to full. Coil on Boxy, tries to steal away the Shrine of Wisdom, but it gets denied. All right, 3 kills. 1 hook is all it takes.
That was a really important moment for your Colts in this game. You are not going to have a lot of opportunities to hook this gyro into Hex before he's aware of it or ready for it without an Aegis. That's probably the only opportunity they were going to get at that.
Yeah.
They find it. Now you have the Shivas on the Pudge, another big item. He has level 25, another big talent for him. And you set this gyro back in his quest to achieve that next Aegis to end this game. Pivotal Hex from Zeal. I mean, your Colts played to their itemization, made it work. And Mickey stood there and took it.
He did indeed.
He was not afraid of that hook. He should have been. I mean, that's Pudge, man. Pudge give and Pudge take.
You think we need some Lincolns on the side of Liquid? Just to be able to put it on the Gyrocopter.
It's not really a Lincoln's game, though.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
This is not a game you feel good buying Lincolns in.
Okay, then just don't get hooked.
Yeah, you just don't get hooked, man. I mean, Nisha has an Hex of his own. Also level 25, so he's double Sleight of Fist charges. He has Ag's recipe queued up, so he's going to eat this Ags and slot in something else. He's really farmed.
Best of luck to Emo against that.
We already have. Yeah, okay, so 5 Fire Remnants, double Sleight of Fist, Hex, Sanjin Yasha, BKB. This guy's kind of a beast.
Yeah, Emo's not going to be able to rat very well against that.
Oh, no way.
Dire are scanning.
Got a successful scan. It's on Ame in the triangle, but he's already backing away. So Nisha's going to be here late to the party.
The big man walks it off.
Oh, got him on the edge of the Dark Pact there. The silence goes through. Now he's still taking enough to survive through that, but there goes that sight. The mobility of an Ember Spirit with an Aghanim Scepter combined with this Hex. It's gonna play havoc on you Colt Brothers when they try and do these sorts of things.
That's level 25 for Saberlight as well. He has that Starbreaker cooldown. Really nice talent here. Yeah. Especially when you have Bloodthorn Basher. So much damage. Still, it's another high ground that Liquid has to push without an Aegis. Saw what happened last time.
Don't get hit by Hook. Nisha doesn't get hit by Hook. They're actually, whoa. Boxy trying to push him into him. Okay, maybe this is fine. They kill Ame pretty damn easily. Didn't really take much from Mikke at all. It was just Nisha with some slights. Saberlight coming in with his ult.
Incredibly easy.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
I think you have to go on Gyro with this Hex. I don't think you can go on anybody else. Or you got to commit BKBs. By the way, no buyback on this Lark. It's still on cooldown.
Got him off of the creeps dying. Instantly hit the scythe on him, but he got off the BKB. And this is a very different situation now. Full flat cannon shots force your Colt Brothers to run away. Liquid trying to contend with a emo puck that's hitting their back lines. Darkseer dies, so does Tianming's Crystal Maiden. So 2 down, 2 have buyback on you Colt Brothers.
Emo waiting in the wings.
Ame just full on committing, activates his Bloodstone, gut silenced up, so he couldn't get the Dismember. Emo hits a Waiting Ridge, grouping up some of these heroes, but Nisha just activates his BKB. Here comes a beautiful freezing field. Fear does manage to stop that one for a little bit, though. Nisha, does he have mana to be able to work with this? He does. He can jump out to his Remnants to safety. A blind hook from Ame does go a bit astray. Liquid lose a bit for that, but they got a lot out of you Colt Brothers.
Yeah, double buyback, and that Darkseer buyback especially is brutal. The Ame one, that's a game ender if he dies again. Damage problems, man. Your Colt Bros do not have the damage to get through this lineup. The late game Pudge just can't dish it. Full ags on that Jakiro, by the way. And there's more damage.
Yeah, that
can't get out of it. Though Roshan, this is a Roshan your Colts can get away with here.
I think he caught in the pit. It could be real bad.
Oh, the illusions baited them a bit.
Immediately bought back. Coil on 3 is going to keep them away from the pit, but at the same time, you Colt Brothers, as he makes the commitment, almost got the hook. If he could get the hook that breaks the coil and then into the Dismember, it would be so amazing for them.
Gotta hook something here.
We still have hook into wall. Into the Darkseer Ag's punch as well.
The creeps are hitting
vacuum onto with the wall. Is this good enough for Ame? He's going for Nisha, not able to get him. Meanwhile, Mickey's getting full flat cannon shots. Depth shot, really good from Boboka to block some of that damage. Managed to get the Dismember, immediately canceled, and they just rip through Ame. Roshan dies in the middle of the field. They got to quickly refresh, pick up the Aegis, and they will just take out the rest of you Colt Brothers. Over. No problem. GG, the game is done.
I honestly think they lose their throne in that fight, even if they win it. There was no pressure on Liquid there, other than when Mickey got hooked. In that ultra late game, I think they are really confident in what this Gyro is going to do. And that's why I was curious about what this Pudge build is, because I think if you just go late there with Magic Pudge, you're not out carrying this Gyro. It's really difficult. And Gyro is not one of those carriers where if you get a wall illusion of him and a punch illusion like a Terrorblade or Medusa, that it can carry the fight for you. The Gyro illusion is just not, it's not doing it.
Yeah.
And still some good team fights from your Colt Bros. We saw some good comeback potential.
They don't seem too sad about the potential series-ending situation that they're in. Elimination is on the line, depending on their next matchup.
That's the nice thing about Pudge. You know, when you lose with Pudge, you can just blame the Pudge. Like, yeah, I mean, we picked Pudge. That's how she goes sometimes, you know? And when you beat Pudge, you're not happy, apparently. You're like, well, they picked Pudge, guys. It wasn't a real game.
Yeah. Well, it's a real win for Team Liquid, who now have changed the status quo of this three-way tiebreaker, being able to take down your Colt Brothers. Now we'll see who is going to win into our next series, but we can still break down this best of one between Liquid and your Colt Brothers with our amazing panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and Avery, as Liquid get redemption Or maybe they just were wise enough to not pick Pudge this time. Pudge is not having a good time in these tiebreakers, Nat.
No, well, I mean, it depends on when you stopped watching or I guess started watching this game. Because if you were watching pre-20 minutes, Pudge was having a fantastic time. Maybe even 25 I want to stretch it to. He was having a fantastic time. Arme popping off, making it look like, okay, Pudge carry could be a thing. But unfortunately, the item progression just didn't really alleviate the pressure Liquid was putting on the mid-game. This man can make farm out of thin air. I swear he can find gold in the deepest crevices of this map. And all of a sudden, he's 3k net worth ahead of everyone else. So he was, on gyro, farming it up, finally gets a little bit of damage items for himself as well. And then, unfortunately, Arme, I think the Bloodstone, just a little bit of a misstep in where to go as a carry Pudge right now.
I agree 100%. I think for me, the key is that Nat said was the item progression of Pudge was the game-changing factor, because I loved the Pudge. I thought it was awesome. It did well in the laning stage. He had some really clutch hits early on. And we saw the kind of havoc that Arme could reap in the fights when the fights were him getting on top, not getting kited. But unfortunately, going for the Bloodstone as his item after BKB, that does not help you, because at that point, Gyro had a Daedalus, and he was dying to physical damage. He wasn't able to just sit in a fight and spell lifesteal, because at that point he didn't have a blink either. He went for the blink after the Bloodstone. So there were some times where he was getting caught, no armor, insta-died, and other times where we see if the hook was missed, he couldn't get into the midst of the fight and do any damage. So I really do think, had we seen a Shiva's Guard instead of a Bloodstone into a blink, into a Bloodstone, the game might have really looked different, because they were really cooking in some of these fights on YB. But Liquid, like Nat said, Mike on that gyro, got his item timings, just did way too much damage, and YB didn't have much of a counterplay.
Whatever spell lifesteal the Bloodstone is offering you at that stage is not going to be outweighed by your lack of armor and how quickly Gyrocopter is doing damage to you. And maybe this also goes in with what we were saying in the draft, that maybe Pudge needs the +1 hero, like the IO, to make that item progression smoother. Then maybe you do need the Bloodstone first item, because maybe
you don't have this external help that normally came from an IO where we saw it work with Betboom team.
And I don't see any world where the Dispel that is now on the Bloodstone instead of the AoE is that much more value, especially on a Pudge.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wonky one. And it's just such a shame, because this early game really was all your cult bros. They were pushing this tempo, and it makes me wonder. I know there's been a conversation before about the gold you get when it comes to kills and having that early aggression compared to being a carry that farms and has a good farming pattern. And it's when you play Pudge, can you lend yourself either way, or do you have to kind of fall into this archetype of we just attack and we just take fights, and that's where the goal comes from?
I think with the Pudge Ags, you can also just play to farm. That hero does farm quite quickly. The issue was, honestly, I do think YB had a point where it looked really good for them. Because even when they got that first Aegis, we saw Ame get an ultra kill, but he did die at the end. That fight was misplayed, by the way, because Puck on Ema, he dream coiled while Pudge was dead in Aegis. So all of the seconds of CC coming out of the dream coil, Pudge was dead for. He was dead for that. And regardless of all of the misplays, they still had enough gas in the tank to wipe Liquid, right? Even though they didn't do everything perfectly. So at some point, it was YB's game. Just individual mistakes in terms of not just items, but also getting picked in certain places. So I only say this because I want to emphasize that I don't think Pudge carry was an incorrect choice. It looked really good, and it would have worked under a more polished gameplay.
Perhaps they were getting picked left and right as a product of some wards. Fear, what do you got for our Kadia ward of the game?
Yeah, we're going to go to the earlier stages of the game when the Colt brothers were doing well and they felt like they were in charge of the game. So if we do venture back to around the 18-minute mark here, we will see a ward that spotted Boxy here, going to the high ground. And this is the point in the game where your Colt brothers are just sweeping from mid lane to the bot lane, getting kill after kill. And it really did feel like the warding was going your Colt brothers' way the entire time. Unfortunately, though, the warding, when it did fall short, they did lose the team fights, but their early game was fantastic.
Now, as a result of Liquid winning this game, they have to get ready for their 4th game of the night. Because if they can beat Gaming Gladiators, then they are freed from this whirlpool of tiebreaker action. But if Gaming Gladiators turn it around, well, we're going to go to a 3rd game. But that's for after the break. We'll see you in a little bit.
DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
People underestimate just how much these guys need to live this game in order to do well. And I should know, Team Liquid almost wins everything. When a new patch drops, everything changes. Our habits, our gameplay, but with every patch, our lives change with the game. Like literally. After the last patch rolled up, we just woke up and we're like, what the hell are these? Worked out better for some of us than others.
Every morning it's the same. Wake up at 1 p.m., hit alarm, and choose the facet for the entire day. You pick the wrong one accidentally, and all of a sudden, the entire day is screwed.
Oh. Dude, there is absolutely no way you did this again. I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'm not a fan.
Misclicking facets can be bad, sure. But some people just have garbage facets. Unlock. Omar, what do you want to do today?
Brother, you can pick one of these two. Doesn't matter. Anyone is really good.
Snaking, can you please pick your good facet today? Snaking. Snaking. Snay!
Hey Siri, tweet UOG.
Letting players choose their own facets puts a lot of pressure on us coaches. Because, you know, players are idiots.
Hello, Habibi, what is this?
What? This? Bro, I took it for the armor.
Sure, bro, it's only for the armor. You filthy stealing Rubik.
What's the matter if I take 1 kill or 2? At the end, we're one team.
Stop stealing my kills.
兄弟，给我看看你的命使。
兄弟，我只有一个命使，他出 bug 了。我只有一个命使，你知道吗？
兄弟，没有人会想和一个13分钟一起大神玩游戏。给我看看你的命使。
Hey buddy, how you doing today? You feeling fine? Everything's good? Let's get you a nice haircut, okay? We're gonna make you look pretty. And also your friend can watch. That's totally fine.
You're gonna give this guy the best haircut of his life. Do you know who this guy is? He's Ignition God from Indonesia. The Jakiro God. Look at him. He needs to be look smacked right now. Let's go. He needs to be look smacked right now. Let's go, baby. It's all good in the hood. Run it back. Let's go. Let's go.
Look at that. Oh, we zoomed in on the white wine haircut for whatever reason.
Look at that. That's uneven. I'm so upset with him. I really am. That? He had such nice hair too. That's the worst part.
I've been around for a long time and played a lot of different patches. And to me, new patches, they motivate me. Oh, come on. Yeah, it can be a little demotivating too. My facets suck. At least I got a huge innate.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Forward the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Welcome back to game number 5 now of the tiebreaker, where now Liquid are getting the opportunity to play off of a win. Problem is that when all these teams met in the group stage initially, it was all 1-1 splits. Yakult split with Gaiman and Liquid, and then if Yakult won in the first cycle, and now Liquid won, then technically they're 1-1 right now. And then if Liquid beat Gaming in the first cycle, and if they lose now, then it would be 1-1 again. Why should I believe that history won't repeat itself, Fear?
It hasn't.
What? I think you got debated by how many numbers he was throwing out there.
I mean, technically, Yakult won the last series.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in one regard, I suppose history is not repeating itself, but the cycle could repeat.
It could.
Now
Liquid-
Gaiman could beat Liquid.
Liquid already
That's impossible, though.
2 wins in a row.
That is true. That's the one
It's just
exception.
unfortunate that it was last iteration of best of ones and not this iteration.
But that's still 2 wins straight.
Yeah. They just beat Gaiman, and then they just beat Yakult, and now they have to beat Gaiman again.
Piece of cake.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That seems pretty easy.
Maybe if you get the gyro.
I mean, it's 50-50. Like, all these teams are playing for the same spot, right? Which means their scores are all equal, which
Correct.
means their power levels are pretty equal.
Exactly.
They're showing these games are very equal
Agreed.
as well. So, I don't know. We'll see. Whoever gets the better draft, whoever has a better idea going into this one. But I'm going to have to reverse a little bit. I said Liquid is going to be on, like, some momentum tear.
Yeah.
I think they're going to slow down a little now because I feel like they've kind of shown their cards. And now Gaiman, they have some time to bring up something new. They showed Gyro twice. They're showing this first pick like Ember. Mag got banned. Can they come up with something new? I don't know, but I think this is good for Gaiman because you do see Liquid wants to play a certain style and you can prepare for it.
They also played quite sloppy in their game versus Liquid on Game, and like they played really
did,
clean
yes.
versus Vibe. You're like, wow, they're on a tear today. And then they go into their game versus Liquid, and they honestly could have won that game too had they just played a little bit better. Like they took a couple of team fights where it was just missed execution, and I think they had enough downtime to like sit and say, what aspects of this did we like or dislike, and where did we go wrong, and where can we go from here? Because gameplay changes are easy to do instead of like full-on draft reworks, right? It's more like their draft was fine. They just messed up a little bit.
And if it is team fight execution that they are hoping for, then perhaps they can draft for it. As we take a look at our matchup now, yet again, Gaimin versus Liquid. Gaimin, they ban out the DK, the first phase Ember Spirit, a Monkey King, and a Magnus. Liquid take out the Bristleback and the Abaddon, and maybe a Tofu hero?
Yeah,
No.
I mean, that's what I mean, though. It's like
Ember
they
Spirit
used...
again.
No,
They
Ember's
can't.
banned. So they are adapting already by like not playing versus Ember. They banned the mag from the previous series. And I think a gyro just by itself is something you can deal with later. It's not a big deal. So they're already taking out like the fundamental like heroes for Liquid that they've been winning with. Does Liquid have something new? We will have to see. I mean, Tiny is getting played more and more. I have seen this hero on starting to rise in popularity as a carry now, just because you can no longer combo, and that's not something you really did as a carry. So all of a sudden, you're in a situation now where your nukes are just better as a carry.
The avalanche toss combos.
Yeah, that doesn't exist anymore, right? They just buff the damage on both those spells, which kind of makes the crash landing talent a little bit worse too, or facet. So carry Tiny could be a thing. It still could go mid, and even the Revenant's Brooch, I saw Yatoro playing a pub with it earlier, like looked pretty good on the Tiny.
I feel like, so I'm kind of a Tiny hater this patch so far. Like I have to, just because yesterday I thought that it looked very unimpressive, and teams, so you get the habit of like working certain heroes into your draft early on because of their flex potential. Like if you're gonna first pick a core, it has to be able to be viable on multiple lanes. And that worked fine last patch, but now, like you mentioned, it feels like the only viable route, or not viable, but the only really good route right now is happening from the safe lane with Insurmountable, not going for the crash landing. Because a lot of the itemization for mid and offlane Tiny just got worse. Like Conda is way worse. Without the Conda, like what really are you going to do? And I feel like if you want to run this carry Tiny, you can, but at later stages of the draft. But as a flex, there are much better flex openers that you can go for.
Why first phase ban the Huskar and then pick a Tiny, though, if you don't want to leave the possibility that it could go mid?
Exactly. It has to be open, right? I'm saying you pick it here and it's open, but it's just a lot weaker on mid, and I just don't think this is one of the better flexes for first round. It's also lost a lot of the games that I've watched, so maybe I'm looking at it through
Recency
a
bias.
negative lens, but I'm yet to be convinced on this hero.
We've primarily seen the support Tiny, though. Have we seen mid Tiny?
We saw this year.
Stormstormer?
Oh yeah,
You don't remember?
Stormstormer. That's
How
right.
do
We
you not
compared
remember
two
this?
of the Stormstormers, actually.
And we
no,
saw
it was
carry
Zibe, it was
Tiny.
off lane.
And we saw Zebe offlane Tiny,
Yeah.
and we saw Ame carry Tiny lose.
Yeah.
It's just not impressive.
3 core rolls all lost yesterday. That was a good omen for this Team Liquid opener, wasn't it?
I also think that this Mage Slayer change, while initially I looked at it and it didn't seem quite impactful, it does feel like Ember's gone up in popularity because of his ability to buy Mage Slayer, and I think the same thing can be applied to a Pangolier, where you can go Mage Slayer Pango now from mid, and then if this is a mid Tiny, you've already countered it with an item that people are eager to buy and experiment with.
Definitely does justify that quick response with the Pango.
Team also just loves Pango.
That's very true.
What were Pango changes in this patch? For some reason, that was the one hero I decided I didn't want to look at.
So exciting to see.
Yeah, Pango, awesome. Oh, that's because he actually didn't get any changes.
Yeah,
Number changes.
Yes, it was number changes because they did the universal hero changes.
Yeah.
So it wasn't actually really anything for him. Well, I guess that's something that was comfort for them in the last patch, and so they really sticking to their guns because they played it in the previous.
10 seconds remaining.
And they did some talent swaps as well. Like the 15% attack damage as swashbuckle damage was a level 20 talent. So now it's only a level 15 talent. So you can get that a little bit earlier.
He still does a lot of physical damage, though, which makes a Pugna a good response as Liquid pick that up, and Gaimin get their Tofu hero most likely with Muerta, but it could be a core flex.
Pugna versus Muerta is always a weird one. Like, you think you are like countering Muerta in a way just because you have that magic damage, but she can always hit no matter who's ethereal. So that doesn't really help you too much in stopping her from attacking. Which makes me wonder, and it's not even good versus Pugna, so I'm questioning this Pugna a lot lately.
Yeah, I think Marissa's really happy to play versus Pugna as well because of the calling. Like in these more brawly team fights and chaotic ones, like you find that you're not really in a position to decrepify people without walking into the calling or earlier on, and then obviously she can hit people through decrepify, which is gonna be a nuisance. But I think conceptually what they want to do with Pugna is they want to just keep their tiny-esque heroes alive. Like they want these like big tanky archetype of hero that are going to go and cause chaos, and they're going to have the added sustain from the Pugna, where he's just going to be like a Glimmer Cape life drain bot from a distance.
The Dark Willow pick from Liquid. Boxy loves Dark Willow, but she did have a change in this patch as well. She's no longer universal. She's now an intelligence hero for herself, as well as a brand new facet. So the Thorny Thicket facet was removed, and now it's Shattering Crown instead, which is a fun facet. It is a lot of the ones that people are picking and playing in pro for themselves. I'm going to assume that is the one Boxy will go for. Here, of course, we'll just have to wait and see for it. But the way it works is like the amount of, when you place, I gotta start again. When you place Cursed Crown on an enemy, the amount of damage that happens ends up being an explosive damage when it ticks.
Okay.
When it goes for the stun.
So each
is the easiest way for me to word it.
And it's damage from you and your allies as well. So conceptually, you could hit someone who's Cursed Crown early on with like 2 heroes and get that added burst, a little bit like the Jakiro Ice Path, where you get a little bit of 100 extra damage. But what I like about this Willow pick is, I was thinking, like, Tormentor, you can get it at 15 minutes. We saw Liquid last game go for that Tormentor at minute 15. If you pick 2 supports who heavily benefit from that early shard in terms of their gameplay, Willow is one of the better ones. With that Cursed Crown facet, if you max it, you get the Willow Shard that just makes your Cursed Crown AoE that much bigger and that much more of a nuisance. That's a cool way to approach the game.
Yeah, and I think that's the meta right now. 15-minute Tormentor. Every team is going to try and get that as soon as they possibly can. So I'm going to imagine people are going to start like pre-warding that, and we're going to see some cool fights around that Tormentor, especially because it does kill you while doing it. So I think fights are going to be very interesting, and getting heroes that can take those 15-minute-ish fights are going to be very important. I think Pango is really good for it. We're seeing a lot of Gyro. He's great at it as well. Maybe, Dark Willow could be another hero that has that AoE control. Just throw it near the Tormentor and cause some chaos.
Do you think that this will eventually have implications for whether teams will prefer Radiant or Dire? And maybe they'll want to protect their safe lane tier 1 if you're Radiant more, so you can fight that 15-minute Tormentor?
Oh, for sure. I definitely think at some point, like, there's going to be a lot of value on that safe lane tier 1 tower, right? Because if you have that available, the Tormentor will be easy. But it's really hard, too, to just over-invest into a tier 1 tower, right? Because,
but I feel like the safe lane tier 1 has been, for a long time, the least valuable towers for teams.
It has been, yeah. I mean,
especially when you had the Outpost, right?
Right.
When the Outpost came in, it felt like it dropped even lower.
But I think even more importantly than all of that, like, you don't, in this patch, want to stop farming for the first 10 minutes. So typically speaking, bringing a lot of heroes to a tower and you don't get something out of it, they just back, that's really bad for you. So it's going to be a difficult equation to kind of follow here or figure out, but you do need to try and protect that tower. And if you don't, at least get a ward down, and you have to be there at 15 minutes. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to play the game.
Yeah, so this Razor pick comes out, which is also a flex, like can be played mid, off lane, or safe lane. But I think this Gyro pickup by Gaiman was excellent because probably a hero that Liquid were eyeballing was the Darkseer. Like, they love to run this Darkseer plus Willow. I've seen them do it a couple of times. It's one of their specialty lanes. They also just saw a Darkseer be useful. And when you look at the heroes on this side of Gaiman, like, they had a lot of run at the potential with Surges. Like, Surges does counter a lot of what they do. So picking the Gyro just takes away from Liquid's ability to play that. And instead, they're kind of pigeonholed into more of a, we need a flex hero on 18 here to not give away too much, instead of the teamfight hero, which I think they wanted to go for.
It also takes away the carry that Liquid just won with twice, so...
And then they ban their own Dawn because they know it's good to Gyro. It's pretty interesting.
Also, just on the topic of Pugna, I did check his patch notes, and his heal did get buffed. Like, the mana got taken away from his heal, but now he does, on max level, 50 more heal, and then on minimum level, 30 more heal, which is nothing to scoff at. 30 more heal level 1 is quite significant.
But no mana, huh? Okay.
But, like, how many Storms and Lush Rocks are you running these days to combo it?
I'm glad you looked. The only thing I remembered from Pugna's changes is, like, he no longer insta-kills illusions. with his
Nobody does anymore, right?
stuff.
Lion
Yeah,
doesn't
because Lion
either.
also had that change.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, illusion heroes are back. Obviously, I'm wrong, but illusion heroes are back.
They're back.
They're back. That Phantom Lancer, let me tell you.
He was pretty good. Well, he lasted.
Well, he lasted.
Both teams considering the possibilities of offlaners coming in. Like you mentioned, Dawnbreaker gets taken out by Liquid because they know the synergy with Gyrocopter, and Gaimin ban out the Mars because they're not 100% sure where this Razor is going.
I think Centaur would be a good ban for Gaimin.
What is Centaur add to the Liquid lineup that you like so much?
It's just a hero that can buy Crimson early on against Gyro, and if you see Quinn rolling in, you can just kind of like disengage, right, with Centaur Ultimate.
Also
and the laning stage is pretty chill, like you're just sitting there. Gyro doesn't threaten you too hard.
And a little bit of the poor man's surge that perhaps Effie was looking for with a Dark Seer, maybe.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see, just an option, but they have plenty of options. Tide is interesting too. I think they were looking at some more team fight. I mean, I think they have to put... I don't really want to see Razor offlane. That's the only thing I don't want to see. Because I don't think Willow Razor is going to be super threatening in that lane. I think there's just too much spam that Razor's just going to get spammed out by Flat Cannon and Dual Breath.
Yeah, if any Razor flex is happening, it has to be looked at from the mid lane.
Maybe, sure.
Like mid to safe, that's where the flexes should be looked at here.
Do you think they're looking for a Saber Hero or someone else? I think they're probably looking to Saber Hero, would be my guess. And they're probably just doing niche a tiny mid. With this, we still don't really know. This could be offlane, could be mid.
Yeah, so far only Saberlight has played the Primal Beast this tournament, but that was all pre-patch.
Probably Saberlight, to be honest.
I mean, Primal Beast here makes sense as a pickup. Like, you just go for the BKB and you pulverize the Pango, and you have that means to address Rolling Thunder at a certain state in the game, and then Gaimin don't actually have someone to lock the team fight down for them if Pango is taken out of the equation. So now maybe they need to look at a Centaur or something like that for themselves, where they have that added, reliable team fight.
Well, I have to imagine part of the reason Liquid didn't pick Beastmaster is because Gyrocopter's on the other side, but Gaimin could go for Beastmaster.
Yeah, they could. It's definitely not bad, especially against a hero like Razor. Having Zoo and being able to lock him down is really nice to have. They might also consider just putting Pango in the offlane and picking Quinn, a new hero. That's definitely a possibility.
And it could be something like a Puck or anything that can just give you coil, any way to like lock heroes down.
There you go. They went for the Centaur.
I mean, you go for the Centaur yourself just because when you look at Liquid's draft, you want to be able to stampede away from it, run away from it. But the issue is, don't you just put Razor on the safe lane now? And
Yes,
that's a
you
good
do.
lane for Razor. So now you're putting Ace in a weaker lane where you're kind of just going to cut your losses and hope he can farm up later on. But when you get that Blink Dagger, it's added help. Like we mentioned, Pango's going to be a key focus for Liquid to jump. So you need Ace to be that reliable guy to go in. The only issue is the laning stage here, but we've seen Gaimin play some bad lanes before and still look okay.
Which way you leaning, Nat T? You see Gaimin, you see Liquid. Is Liquid going to be able to break the tiebreaker loop?
I hope so for my sanity. I don't know, it's a tough one. I don't know what Primal is in this patch. I think like that's the toughest part here is Sablelight's very comfortable on this Primal, and he's had really great showings with it before. It's a hard one for me, but I'm hoping the boxy Dark Willow comes in clutch because I really like Dark Willow.
We're seeing a few new things come in here. Cap and Avery. What do you think? You think the loop is going to break?
I got you. I'll use Avery's words here. He said the previous matchup, Liquid versus Gaimin Gladiators, you do not bet against Quinn Pango.
Okay.
Did I say that?
I mean, they lost that.
I was going to say they lost it.
I was going to say.
I think he did say that.
That sounds like an Avery thing to
He
say.
did say that. He 100% did. I got you.
If you didn't say it today, you've definitely said it in the past.
So are we betting against Quinn Pango, or do I never do that?
Oh yeah, he's screwed.
Oh, no. Which means that now Gaming will win if you were incorrect about not betting against Pango. Transitively.
Wait, do you want him to be...
He's just saying you're never right on your opinions.
Correct, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but I can help you out. I can give you the outcome you want then.
Well, I want to see Shadow
I'm
Fiends.
a god, Neil.
I want to see Shadow Fiends 1v1, though.
Then he's...
Think about it.
Then you don't bet against Quinn's Penga.
He's screwed.
There we go. Well, let's see if it plays out that way in game number 2 of this rematch and game number 2 of the tiebreaker with Cap and SVG.
Ooh, we getting some epic music for a Liquid versus Game Gladiators rematch. Would you consider, how much of a difference do you think it is playing back-to-back in a best of 3 versus playing these best of 1s and playing, you know, an hour, 2 hours later?
I actually think it's pretty different.
Okay.
Because the other team gets to play a different team in the meantime, so they get to learn a bit more, maybe come into the next game with some momentum, whereas you were maybe sitting there or you lost your last one. It gets really weird. I think Liquid is a lot more favored here than Gaimin is, just based off of the previous games in the series, not necessarily a team-to-team thing.
Okay, you have been a player, captain, and a coach.
Yes.
Can I ask you
That's correct. Thank you, Austin.
How much more valuable the extra time Game Gladiators had after their loss to Liquid to do replay analysis, right? Because going from game 1 to game 2, I've seen the players watch through it. They're fast forwarding through things. You know, they're obviously going through things pretty quickly to try and get to the core of the matter. Would it be a lot more valuable to have an extra hour and a half, or do you think you get most of the gist of what went wrong in a game within, you know, 10, 15 minutes?
In terms of things you can adjust, 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay.
I would rather have my team just playing, you know?
Okay.
Like, I would rather play another game, win it obviously, but play another game and continue to learn from that and build on ideas than just sit there and analyze a replay for an hour.
That's fair.
I don't think that's too valuable. I think a lot of replay analysis is valuable over the long run, or studying a tournament, or studying a day of scrims, stuff like that, right? And deep diving into it.
Yeah.
Studying individual games is just looking like, oh, we shouldn't have done this or this. It's not going to bleed that much into the next. Like, there's only so much you can adjust game to game like that. So, I'd rather just play. Keep finding some momentum, get a better feel for the patch too, since it's the new patch. You know, the more games you play, the better off you're going to be.
And that was something that you specifically said when you thought Liquid would be the ones to eventually break the 3-way tiebreaker, is that you think that as slow as it might be, they will eventually learn or outlearn their opponents.
I think they are the team that will start in the worst position but improve the most every cycle.
Sure.
So maybe they're still not the best team out of all 3, but I think if you keep playing this cycle, they're going to be the team that improves the most each cycle, and therefore I kind of give them good odds like the longer this goes.
I think as some other additions to this specific match, we've got some big heroes for Liquid. Saberlight is Primal Beast's... Do you think it's his best hero?
I think it is his best hero when he is sacked.
Okay.
Which, I don't know if that's good or not yet. I'm still kind of debating that, but...
Sure. And we've seen...
His Primal's good.
We've seen Mickey's Razor go off quite heavily. Nisha Tiny, I mean, I'm not going to say that's his best hero for sure, but he's definitely good on it.
I think the Primal just functions well for this team because it's a core that you get 1 or 2 items and he can always go in the fight and create chaos for the other 2 cores, which are predominantly the 2 cores that Liquid tends to scale with.
Okay, yeah.
Like, it's rare that they are scaling through the offlane as much as the
nice
other
grab.
with this particular lineup. This is another game that I think the Razor is the ultimate carry in this game.
Okay.
Like, I think Liquid is really confident in the Razor killing everybody in the late game, particularly this Gyro matchup with the big links.
Because that core-to-core matchup is very favorable for Razor, right?
Yes. Now, I'm not personally sure in terms of power level. Like, this Gyro looks really strong in a lot of the games we watch him. And Gyro can absolutely carry this game for Gaimin, but I think that's just how Liquid thinks about the hero.
Sure.
I think they're always really confident in Mickey's late game Razor.
I don't remember if I know Razor got one thing he got nerfed, which was the Thunderhead, the spell lifesteal off of that. It now counts as damage reflection. Yeah, so it's no longer lifestealable.
Yeah, which was interesting. Was that a necessary nerf? I don't know. Were people buying Voodoo Mask on Razor?
There's some Bloodstone Refresher Razor builds at some point.
That's been out of the meta for a long time, but yeah, they also got rid of the Shard, I think.
Aghanim Shard no longer pulls Razor and his target closer together, instead slows the target's movement speed by 1x the amount of damage stolen while the link is active.
Right. So that's a really weird one because that pull was really influential in a lot of late game situations.
Yeah.
And I have to believe that pull is better than the move speed slow because that pull usually ended up just being 100% move speed slow. Like you just got stuck a lot of times.
If that hero got stunned, then you just get pulled into each other. Yeah.
So that has to be a fairly big nerf. It's also a flat number. It's not a percentage.
Watson taking a bit of damage. Saberlight taking even more damage. Flat cannon shots, and they'll finish him off. That's first blood for Watson. We're already seeing the Gyrocopter begin to take off. The Gyrocopter Jakiro lane, too powerful, man.
That's a strong lane.
Yeah.
A really strong lane. You got to just TP out of there or you're probably going down. And it's another lane for Saberlight that will be behind out of the laning stage. So some work to be done for Liquid there. Seems to be most of the time.
Tofu gonna get run down to the top lane. In the meantime, ran to the wrong spot. He does have a dead shot, but can't get it off fast enough.
I shot him into ace. Ace is like, yo,
chill, man.
Bro, send him the other way, man. I also think we're seeing a return to these spell casting supports that are really obnoxious in the team fights. Because there's just been so much team fighting, which tends to happen early on in patches. It's very chaotic. Not as much consistent map play, more just skirmishing, spell casting, fighting for random objectives, Roche Tormentor, right?
Yeah.
Like you just panic, join fights. So I think the supports that can contribute to that kind of game tend to be more popular at the start of patches.
Okay.
Whereas things like Enchantress or Chen, you know, will come in towards the end because, oh, I'm going to start cutting waves and getting really big and not fight you.
When I think of player specialty, I feel like that benefits Tofu more than Boxy. Because when it comes to ranged 4-position spellcasters, I think more of Tofu, whereas the melees, I think of Boxy.
It's probably fair on average.
Obviously, both being Western European teams, they probably it favors both of them compared to the field of teams, since that was the favored thing when both these teams were the top two of the patches.
I guess for me, this is just another game where I look at all 4 supports, and they're all 4 ranged backline spellcasters.
Yeah.
Like they're all doing very similar things. Maybe you have a bit more heal and sustain out of the Pugna compared to the other 3, but we saw how successful the Muerta was in the previous game in those team fights, especially that calling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you start getting those extra ghosts, it persists so long. Man, do not underestimate that facet.
Yeah, there's a reason why Game of Gladiators took so many of the Liquid heroes from before. Why do you think the Pugna was picked, by the way?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Was Oracle banned?
That's a pretty good reason. I don't know.
I mean, Insania just loves these backline healers. Phoenix, Oracle, Pugna. So some of it could just be giving your lineup a bit of that backup for the cores who are going in. I think this hero's still strong, honestly. Pretty annoying in the fights. It's pretty good versus a lot of these spellcasters with the ward. Not as good with the Decrep in this game, I'd say. I don't think Gyro's a carry that cares as much about you decrepping one guy.
Yeah. And there's no like mana battery hero, really.
Well, they got rid of that too.
Oh, they did.
Right now he's just a health battery.
Even still, I guess I wonder how successful that health battery is going to be in the middle of fights, because they have a lot of chasing heroes, like Razor and the Primal Beasts are going to be running after heroes. Tiny's going to be blinking in deep. Saberlight charges in deep and is immediately met with a deadly response from the Gyrocopter.
That was very aggressive.
And it's going to cost him even more. Boxy, nowhere to run to with Tofu sneaking in from behind, so that is going to be a double kill. Both safe lanes walking away with big wins. The kills going to the favor of Game of Gladiators, while Liquid have already taken Ace's tower.
Yeah, they just bombarded with this Feather Blast. Don't see an offlane tower going down that early often. That's why they picked the Pugna Austin. They had to take this man's tower.
Yeah, maybe these tier 1 towers are more important with the Roshans in the middle of the field. There's going to be more fighting in the middle part of the map.
I feel like taking Gaiman's towers is also pretty nice. Team that likes to snowball and play lanes and fight the runes and all that. Every tier 1 they lose, I think, hurts that a little bit.
Boxy, nice dead shot. Back into it with the calling. And, okay, layers and layers of nukes thrown his way.
It's another game where this gyro is the big winner out of the laning phase. Yep. No one seems to be able to slow this hero down. That's something you're going to have to deal with here if you're Liquid. Yeah, you have a Razor answer to him, but if he's just so far ahead, he fights through it. It will not be worth much. Smoke from Insania off of mid. He blasted, went back, smoked Nisha. They're going towards bottom. They want to slow this gyrocopter down. Can't blame him here.
Yeah, but they're stacking both the supports here, so it's not a clear situation that they win. In fact, if they smoke, run into each other, oh, they tossed in the Pugna. That's not good. The blast goes out, almost finishing off Tofu, but now he's gotten a bit of a heal. Saberlight comes through. Oh, no, this is just going terribly for Liquid, as they're going to lose all 3 of them without gaining a single kill. Game and Gladiators.
Dude, what?
I don't know if
What
that was
was that?
intended, but they just happened to sandwich them in the perfect spot.
Dude, this team really hates Insania or what? That was a double creep from hell and back. Like, yo, get in there, dog.
Yeah.
Then he tries to walk it off. I can make it out, Nisha. Don't worry about me, bro.
I can decrepify.
No, I got you, dog. Terrible gank.
It was a terrible situation.
See, you see that expression? You see that expression? Sorry to interrupt you. That's the face of a man who wants to flame his team, but is too nice to do it.
While he also is like, it's Nisha, you know, are you going to flame Nisha?
I'd flame Nisha. I don't give a damn.
Well, you would. I'm just saying maybe Insania doesn't have that courage.
At least has a lot more to
nice
lose.
little juke. That's true. We did win a TI with that, man. Dead shot back in. Shadow Realm only protects you for so long.
And that failed gank bottom really set Liquid back in the game. They were kind of rolling, and then they make a move to shut down the gyro. Instead, the gyro just gets even farther ahead. And now Gaimin are continuing to fight around that safe lane.
And now they don't have the aggressive space to let the Pugna chip away at these towers. Anytime they get too close to a tower, at this point, feels like Game of Gladiators have rolled far enough ahead. They are going to fight you. They're going to try and catch you. They're not going to let you make those little chips. 2K, 1,000, now 3K. Net worth lead.
I also think this Pango is going to be a problem in the early fights. I think in the late game you can deal with him, but it's a pretty free rolling Thunder game as long as you don't get pulverized, which isn't that easy in the early fights, especially if you can just play off Diffusal, mana burn some people. So this is also not a hero you want to give a lot more to here if you're Liquid. And your third tier 1 or your mid tier 1 is getting hit. Would be the third tier 1 to go down in this game. It's almost dead. And another TP from Saberlight.
Saberlight TPing in. They're going to try and catch Tofu, but the Bramble's already out. That makes things really awkward. I think the silence as well made things bad for Saberlight. Still, maybe even better, though, if they manage to get the pick off on the Pango instead of the Muerta. Okay.
That was almost a 6 Stampede. Stampede him while he's terrorized just to run him away, but doesn't bail him out. Another ult down the drain. Liquid gets some revenge and can go back to blast in that tier 1 mid. Oh, it's dead. Didn't get to blast it. It's kind of sad for Insania.
Inisha gets yet another power rune as a result. So that move had a lot of benefits for Team Liquid. With the shield rune, we'll see if Liquid can continue to challenge Game of Gladiators as they go for back-to-back kills onto Quinn.
Oh man, that's a brutal one. Really well set up, and this Pango has no game now. Just when you thought he was maybe going to make a little run, gets shut down completely.
Yeah, his Diffusal Blade is super slow now.
So now you have to look towards Watson.
Yep.
He has to pull some weight in this mid game to get the team fights rolling, make his net worth count, because he's really fat.
Ace has also been pretty quiet. Vanguard Blade Mail. All right. And then I assume he's going to go Blink after this. Do you like Vanguard and Blade Mail?
I think Blade Mail is just for the Razor. You just don't want to get Link Aya Storm run down for free.
I guess I just always feel like if you go both these items, you're slowing down your Blink Dagger so much.
Yeah, but this is not a game you're blinking in and winning the fight off a Hoof Stomp.
Okay.
I don't think you have the damage follow-up that's fast enough to reward that kind of play. So I agree with this. You have to play to scale, build your team fight up, player on the gyro, right?
Okay.
Like, Liquid's going to have to go on Watson in these fights. So if you can back that up as much as you can with fighting items or auras,
or in this
count for
case,
something.
a bit of utility with the Heaven's Halberd now complete, so he is really delaying that Blink Dagger a lot. But he is very farmed. He has made a nice recovery from where he was, which was, you know, his tower got taken super early. Pressured by Razor Pugna. Insania smoked up with Nisha, breaks on the low ground. They immediately back away. They spot Quinn for a second there. Nisha's going to chase after him. Stampede goes off, tosses over to Watson, but they get the grab in the river. Insania already dead. Mickey, I mean, Nisha wants to fight because he's got a shield room. Avalanche on Quinn. He managed to hop out some of it, though. Tossed up in the air again. He gets a swashbuckle away. And now Liquid have heavily committed. Watson's getting some good damage in. A Terrorize. That might bail out. No. Better dead shot from Tofu ensures the death of Mickey. Nisha comes in with another toss. That'll finish off the Gyrocopter. Now they're rolling from Saberlight. There's some Brambles out that are going to catch some heroes as well. They finish off Tofu. So 2 for 2?
Oh, Liquid definitely happy with that exchange. They get the big Gyrocopter kill. He was so far ahead. He was farming so fast. Could have dominated these fights. Instead, you traded out. I think they're very happy with that.
You would, like, in that trade-off of Gyrocopter and Razor, you think that always benefits Liquid?
No, I just think right now it does. Because the Gyro was so far ahead. Like, if he wins that fight, he's going to be 2.5K ahead.
Okay.
And he can get a really nice BKB time. Instead, you slow it down and you put a lot of net worth into the Tiny and the Primal against the Pango here. Quinn is still just falling behind. The biggest problem right now for gaming.
Yeah, lowest net worth core in the game. Another smoke up into Liquid as they try and go for Tormentor, but Liquid has learned from their previous mistake. Do not take these Tormentors for granted. Maybe they're the ones to smoke into Game of Gladiators. A Game of Gladiators with all 5 here going to try and do the Tormentor.
Initiation's not easy for gaming. Ideally, you want Liquid fighting into you. Smoke is running out.
They've taken the high ground, so they're just going to hold this high ground and wait for Liquid to eventually bite. The illusions give them good information. No, the Tormentor is not being done currently. Toss up in the air, catches Tofu, roll on through, nice ice path. And here comes a Gyrocopter ultimate that's going to do a lot of damage, but a beautiful Terrorize sets up Saberlight to get the grab on a Malady, slamming big AoE damage. They've killed 2, and Ace, as tanky as he is, as much HP as he has, the Blade Mail might kill Boxy. Boxy trying to make a run from it, gets hit by the Stomp. Now a TP away, now that the disables are gone, smart move from Ace. Gets the kill, gets out.
Gaiman salvaged that a little, but that was just a sick jump from Nisha. He was on the ward, and somehow he gets the blink off first before Gaiman put any damage into that Tiny. This is not close, right?
God.
Yeah, that was insane.
They buffed Tormentor, right?
I mean, I feel the really early one is a lot stronger than when you're used to doing it at 20.
Yeah.
It's based on minutes, so I cannot tell you the exact points at which it's stronger and weaker, but I feel like this 50-minute one is considerably harder to do in terms of the HP toll it takes. That said, you didn't have Eye of the Storm there. You had pretty low HP to begin with. That was probably just an ambitious attempt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, just sick find from Nisha into a 3-man Terrorize from that Dark Willow. Fight's over. Another fight, the Pangolier gets nothing out of it, man. He is so far behind.
Yeah. I think you are completely right, by the way, looking at the numbers. Stuck on this low ground area. Game of Gladiators are kind of pushed against the wall here. Liquid.
That's the Pango again,
for the Quinn. Okay. Swashbuckle away. He's good for now. Managed to get a nice Terrorize. Nope, he's not going to pop it yet. Doesn't want to use it. The Rolling Thunder's coming on through, but not really hitting anything. Quinn can't afford to overcommit. And now Mickey, he wants to use the rest of the Zion Storm with Disha setting it up once again. The combo on the 2 supports with the follow-up from Saberlight. Not quite finishing him up. And again, Watson's getting really good damage returned onto Saberlight, who will eventually fall. Nisha struggles to finish off any of those low heroes from earlier. Turns to Ace now. Ace, again, very tanky, but was left alone this time around. No chance to be able to TP away. Quinn he'll have that opportunity instead. Liquid in better shape to do the Tormentor this time around. Should be able to do it successfully.
I would love to see the damage numbers for everybody in this game right now, because I have a feeling Nisha is just absolutely styling on everybody. The amount of work he's doing in these fights is disgusting. And there's no control for him. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's not even close. This is just a Nisha show right now. Game would need to find a way to stop this Tiny or slow him down. He's getting way too many combos off. The disjoints after the combos have also just been too easy for him. I don't really know what you're supposed to do about it, though. Like, you have to land an ice path on him when he jumps somebody, or dead shot him in, or land Rolling Thunder / Centaur Stomp. Just not been easy. I mean, he is absolutely putting Liquid on his back right now. Nisha God showing up in these BO1s, you know. Someone told me he's about to be eliminated. Wait, what?
He woke up.
He said we're still in Dream League. Wait, what? Maybe they think this is a different event. They think they already got eliminated from Dream League, as usually happens.
They got the Men in Black memory wipers.
Yeah, this is a qualifier.
This is the qualifier for an ESL 1, guys.
That's right. Just pretend you're lower bracket entirely.
So the numbers on Tormentor, it is weaker than the 20-minute one, obviously. At 15 minutes, it's weaker. But you would definitely be right. The numbers aren't that big of a difference. So compared to the HP and damage that you do, it's probably stronger just for that. But it also does the damage over time that it does. It went from 30 to 60 damage per second. So if you can't kill it quickly, it is definitely busting out way more damage.
Yeah, it's like a Radiance burn.
Woo!
Radiant are scanning.
Nice.
Full on Radiance.
Well, Aghanim's Scepter done for Watson. He was the second highest damage in the game, correct? So that'll start amping up a little bit. He already had the Chrysalis, so that Aghanim Scepter is going to feel pretty good. He's got a Vampiric enchantment as well, so that'll feel real nice with all the damage he outputs. Ace stuck alone here again. Stampede is only going to last so long here, but Quinn to the rescue. Hits Nisha. Good target to go for. Terrai's going to come in. It does manage to clip Watson, but it looks like Nisha's taken so much damage that Quinn, he'll be able to finish him off with a Rolling Thunder. Gaming Gladiators finally get a successful team fight, a clean one at that, 2-0.
And big difference there is the Tiny's not jumping the Pango, which means Quinn can just Rolling Thunder come in and go on the Tiny for once. And now you have the capability to lock Nisha in place, not let him disengage, and look for another combo. That's all the difference there. Finally shut this Tiny down as the BKB arrives for the Razor. So if you're Liquid, maybe you have to think about, man, did we take that fight just a couple minutes too soon here? And for what, in a random jungle area?
Yeah.
Backfired pretty hard. I also think they were down a bunch of neutral items. Like, I was looking at the neutral items, and they still had 3 tier 1s compared to, if you look at what Gaimin have right now, it's triple Essence Ring.
That's
with a bunch of brawny upgrades. So I'm pretty sure Gaimin had probably 1 or 2k extra EHP based off the neutral items alone in that fight.
Yeah. Oh, there's an old classic Pango Brigand's Blade.
Why do you sound so happy when you say that? Like, what's wrong with you?
It's just nostalgia. I mean, I'm in like 5 days from now, it'll be really bitter when I'm talking about it. But for now, it's like, oh, remember that.
That was disgusting, actually. Oh, looks like we have an old familiar friend, Essence Ring IO, everybody. Oh, with the extra heal for 800.
That was
that
nice.
was good.
Yeah,
Wasn't that
really
great,
good
Austin?
Combo. That was fun.
Weren't those the great old days?
I'm not playing the game right now. It's not affecting my life one way or the other.
Oh, there's Ballista Sniper, everybody. Oh, isn't that great? Isn't that great?
I mean, Ballista Sniper was that was just cool. He gets shot, he gets sent back 100 units.
Oh, there's Aesthetics Cap from 2 days ago, everybody. Isn't that a great? Remember Aesthetics Cap? How fun it was. Aesthetics Cap Sanjin Yasha Heroes.
No, Aesthetics Cap wasn't fun. Didn't like that one. How long do you think it takes for nostalgia to set in?
Depends how rough your life is. Like, to be honest, I think that's a relative thing. Like,
so for you, it's going to set in like 5 days. Is that what
it
you're
takes
saying?
like 36 hours, and I'm like, damn. Remember last Wednesday?
Good old days.
2 days ago?
Life was just better back then.
Things were so peaceful and innocent. But I think for most people, it's probably a couple of years.
Probably a couple of years.
Probably 5+ years, right?
Yeah.
If you're having a really good life, like a decade, yeah. Yeah. Pango's still suffering. Still does not have that second item. Ace still having a pretty good game here with the Centaur. That fight recovered him a lot. 3-1-7. Essence Ring, Pipe, Halberd, Blade Mail. This is not a guy you want to go on. Big thing to look for in the fight is if Liquid end up on this Centaur, it's not going to be fun.
Oh, the
They
Pango!
find the Pango
So
again.
important that the Pango does not get got on first, and he is dead. What an ice path, though. Hits on 3,
No, this
but
fight's
Watson's
over,
already
dude.
taken so much damage, man. The Blade Mail with Saberlight just trampling on that gyrocopter. Took down his flying machine. And saying he was going to bump up Mickey so he can go back in on Ace. They're just going to keep their distance and eventually finish him off when the time is called for.
Dude, he was right-clicking the Primal too. He took 1,500 damage from Blade Mail.
Yeah.
I don't know. You were kind of progressing towards this Gyro BKB too, at which point you don't care. I just feel like the second the Pango gets jumped, there's no way you go into that fight. Like, I just don't see how you're going to win. Big team fight win for Liquid as the Nisha show continues here. Had a little misstep, but right back on track. And now Liquid are going to approach this triple BKB timing. They're going to have it here on the Tiny by the time game and respawn and regroup. So all 3 cores will have BKB. You're ignoring a lot of magic damage coming out from Gaiman. You're ignoring a lot of control. And you can honestly just triple BKB in, look for the pulverized link on the gyro. And if you get that, the fight might just be over.
Yeah, this actually feels really rough timing-wise. Like the Blade Mail before you have Satanic, but then by the time you get Satanic for the gyrocopter, then he's just having his damage drained by Razor, almost guaranteed.
I mean, BKB will help, but
can they build Lincolns on any of their other heroes?
Yeah,
or,
I mean,
or Lotuses, or Lotuses.
That's something to think about. Like Lotus, Lincolns, and Force Staff versus Razor can always do some work.
Ace is going to go for his. Quinn is going to opt for Aghanim Scepter, which he's got done now. Still needs the Shard.
Lotus on Malady.
Lotus on Malady.
Yeah,
okay,
so
he's actually pretty close to it.
They're building 2, which would be a really big gain. They'll try and walk off this BKB. They will be successful.
That's got to feel pretty good.
Still, I think the items for Liquid are ahead of the curve here, right? Triple BKB done. Hurricane Pike for Mickey gives them more chase potential. I don't know. I think the team fight is really favorable for Liquid right now if they can find a way to force it or just do Roche, I guess?
Yeah.
Like, it's available. It's just not that fast with their lineup.
Watson, not sure if he had good options there. He got Gunpowder Gauntlet, Serrated Shiv for Mickey. Both of them going to be Vampiric. Those Vampiric numbers are so high, by the way.
Yeah, they are quite good.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey.
Whoa, Roshan. Liquid, you forget about something?
I feel like this was theirs. I think they just misplayed the map here in a way.
Yeah.
This is a big Aegis for Watson to get. BKB done on top of that. That was a lot easier for Gaiman than it should have been.
Well, this is a very even game right now. Even net worth. Game of Gladiators. They have the Aegis. They have timing here for this next few minutes. Liquid are not afraid of a fight, though.
Into the Aegis, though. It's going to be really bad if you find the Centaur first or that Gyro with 2 lives.
Oh, Tofu? He managed to get the read on it.
I pinged it.
It's Saberlight. Any closer, he might have been caught by Nisha. Who's speaking of, no more Conda Tiny, huh? We gonna go back to right-click tiny build? Is that the way we're gonna scale up from now?
You think the Shiv procs on the Pango hits?
Well, it has. I'm sure it does. It has the 1 second cooldown, so you can only get one of them in a swashbuckle. But
yeah, but
you get another one off the shield crash.
Even if you get that every time, it's off cooldown. That's a lot of extra proc damage here.
Yeah, I mean, 4 hits, you are extremely likely to get it right. Or at least.
Yeah, it does proc. No, that's. Wait, I think this item's just broken, honestly.
Yeah, it sounds pretty broken with Pango once you get the Aghanim Scepter, especially, right? Because then you're going to be rolling around a team fight, shield crashing, maybe getting even more Shiv hits.
I just think it's broken relative to the rest of the pack. I feel like if you're a carry, you just take this.
Yeah, and then if you're everybody else, you take Gelgard.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Unless you're Watson, who probably had bad options. I mean, we talked about this earlier off stream, where that it feels like RNG-wise, the neutral items, like the RNG, you can really get screwed. Oh, Quinn got there! He got there in time. Wait, does it charge up?
What? How did he just take it?
Well, no, like Saber walked out of the AoE at the last second,
Did
but
he?
but I think it's not one person channeling it.
Yeah, just channels.
It just channels and then.
But I don't think he left the circle. I don't know. I'd like to see that again. Maybe he did.
Sure he did. I'm pretty.
Maybe
sure
his model's just so big and I'm so old.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. So, and he sees Quinn. He goes, "Ah,
is he out of?"
Well,
I don't know, dude. That looked a little weird. I don't know if he was out of that. Can we get the tail end of that slowed down by like?
I think either way he would have lost it, right? Because he obviously wasn't going to sit there forever. But that is something to keep an eye on for the future.
I mean, does the level it's at stay there if there multiple people enter it?
Yeah.
So I guess the second he leaves that circle.
Wait, Quinn? Rolled up, got hit. The rest of his team is coming in right now, but Mickey has already killed him, and he's immediately going to TP out. There's nothing to stop him. Boxy won't get out, but obviously a trade-off that Liquid is happy with, especially during this timing of the Aegis. Nisha's getting some work done in mid, though almost got caught by Ace.
I feel like I've just seen this story 1,000 times this game, right? It's Liquid jumping the Pango, they kill him, and then they're either getting out or the fight's over. He's even using Ace to farm. I mean, that's just BM right there. What's wrong with you, man? No respect.
Yeah. Aegis is only up for another minute. Game of Gladiators really did not get much out of it. We could see that power play.
They do have double Lotus Orb done now.
Yeah.
Which is pretty big for this Gyro Razor interaction. You really have to think about how you link the target you want more if you're Mickey. Still have Aegis for 40 seconds here, too. That stupid missile sound is so annoying.
Why not? It's cute. He's running at you.
Dire are scanning.
You don't like a bit of whimsy?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
No.
Radiant's
Oh,
top
I figures.
tower is under attack.
10 seconds left. Quinn is going to try and chase out Insania. A hard kill to get, because even if he hits Insania, he's got Decrepify, and it's all physical damage. Watson gets out of the bottom lane. They take that tier 2 and call it quits from there.
Get into that late game where, again, if you're Liquid, you have to be, well, there goes Melody. You have to be confident in your Razor scale here. That's what's going to make the difference. And how well Mickey can play the fights.
Yeah.
Around the Lotuses, around the Stampede. Maybe get to that late game refresher where you can afford for one link to break a little bit, but you have that second one backup. Or just how much Nisha can get done, which has been a considerable amount so far in this game. He's just looking for AC. Okay, he's just got to start smacking some kids around here.
you needed to put metaphorically
case.
at the end. No, nobody was thinking that it was literal until you said metaphorically.
Radiant's middle tower.
Just probably someone out there, man. I don't know. Just say something, man.
No, if you had said Nisha's going to start kicking kids in the face, then yeah, okay, maybe you would have to say metaphorically, because that feels like a little bit too specific, but there, you happy I said something?
Yeah, thank you. That made mine a lot better. I don't know how much he trains leg day, so I didn't want to say that.
Oh, yeah, that kid's pretty jacked now.
Oh.
Quick toss up in the air, Quinn! Okay, stomp on 2. Quinn is going to be saved, bailed out by Ace with an excellent initiation. Liquid's going to have to pop their BKBs and make him run for it. Now, Mickey charged through. Whoa, he didn't pop his BKB. Saberlight gets hit, bumped there. No chain stun to follow it up, so.
What is happening in this fight? Does anybody know?
I think Liquid is not dying, but they're certainly not winning that fight, that's for sure.
All right, everybody just walks away. I think Liquid were confused because they're trying to find the Pango, and the Pango blinked on them. Like, wait a minute. What's going on here?
It's like when you're looking for something in the cupboard or the refrigerator, and it's just right there underneath your nose, but it's just never can see it.
Also, this is a dire obs on this hill.
Well, Tofu is out pretty
Yeah,
far. Tofu. Okay, they just got really split. Tofu gets picked off at the same time that Mickey, okay, yeah, there's going to be a bit of problems with Lotuses. Mickey's still going to man up, though, with the Eye of the Storm against Watson. Can he win this fight? Watson feels like he can't, so he's going to BKB, TP out, leave Ace to take the brunt of Mickey's wrath.
That was some crazy positioning that Liquid called instantly. I mean, Quinn showed bottom on the wave, or he was just jungling? Either way, the Pango's nowhere close to that fight, so it's an automatic teamfight win for Liquid if they take it. And they recognized it really quickly there. Gaimin just lingered. Strange map positioning from them. For sure. Some call or some read of where the wards are was off. Maybe not expecting that dire ward there from Liquid, but Vision enables the play.
Roshan's up.
It is up. Shield rune for Nisha, by the way. That's a big shield rune. Oh, you need this Satanic on the gyro. He can buy it out. Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way you don't buy this out. And he gets a Titanic Ogre Steel.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I think all inning on Divine Rapier, that might be your best option at this point. I don't know how much later, like if you start going into level 25 territory, like Razor starts getting way too scary here. And Sini is in a position to break the smoke on the way to the Roshan pit. He breaks it, blinks, makes a run for it with the Glimmer Cape. His team, they feel like they have enough time to finish up Roshan. They would be right about that. With the Brambles out, they can finish up Rosh, get this Aegis, and with the spoils of war,
and Nisha
ransack Game and Gladiator side of the map.
The rest of the team ran away. He ran in. Like, wait a minute.
He's got a shield rune and Aegis.
Yeah, why aren't we fighting?
I've got like 15,000 effective HP right now.
He also just subbed his blink out for Hyperstone. Because he wants to hit some
buildings. He's just gonna smash. Nisha
just smack some kids in the face.
Yeah, he's
with a tree club. Metaphorical.
I mean, that Arm Day has got to do something for you.
Okay, Ace with the initiation, but I don't think Liquid are afraid of the Centaur's damage too much.
No, especially against this shield rune Aegis Tiny. I don't think that's hero that you want to go on, but maybe he's just trying to bait Liquid out into an initiation, which they certainly do take an initiation. BKBs have activated, and they're going straight for the gyrocopter. They got the control on him. A rock's going to be thrown after him. Chain stun down. And once the gyrocopter's gone, it's kind of all over for Game of Gladiators. Just a question of how many heroes are going to get caught in the process. Nisha with the toss back there on the Pango, still chasing after Ace, though he does manage to get away. So the 1 and 2 fall. 1 and 2 from Game of Gladiators.
another bizarre fight. If you're doing this initiation of bait, then you better get your spells off and items off on the gyro. There's no BKB, there's no Satanic from Watson in this fight. He just goes down to chain stun with Terrorize. This lineup's just running out of gas.
And by that, you mean there's, like, you feel like the Lotus Orbs weren't used at the right times?
Yeah, that or, again, the read on what was happening was just off.
Yeah. 20 seconds for Liquid to take what they can out of the Game of Gladiators base. Ace will try and distract them as much as possible with his massive HP pool.
They just ignore him. He does no damage with this build. Like, literally no damage.
All right, 5 seconds left for the Gyrocopter. Liquid, we'll call it here. They'll reset a little bit. They still have a decent amount of time left on the Aegis, so they can push out some of their other lanes and still give another high ground push with an Aegis.
I think the only thing that changes this game is the Divine that Watson has queued up. But you are almost an entire Divine away from that Divine, so...
Yeah, that is...
I don't know if you're going to get to it.
You got the D in Divine Rapier, and that's about it. Metaphorically speaking, yeah.
Right.
Oh no, Watson got himself stuck.
Ow.
Tofu, he tried to dead shot him out. He cut the tree for him, but Watson already TP'd.
Yeah, I feel like when production draws a question mark on you, you know.
No. Yeah,
not looking.
Oh, amp damage. Wait a minute. Game of Gladiators. Can they keep this three-way tiebreaker alive?
With the Rune of Destiny.
With the blue Rune of Destiny.
I mean, the thing is, this Pango hasn't gotten an actual item in. Feels like 20 minutes. And you're looking at this Razor, he has a Refresher now. You're looking at this Tiny, he has a full Assault Kuros now. What?
Yeah,
I just don't see it.
Even the
I'm
Primal
not seeing
Beast, he's going to get a Shiva soon.
The damage is overwhelming from Liquid, and the damage on Gaiman is entirely this Gyrocopter. I feel like Watson needs 2 full flax without getting linked or something. I don't know.
What was Ace's options? He had to keep the Essence Ring, I'm just now noticing. So he obviously did not have a Gale Guard available.
Must have gotten some pretty bad ones. Pure Cloak for the
I can
Primal
see,
is pretty nice.
Maybe Ceremonial Robe is the one thing you would consider, but the other two are very clearly attacking ones, so fair enough. It's cool you could look at it, though.
A lot of Ogre Seal Totems.
Okay, we're replacing the Gale Guards with Ogre Seal Totems. Getting even more mobility. Smoke's gonna break. Avalanche on 2. Nisha gets the toss back onto the Centaur now. Mickey is opting to try and drain his damage, leaving a bit of an opening here for the Gyrocopter, but a refresh. Now he starts draining the Gyrocopter with a second link, but gets hit by a stomp. They manage to break it. Gyrocopter still has a good 350 damage here. He's gonna turn and fight. Oh, but it's just too much, man. This Eye of the Storm is overwhelming him, and there's too many disables on the side of Liquid. He cannot do it. They break the links. He really didn't steal that much from the Gyrocopter, but as you said, it's the one man alone.
I don't even think he needs the links right now. The Refresher is just going to count for so much more here when you have second BKB, second Satanic versus the Gyro's 1. And you have Tiny to back you up here. Full Harpoon AC on Nisha. He went the right-click build to help Mickey if it ever came to it. I'm not even sure it ever came to it. And they're both approaching level 25.
The last stand for Game of Gladiators and Yakult Brothers. They stay in a 4 versus 5. They smoke up without the Gyrocopter. Still 35 seconds left on him. And see if they can hold their final lane of barracks. Liquid will force it. Toss back onto the Pango. Good grab. Saberlight, he's going to be stopping. He's got the pulverize. If he can get his hands on Quinn, it might just be over from here, but it gets the roll up. A little bit of bounce back, gets some distance, but enough to break the link. Mickey keeps on him, and now with all that damage drained up, he's going to turn it back around on Ace. Tofu gets grabbed. He's dead, as well as Ace inside of the calling of their own making. They cannot beat Liquid in this 5-on-4, and they will give up Megas. They will likely give up the game. And that means toss back on the gyrocopter could be fatal. BKB, Lotus, Mickey.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care. He waits for Lotus to wear out. He gets his drain. Gyrocopter, he gets snagged on one of the routes, so he can't make it back to the fountain, can't make it back to safety. And as a result, they will be taken out of DreamLeague, and with them, your Colt brothers, as Liquid will find themselves an opportunity for a second round at the DreamLeague group stage.
Is this the first time they will have ever gone through?
They have made it to the second group stage before. They got 6 last season, I believe. They've never made playoffs.
Well, it's looking on the up for them here.
Maybe.
As it feels like they're figuring out some picks that are working for them. And man, I mean, to me, this game belongs to Nisha. He was absolutely locked in on this Tiny. Just outplayed game in every single fight, every single combo. I'm going to try and see his hero damage at the end here, but...
way too many good tosses.
Yeah,
he got such good
control.
Initiations.
Not enough control for this Tiny in the fight. The Pango fell really far behind, and that was the big difference maker, just between the two mids. Hero damage dealt, Nisha is third only behind the 2 carries, and not by a large margin. So to me, it's always interesting when you see these games, because I feel like Nisha is a player where everybody understands at any given time he can be the best player in the world. But there's a lot of games that just feel kind of average for him, which for him is still really good, but like not locked in, you know? And then you see these games where he's clearly locked in.
Yeah.
And I want to win this game. And he just takes it in his hands, demolishes it, 8-2-17 with a really cool itemization, and played all the fights pretty damn well.
And he set it up for Mickey's Razor to knock it out of the park, 12-1-12 from there, which is, you know, I mean, Mickey, his Razor is probably one of his best heroes, and he showcased it here. If Nisha can get those initiations, which he did, Mickey is able to follow through with it.
There are few things in Dota more terrifying than a Nisha with his back against the wall. When it really comes down to it, he decides, okay, fine. I'll play to my peak potential and make sure that the viewers stay engaged the whole time. They wanted you to see that first loop, but apparently did not want you to see the Shadow Fiend 1v1s. That was a little too much of a treat. Instead, though, we get a fantastic Tiny performance, perhaps the best core Tiny that we've seen post-patch, because I know, Effie, we had some skepticism about the potential of this hero after the Avalanche toss nerfs, but in Nisha's hands, it seems just as strong as ever.
Yeah, because we had seen Tiny a few times yesterday, and it just didn't look like this, but and shout out to Nisha, like he just understands this hero in a way where if there are changes, he adapts to them. Like that itemization of Harpoon and AC was just chef's kiss. Beautiful to watch. But I'm more so like concerned with how Gaiman responded to this, because their response of Quinn's Pango to Nisha's Tiny did not do enough. It did not pack a punch in any capacity. Like I thought maybe there was like some idea with the new Mage Slayer, how people are first picking Ember and buying Mage Slayer. Maybe you're gonna do that with Pango. He just goes for the double jump facet, which sure, you pick it for lane, but didn't really win the lane. The itemization didn't help. He was very like mid-tier in net worth, and I didn't see the value out of the Pango response to the Tiny at all throughout that game.
Yeah, it was rough, a little lackluster. It's just like, sure, lane, you're stable in it, that's great, but the rest of the team was really counting on this Pango to do so much more. I mean, one of the best reasons why, or main reasons why you love to have a Pango in your team is the disruption and the chaos that he brings to a team fight. And it wasn't enough. You know, everyone else on Liquid was still able to pick off the exact targets that they wanted. And yeah, when the Pango kind of gets obliterated like that, it's like, yeah, there's nothing else anyone on that team could do there. So massive props to Liquid is what I'm really saying here. I loved what it looked like. I was a little bit worried with how their bottom lane was going. The Dark Willow and Primal Beast. I was like, I've hyped up this Dark Willow and it's gonna lose. But no, Boxy came in clutch. Terrorize after terrorize. This man knows how to throw out an ultimate. Let me tell you, it was fantastic seeing how he played it.
Yeah, he really does. Like, that team fighting from Liquid was great. The way that they were weaving in and out, the way they were initiating and getting on a target and killing that target. Like, when they locked onto that Pango, he was dead. Once they got on top of Watson, he was dead. Which brings me to another point is, like, I think game and supports were griefing as well with their item build. Like, there was no force offs on either support, and Watson himself didn't finish a Hurricane Pike. So he was getting static linked and stunned by the Tiny or stunned by someone else, but he couldn't stampede away because he's stunned. And there's no force staffing away. Like, how do you not have a single force staff out of anybody on that team versus Razor? That is so bizarre.
I didn't notice that until you brought it up, but there was that time Ace got like a little bit caught in their top triangle on the high ground. And it's like, here's a Bramble Maze, here's a Cursed Crown, here's like a Terrorize on top of that. And it's like Primal Beast is running in to onslaught you and then pulverize you. And it's like, this man is moving like 2 units a second. Like, he cannot go anywhere at all. So yeah, that is rough that they had no more mobility on the side of gaming.
Well, we can continue to celebrate Liquid supports with numbers. Numbers provided by Fear for our Acer Predator head-to-head.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. But yes, we are going to look at the carry from Gaming, but the support from Liquid. And I really wanted to showcase here just how terrorizing Boxy was on his Dark Willow this game, and Watson was the benefactor of that one. Every single team fight, he was getting terrorized, he was running back into his base, and Boxy, he just had such a good game overall. Good KDA, good net worth, but more importantly than all of this, it's going to be his team fighting. His team fighting was absolutely insane this game. So I prepared a couple clips to go ahead and just show how well he was doing in the team fights, especially with the Terrorize. This is the first big fight of the game. I'm like, okay, this doesn't look too good. They're backing up on Gaming Gladiators. Terrorize clips 4 heroes into the arms of Liquid there, securing a team fight. Yet again, Boxy just showing how good he is on this Dark Willow. And time again, we just kept seeing it right here. Yet again, another Terrorize in a fight where you think maybe Gaming is going to win this team fight. It's looking close. Then Boxy comes in with the Terrorize and just makes it a landslide for Liquid's favor. Of course, Nisha had some really good plays in this team fight as well, but everyone was singing the praises of Nisha during the cast usually, but Boxy, these Terrorizes are on point, and this last one, really got Watson. Before he pops his BKB, the Terrorize hits there, and he was supposed to be the big damage dealer. That was the last fight you had. You can see the net worth was even there. Maybe Gaming wins that fight. Potentially they win this game. It was very, very close, but yet again, I have to give it to Boxy. He was MVP for me, and good luck for next time, Watson. It was tough. I hate playing versus Dark Willow myself as a carry. I can rant on how all her spells are annoying and how they terrorize me every single time. I felt Watson, man. It was a rough one.
Empathy, I'm sure, is appreciated. Thank you very much, Fear. And part of the reason why I think Willow may have looked so good and maybe Pango did not look so good, so many of these fights are really choke-pointed fights. And if you are an experienced Pango, you knew the old map like the back of your hand. And you could probably get away with not having the faster turn radius on the Pango roll. But now that you're fighting in these teeny tiny little crevices, it's a little bit harder to manage. Ding, 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 ding.
Ding, 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 ding. They're impatient
I gotta pick up the
players.
call so I can
time.
speak to Insania. Insania, congratulations on now making it to 2 DreamLeague Group Stage 2s back-to-back. How does it feel?
It's an incredible feeling, probably on par with winning TI. This is a rare occurrence for Team Liquid, but we're really trying to step up our DreamLeague performance. But yeah, it's been a bit shaky. I was so happy to, clutch it out in the end.
The effort is appreciated, and you are clutching it out in the end because you guys had to go through this tiebreaker loop basically 1.5 times. So how did you spend the 1 game off watching Gaiman and Yakult? Did you watch the game as a team? What did you guys do?
So we're boot camping from home for this one. So I was just walking around being mauled, being annoyed that we're playing bad, and just trying to get into a good headspace before the next series, pretty much. Was for me. Gotcha. So then overall, the past 48 hours since you guys are all separated, how have you been communicating and sharing ideas about the new patch? Have you been setting an appointment guys, let's come together at 7 p.m. and talk about our new ideas? I guess we've just been talking a little bit before we play. I think the last 48 hours, the most major thing has been, for once, William Blitzley has been doing his job.
No way.
And like, yeah, it's unbelievable.
Okay.
He has not been like having dinners with Nat or hanging out with Quinn or like doing random ass stuff at the sauna. He's like locked in, helping our team improve, and it's really, really nice. And I think we probably would not have made it out of this group stage if it wasn't for his hard work and dedication. Unironically, for once.
How much is he paying you to say this, Insania?
Zero. This one is like truly from the bottom of my heart. I mean it. William has been cooking recently.
And I know it's coming from the heart for you because you will be more than happy to throw him under the bus otherwise. So then what about your other coaches? What is Jab's responsibility and KP's responsibility if Blitz is stepping it up so much?
Jabs is like really good at the start of patches. He always has like good ideas of what's in the. He kind of like, I think we, or at least like myself, I'm not that good at like looking at patch notes and figuring out like what's broken. So for me, I usually just ask him, and whatever he tells me is like good. That's usually where I start off, and that's where I test out. So that's been like huge from him. KP, as always, kind of just looking at our games and telling us how bad we are and what we could be doing better.
Then for you, was there anything that Jabs pointed out that, like, so you played Rubik, you played Crystal Maiden, or you played Enchantress, and any other heroes that popped out to you?
I played Rubik? Okay, maybe I did. I don't remember. Long day.
Didn't you?
I don't think so.
Maybe not. False alarm.
Yeah, I played Ench. Oh my, Ench was atrocious. I can't hit creeps at all. Like, I would impetus the creep, and I'm like, maybe I'm like standing too close. So I would like move back, and like I would hit it again, and it just deals no damage. It felt horrendous. I did read it in the patch notes, but I didn't realize like how bad it would feel because I didn't really have the chance to play it before we played the official.
You were still killing heroes with impetus left and right, though. I saw you piking away.
Yeah, I'm just poor. Yeah, it's not the same. It doesn't. You're not like just like farming everything in the jungle, feeling good. Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm gonna pass you on over to Fear, who's got some questions for you as well.
Hello, I've got 2 questions for you. The first one's gonna be, you went on camera during last game there, when Nisha tossed you in level 4 Pugna. You looked a little frustrated. Scale of 1 to 10, how mad were you?
I mean, to be honest, I was just annoyed at myself because I don't know why I'm standing on top of him so that like I get tossed when he's like pressing his W. Because I feel like in that fight, if I get to press my ward, Q, all my buttons, we're gonna destroy them. So kind of just like game ruining moment by me being so close. I can be like 100 units further away, and then the fight is like, I think, pretty easy win. So no, not really frustrated at Niche, just kind of annoyed with myself.
Got it. All right. Next question is actually about Pugna. Last person I asked about Pugna, they said the only reason they picked it because Dubu was picking it. Do you have the same reasoning, or what was your reason for playing Pugna?
I mean, if Dubu plays it, it's probably good. He usually has like good reads on heroes, but for us, it's more matchup dependent. It's quite good against Pango nowadays.
Okay.
When Pango rolls, you don't take any damage in decrep, and usually Pango is like a terror for all stops. You just kind of die. But when you're decrept, you can kind of like move around, or he doesn't really go for you because you can always decrepify yourself. So it gives you a lot of freedom, and you can save your cores quite easily with that.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Insania, congratulations on yet another DreamLeague Group Stage 2. I'm glad the ecstasy that you're experiencing right now rivals that of Copenhagen. But for right now, we'll let you rest. We'll let you study more about the patch because we can't wait to see what Team Liquid's going to cook up for the next week.
Thank you. Thank you guys also for making us play first series tomorrow morning, whoever's in charge of DSL. Great job, guys. Thank you so much.
We know you're morning people. We'll keep you up real early. Aiden, thank you very much. We'll see you again. Seem bright and early, actually, because now we know 8 of the teams that will be remaining here. Now, usually we give you a second head-to-head, Fear, but I don't think we actually have the technology right now.
I'm too busy objecting what Insania said there, right? Objection, I'd like to clear my name. He's like, oh, William Blitzley is finally working hard. He's not having dinners with Nan or hanging out with Quinn or blah, blah, blah. Wrong. William Blitzley was in my in-house last night and he learned that Dragon Knight was broken. I know, can you believe it? This man had no idea this hero was apparently busted. So I would like to say that this Liquid win,
I didn't pick Dragon Knight.
I had no part in it, but it was a lot of fun to play in-houses with Will.
That sounds like he's still doing research, though.
He was still doing research, yeah. There was a bunch of us just kind of testing out the most random, useless shit you could ever play in an in-house. It was fun.
You won't know until you try it.
That's right. That's
Sometimes,
like mid-shaman.
Like mid-shaman.
And if anyone was
It's a classic
wondering,
right
it
there.
actually...
It works?
It works. We
Bots first?
Garnered a win. I have no
Ags
idea what
first.
Ags. I think he Ags rushed. I think brown boots straight to Ags. That's a lie. He didn't do that. But he did Ags rush and won.
Mid Shaman worked in
Mid-Shaman.
2006. Maybe it works again in 2025.
Maybe.
Full circle.
Things are full circle around here. And now we can close the circle on our group stage 1 because, unfortunately, because the loop has ended, that means that tiebreakers are over. We can take a look at Group A first because they had resolved themselves yesterday with Tundra Esports, a BetBoom team, Team Falcons, and Heroic making it through cleanly with no tiebreakers. But that also meant that we had to say goodbye to Shopify Rebellion, Mudang Warriors, Extreme Gaming, and 9 Pandas. That was Group A. Group B, on the other hand, had only one slot up for grabs in this tiebreaker, and Liquid claimed it, which allows them to join the likes of Parivision, Chimera Esports, and Team Spirit. But because they claim it, the other two 7-7s that you see in 5th and 6th place are now eliminated. Yakult Brothers, unfortunately, lost one too many games, as well did Game & Gladiators. And Boom Esports and Avalis were also eliminated yesterday. But since we've already given our condolences for the other teams, I guess these wounds are still fresh. Effie, Yakult Brothers elimination.
You know, I shouldn't admit this, but I was really hoping that Gavin would win that one just so that I could see Ame play
You did say that.
one more time. Like, I just feel like it's been a while.
In our
since-
heart of hearts, we all wanted that too.
Yeah.
Ame, I meant. Not gaming away.
Not naturally. Yeah. No, it is sad because, like, when you look at the players on that team, like, they're people that you want to watch and you want to root for, and they are creative. Okay, they were bringing so much creativity to all of the Dream Leagues that we've played in the past, and not having them go further is a little bit sad. It's a new patch, and who else is willing to carry Tidehunter and carry Juggernaut and all of these things? But these guys, so it's sad to
Perhaps
see him go.
Radon will carry the spirit, if nothing else. But yeah, it was exciting to watch Yakult do their thing. And Gaming Gladiators also fear eliminated. Any thoughts on their run and performance? At least we got to see Malady, and I think he was, as you had asked him, bringing a brand new energy to the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's weird to say Gaming Gladiators is a new team, but they are now. They're a new team. Watson's fitting in, Melody's fitting into the team. I think they had a pretty decent run, probably much below their expectations and standards, but sometimes you need that to really get in there and start doing the reps and start to become that best team you possibly can be. So I wasn't like, wow, they're so bad or anything. Or to the point where I felt like they should have been eliminated. It was very close, and they were just as good as any other team here. I just think they need a little bit more time to get their team fighting down. I think they were just not on par exactly on how they win a team fight in every single game. Drafting seemed okay. Watson doesn't seem like he has his hero pool for this patch yet, so they just need more time.
I'm at least appreciative of the fact that this tiebreaker was basically 3 teams of equivalent skill.
Yeah.
It did not seem lopsided in Liquid's favor by any means.
Yeah, and Liquid look one step closer to getting a good result for themselves. The last Dream League, they finally made it out of group stage in the first time, and I think it was like 5 Dream League seasons, or
Give or take.
something extreme like that. They got 6 at the last one, so they're very close to being able to beat that for themselves. They just actually have to now make it out of this group stage.
Yeah, the Saberlight Liquid / Mickey captaining Liquid now has 100% getting out of group stage 1 win rate at DreamLeague.
Well, just Saberlight, even on Liquid,
Yeah.
is now 100% getting out of group stage 1.
That's a feat. Clearly, it's a feat if they messed it up 5 other times.
That's
And
right.
now, because of that, they get to play tomorrow, along with 7 other teams that have made it to Group Stage 2. These are the 8 teams that you'll be seeing on your screen for the next week. Everyone will be showing up every single day in best of 3s now. We're done with the best of 2s. And we'll also be starting a little bit earlier. Our first series of best of 3s will indeed be Liquid, because you heard Aiden, he loves waking up.
That
Sets
was
his
the
alarm.
punishment for making us go a second round. All right?
He needs to go to sleep fast because he's got to wake up early to face off against BetBoom team. That's a killer matchup to get your first one, but everyone's killers because now it's just the top 8 of our 16-team tournament. After that, it's going to be Parivision taking on Team Falcons, followed by Tundra Esports versus Team Spirit, and we will close out the night with us finally get a chance to see Chimera. Effie, we finally get to see Chimera do some work, and do some work against Heroic specifically.
Yeah, we haven't watched them yet, and like if you look at all of these series, maybe you're thinking that's not the most exciting one, but I think that Chimera have looked surprisingly good, and there's a little bit of like drama with the whole team roster, right? Like Carry gets kicked, and then you couldn't find a replacement, and then you bring him back, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna carry you all, not your carry your offlaner. But he's like, I'm gonna carry you all, and you're gonna see what you're missing out on. And for that reason alone, you should tune in. Just watch his vengeance.
The Hawk Unchained.
Unchained, just proving his team wrong. Like, you're gonna beg for me back after this Dream League, and for that reason, it will be the banger of the day.
That is also your theory, Fear, like with GPK being a stand-in on BetBoom, being a more powerful GPK than a roster GPK.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you need motivation, right? If his motivation is to prove his team wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little wild that he's actually playing, but either way, like if that's like his motivation to like do well, he'll play his best, 100%. There's no getting sloppy. There's no burnout. Everything he's playing for is going to be for this tournament. Nothing else, because there is nothing else, right? He doesn't know what his future is going to be.
He does not.
So he's going to play his heart out here, whether it's going to be to prove his team wrong or to just show, hey guys, I'm a free agent. You want me on your team. So he's going to play his best.
I would like to think it's that one. You know, it's a little bit more nicer. It's like, I don't know what team I want to go to yet, but you know, if anyone's looking for a new offlaner, I'm here. Hey, hello. You know, putting your name out there. That's a little bit nicer.
If anyone's confused what we're referring to, I advise you to go to Wikipedia for this tournament. And
no,
then go
just tune in tomorrow.
Or tune in tomorrow.
Why are you spoiling? We got all the goods here. Don't go anywhere else. You don't. Google, never heard about. Wikipedia, don't know him.
Unfamiliar. All you need to know about is here on twitch.tv or YouTube/ESL_Dota2, because we are now down to just one stream of 4 best of 3s every single day for the next week and I guess 3 days after that. For right now, though, we have to say goodbye as we have ended the tiebreakers and we all have to prepare for a long day tomorrow. I hope you'll be there, because we'll be there. See you tomorrow for more Dream League Season 25.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
The other day when I was driving down the street, I spied a place to park all nice and neat. The fact the gap was small didn't bother I at all till the missus hollered from the rear seat. And she said, back and back, you're you, back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he hasn't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. Now them's the sort of comments that I dread. They makes I see blue and then see red. So I turned right up a light and said, shut your mouth up tight or I'll park the bloomin' car in there instead. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. By this time a queue had formed behind, and me fellow motorists weren't feeling kind. They humped and they swore, which only hurt die more, and these words kept going through me mind. And they were back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. A copper came along and said, hello?